The old snake could not recall the moment it first gained intelligence. All it remembered was its reputation as the infamous Snake King in the nearby village, feared for devouring over 20 lives. Authorities had tried to surround it, demon hunters pursued it relentlessly, but none succeeded in capturing the elusive serpent. A chilling legend spread through the village about the monstrous Snake King, frightening children into staying indoors, keeping lamps burning through the night, and prompting snake hunters to patrol endlessly. The exact number of lives claimed by the Snake King was lost to memory, but two stood out vividly in the old snake's mind. The first was a youth named Ren Dan, who fled into the mountains to escape an enraged Taoist priest. "Ren Dan, you thief! You'll pay for stealing my medicinal materials," the priest roared, chasing him tirelessly. After a grueling day and night, the youth collapsed before a bodhisattva statue in a ruined temple, begging for divine protection. Moved by his pitiful state, the old snake ended his suffering by swallowing him whole. Moments later, the Taoist priest arrived, horrified to witness the snake's act. "No, my elixir," the priest screamed. 10 years of effort all gone. The snake, feeling oddly remorseful, swallowed the priest too, reasoning that it reunited him with Ren Dan. This marked the turning point for the old snake, who began to gain intelligence and knowledge about humans. It learned curious tidbits. Snake catchers were its natural foes. Taoist priests wielded mystical spells. Ren Dan wasn't merely a name, it was a human-shaped elixir capable of prolonging life and enhancing cultivation. Inspired by human stories, the old snake decided it deserved a name too. Drawing from the tale of Su Xian, it named itself Su He, a fitting moniker for the old black snake. For the first time, Su He envied humans, born with intelligence while he had to endure countless reincarnations to achieve it. With this newfound gift, Su He vowed to cherish his life and avoid unnecessary risks. Fear of death crept into his once fearsome heart. Humans are too dangerous. Fierce beasts even more so. I'll stick to safer prey, he resolved. From then on, Su He avoided humans and hunted only small livestock. Chickens, ducks, fish, and rodents became his diet as he roamed riverside villages. Over time, the legend of the Snake King faded, replaced by murmurs of vanishing poultry and dwindling fish stocks. But gluttony has its price. A month passed, and Su He had not eaten for 7 days. His voracious appetite had depleted the local food supply. Yet, hunger brought rewards. His body grew to 5 meters, and a demon core, a crucial milestone, formed within him. "I've become a serpent demon," Su He exclaimed with pride. The demon core, small yet potent, marked his transition from mere beast to demon beast. But survival grew more challenging. Desperation drove him to Qingjia town, a prosperous settlement with ample livestock. Under cover of night, Su He slithered into the Chen family's backyard. There, the scent of pigs ignited his ravenous hunger. Carefully, he infiltrated the pig pen, where the unsuspecting animals hardly regarded him as a threat. In a flurry of movements, Su He swallowed 2 pigs whole, each effort leaving him swollen but sated. The remaining pigs screamed, realizing their fate too late. Exhausted, Su He curled up in a corner, confident he could digest his meal before dawn. An hour later, however, chaos erupted. Bang! The pigpen door flew open, and 2 men threw a bloodied figure into the enclosure. The figure, a young man, lay lifeless amidst the startled pigs. This trash dared to challenge young Master Chu for a woman. "Let him die here," one man spat. The men departed, leaving the dead body behind. Su He, wary of the ominous presence of death, crept up to the roof beams to avoid trouble. But then, the young man's eyes snapped open. Reanimation. Su He froze, recalling the term from his knowledge of Taoist practices. The young man sat upright, a flicker of disbelief and excitement in his eyes. "Chen Fan," he muttered, laughing softly. "To think I share the name of an immortal." Su He's gaze narrowed. This encounter promised to be far from ordinary. In the dim silence of the pig pen, the tension thickened as the young man sat cross-legged, muttering under his breath. "Broken engagement, useless, Danshan destroyed," he scoffed, closing his eyes as he took a deep breath. "If I hadn't taken over, you'd already be dead. But don't worry, I'll make sure to settle your grievances. Those who humiliated you, I won't spare a single one." Hidden in the shadows of the roof beam, Su He suppressed every instinct to move, his heartbeat slowed to a near standstill. The serpent's mind raced, his instincts screaming danger. The youth's words had entered his ears, but their meaning eluded him. What Su He did understand, however, was the eerie sense of being observed, a predator's gaze, heavy and sharp, though the young man's eyes never once strayed upward. "He knows I'm here." Su He's pupils shrank. His scales bristled with a deep sense of crisis. Asterisk the pigs. He's noticed they're missing. He must know I ate them. He'll kill me for sure. Asterisk. Paranoia took root as the snake imagined his grim fate, skinned, chopped to pieces, his body discarded in the streets. He felt his life teetering on the brink of disaster. Then something stranger happened. The youth's wounds, which should have been fatal, began to heal. Spiritual energy gathered in the air, swirling into the shape of a dragon. "Hehe, so even the demon god Cauldron has followed me into this reincarnation," the youth muttered, smirking. "Taigzu ancestral dragon, you truly underestimated me." Though the young man's gaze never lifted, Su He's instinct screamed louder than ever. The youth's aura grew more oppressive, suffocatingly so. Asterisk, he's casting a spell. He's going to kill me. Asterisk. Terror gripped Su He. He could feel his survival instinct, the primal urge of a beast rising within him. A single conclusion formed in his mind. Strike first, or die. Driven to desperation, Su-hei tensed every muscle in his coiled body. The next moment, he lunged like a thunderbolt, his massive jaws aiming to swallow the youth whole. "Ahh, you forced me to do this," Su-hei roared internally as he struck. The youth, Chen Fan, opened his eyes just in time to see the serpent's gaping maw descending upon him. In one swift motion, Su-hei engulfed Chen Fan completely, his enormous body swelling grotesquely as the young man slid into his belly. Inside the snake, Chen Fan remained eerily calm. "A mere first-level spiritual beast dares to swallow me? Foolish." He let out a cold snort, his hands glowing with boundless energy. Boundless sea. A torrent of spiritual power erupted within Su-hei's body, causing the serpent to bloat uncontrollably, his scales cracking under the pressure. "Ahh, I'm going to burst." Su-hei's screams echoed in his mind as his body stretched to its limits. Just as his demon core began to emit a faint glow to stabilize the chaos within, Chen Fan delivered a devastating strike, shattering the core like fragile glass. The pain was beyond anything Su-hei had ever endured. His consciousness wavered as his body collapsed, broken and powerless. "You dared to attack me? I'll feast on your snake meat to recover," Chen Fan sneered, raising his hand to finish the serpent off. But before he could deliver the final blow, a pitch-black cauldron materialized out of thin air, spinning ominously over Su-hei's shattered core. Chen Fan froze, his expression darkening. The demon god cauldron? Why is it interfering? To his horror, the cauldron pulsed with a terrifying power that enveloped Su-hei. The cauldron severed its connection to Chen Fan entirely. "No, this can't be happening." The cauldron's power surged, blasting Chen Fan's body apart. Even his immortal soul was caught in the vortex, torn asunder despite his desperate resistance. How can this beast be favored over me? I am an immortal. I refuse to accept this." Chen Fan's final scream echoed as his soul was utterly obliterated, consumed by the cauldron. When the chaos subsided, Su-hei's bloated body began to shrink back to normal, though it lay motionless, shattered and broken in the aftermath. "My demon core, it's gone." Darkness consumed him as he lost consciousness, unaware of the profound transformation awaiting him.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Su-hei awoke, not knowing how much time had passed. His body was in tatters. 2 pigs had rooted around him, grinding their teeth on his snake skin, producing a creak sound. They couldn't bite through, so they retreated to a corner. "Arg, it hurts so much." Su-hei convulsed in agony. This was the most severe injury he had ever suffered. His body had nearly burst, his meridians were completely severed, his skin had entirely cracked open, and his demon core was gone. The fact that he had regained consciousness was already a miracle. He twisted his body with difficulty, crawling to the other side to avoid being rooted by the pigs. "My demon core is gone." Thinking about this, Su-hei almost burst into tears. It was the foundation of his cultivation, and now, it was completely destroyed. However, he was suddenly startled. Where his demon core should have been, there was now a small black cauldron, sitting silently. The cauldron had 8 legs and was round in shape, with intricate patterns on its surface. A dragon was carved around it, encircling the cauldron with its head and tail connected, looking lifelike, as if it were a living creature. This cauldron was precisely the thing that the young man had called the demon god cauldron. He could see what was inside his body, which was strange. His gaze could look inward and even extend outward. Even with his eyes closed, he could see an area 10 meters around him. It was as if a third eye existed in the void, allowing him to see everything around him without obstruction. Strange. Su-hei shook his head. This was not an illusion, he could indeed see, just like how Chen Fan had spied on him before. Now he could spy on others in the same way. Divine sense. Su-hei had this term pop up in his mind. How he had developed divine sense was unclear. It was said that only legendary cultivators had divine sense. At the same time, new knowledge appeared in his mind. It was the circulation path of true qi, each step clearly outlined, and somewhat familiar. This is that young man's cultivation method. Su-hei's eyes lit up. He didn't know what this cultivation method could do, but he was sure that it could heal his injuries. Su-hei was not a hesitant snake. After making up his mind, he immediately calmed his mind and began to run the technique's path. Gradually, threads of spiritual energy began to drift in from the world around him, intertwining to form a long dragon of spiritual energy that poured into his body. This scene was exactly the same as when Chen Fan healed his injuries the previous night. A tingling sensation spread through his body, alleviating the pain. Su-hei let out a long breath, circulated the second path, and the spiritual energy flowed into his body, cycling through and slowly healing his wounds. An incense stick's worth of time later, Su-hei reopened his eyes and looked inside his body. It really can heal wounds. Su-hei gasped, his heart racing. In the wild, serious injuries usually meant death. Having a healing technique was like having an extra life. How could he not be excited? Moreover, he had a vague feeling that this technique was mainly used for cultivation to enhance one's level, with healing being just a secondary effect. After just a brief session of breathing and nurturing, his body felt light and full of spiritual energy, as if he had ingested some kind of spiritual herb. Strange. My demon core has shattered. Normally, I shouldn't be able to store spiritual energy. Su-hei was puzzled. The spot where his demon core had been was now occupied by a cauldron. Could this cauldron have become the new demon core? He tried to move his body to push the small cauldron out, but it didn't budge. Su-hei had to give up. Even a mere young man is so powerful. Humans are truly the spirits of all living things. I must never provoke humans again in the future. Su-hei swore to himself and quickly left the pig pen. Before leaving, he glanced at the 3 pigs. He figured he might as well go all out, swallowing the fattest one in a single gulp before swaggering away. He fled into the wilderness and found a tree hole to crawl into, where he fell into a deep sleep. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Su-hei continuously practiced the mysterious technique. His injuries were already healed, and he had expelled a large amount of impurities, piling up like a mountain. He had even shed his skin once. This made him realize that the technique could not only heal but also improve his physique, cleansing and refining his body. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that his body size had shrunk by half, now only over 2 meters long. A fat pig can be 2 meters long, how am I supposed to swallow pigs now? Su-hei frowned. Snakes can swallow prey much larger than themselves, but there is a limit. However, although his size had shrunk, his speed and strength had increased significantly. His flexibility also improved, allowing him to stretch several times his original length, giving Su-hei some peace of mind. With his previous experience, Su-hei dared not venture into human towns again. He only hunted small prey in the wild. Quickly, a few more days passed. This day, Su-hei suddenly opened his eyes. New knowledge had appeared in his mind. The cultivation system. Human cultivators were divided into the chi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, and core formation stage. For demonic beasts, this corresponded to the first level spiritual beast, foundation establishment stage, and demon core stage. My current level is at the peak of the first level spiritual beast, equivalent to the peak of the chi refinement stage for humans. Su-hei murmured to himself. This was the new knowledge he had just gained. Ever since he had swallowed the Rendan and the Taoist priest, he occasionally acquired human knowledge. This time, it seemed to come from that young man named Chen Fan. This suspicion was not unfounded. Recently, he had often dreamt of Chen Fan and simultaneously experienced some unfamiliar memories. Moreover, there was another matter that puzzled him. I lost my demon core, which is like a human losing their danshan. I should have become a cripple, but my cultivation level has instead increased. Instinctively, Su-hei looked inward, focusing on the demon god cauldron at the spot where his demon core used to be. Wisps of mist-like spiritual energy gathered within the cauldron. This was the spiritual energy he had acquired through his breathing exercises. It really did replace the demon core. Su-hei was secretly alarmed. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out what was going on. The human knowledge he had acquired offered no explanation for this situation. But he didn't have time to ponder it further. The problem he was facing now was that he was hungry again. His cultivation technique allowed him to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but mere spiritual energy wasn't enough. He also needed a massive supply of qi and blood. Demonic beasts in their cultivation cannot practice fasting, they need a large amount of food. Su-hei could only drag his body, glance down at the village below the mountain, shake his head, and turn to climb up the mountain. He did not want to go back to the human world. It was too dangerous there. He would rather starve to death than go back to the pig pen. Su-hei extended his divine sense, searching for food along the way. Throughout the entire afternoon, he ate a nest of bird eggs, a squirrel, and a wildcat. In pursuit of a hare, he even ran down the mountain. These morsels weren't even a third of what a fat pig could provide. Su-hei's food demand was growing increasingly larger, and this amount of food wasn't even enough to fill the gap between his teeth. He needed to hunt larger creatures. Su-hei glanced down the mountain again and spotted a watermelon field, lush and green, spreading across the mountainside. The area was far from the village, with only one farmhouse nearby. At this moment, Su-hei suddenly noticed a pitch-black wild boar in the watermelon field, munching on a watermelon noisily. The wild boar wasn't very large, roughly 1.5 meters long. Given Su-hei's current size, it seemed like one bite would be just right. Su-hei felt tempted. Nov.L.B//JNN. He was now facing the first major decision of his life as a serpent demon, to prey on a large beast. Will attacking the wild boar be dangerous? Su-hei hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he would avoid facing large beasts unless absolutely necessary. But he had no choice. His appetite was too vast. For survival, he had to take risks. According to the cultivation system, I am now at the peak of the first level spiritual beast. This wild boar has yet to awaken its intelligence, so its level is lower than mine. In theory, I should be able to take it down easily. Su-hei had countless thoughts swirling in his mind. He wasn't an ordinary beast, he could think, and this was his advantage. He needed to make good use of it. To be safe, let's take it slow. Su-hei finally decided to take a risk and hunt this wild boar. He crawled to the edge of the watermelon field, wrapped his tail around a large rock, and cautiously approached. On the way, he also put some small stones into his mouth. In reality, given his strength, killing a wild boar wasn't difficult. He had once been the snake king in this area, had devoured many people, and had also killed wild boars. But thinking back, he realized his survival back then was purely due to luck. Now that he had gained intelligence, he needed to be more cautious. He didn't want to get injured, and he feared pain. When wild boars resist, they stomp with their hooves and ram with their tusks, making them quite terrifying. But of course, they were still not as terrifying as humans. When Suhei got within a 10-meter range of the wild boar, he suddenly raised his neck, opened his mouth, gathered all the internal chi within him, and concentrated it at his throat. Poof! A stone shot out from Suhei's mouth like a cannonball, striking the wild boar on the head. Bang! The boar's head caved in directly, blood splattered everywhere, and it collapsed to the ground. Suhei was overjoyed. He spat out another stone, creating a large hole in the boar's head. After approaching the fallen beast, he lifted a stone with his tail and smashed it down repeatedly, striking the boar's head until it was a pulpy mess. Only after the wild boar had completely stopped moving, and no more blood was flowing, did he stop. Suhei spat out the remaining stones from his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. It should be completely dead, but even the dead can sometimes reanimate. Still feeling uneasy, Suhei proceeded to break all 4 of its limbs and crushed the bones of its entire body to prevent any chance of reanimation. Only then did he feel at ease and began to measure the boar. Comparing it to his own body size, he concluded it would be just right for one big gulp. It is said that wild boar meat is tougher than domestic pork. Hopefully, it'll last a bit longer, Suhei calculated in his mind. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the boar whole. The boar's fur was rough, and its skin was tough, which meant it would take longer to digest. The upside was that it would stave off hunger for longer. Suhei started swallowing from the head. Before long, only the boar's 2 hind legs were left outside. As the pork entered his body, Suhei could clearly feel a surge of heat rising inside him. The wild boar meat was rapidly digested and transformed into pure chi and blood, bringing a feeling of fullness. This was the benefit of consuming food. Moments later, Suhei had entirely swallowed the wild boar. Suddenly, he began to cough violently. He opened his mouth and spat out a black crystal the size of an egg. It fell to the ground. It was a demon core. This is the wild boar's demon core. Suhei's snake scales stood on end, his eyes widened in shock. No, that couldn't be right. How could a wild beast have a demon core? Could it be? Staring at the bloodstains on the ground, Suhei finally realized, gasping in shock, this was a pig demon. Suhei had not been gone for long. A young child, barely half-grown, ran to the spot where the pig demon had died, pointing excitedly at the bloodstains on the ground and shouting. Behind him, a farmer with rolled-up sleeves came running over. Dad? Great news, the pig demon that killed Mom is dead. It was eaten by the big snake, the child shouted with excitement. Unexpectedly, the farmer picked up a stick and hit the child on the buttocks, causing him to cry out loudly. Don't you dare come out again? Be careful or the old serpent king will eat you too. Get back inside immediately, the farmer scolded angrily, grabbing the child by the ear and pulling him away. Suhei, holding the demon core, rushed back to the mountains. Although the trip was smooth, he felt a chill down his spine and was still shaken. Fortunately, I was cautious. If I had rashly rushed in and fought the pig demon, the outcome would have been uncertain. Suhei was apprehensive, realizing he had encountered a demonic beast just like himself. As for the level of the first-level spiritual beast it had reached, Suhei was unsure. Being cautious had indeed been wise, you never know what kind of existence you are dealing with. After swallowing the wild boar, his body had expanded to twice its size. Fortunately, he was quick, and Suhei dragged his massive form back to his tree hollow. This tree hollow was a temporary shelter he had chosen, verified to be free of large creature activity within a 5-mile radius. Suhei lay in the tree hollow, digesting the boar meat he had just consumed. The meat of a demonic beast was indeed extraordinary. Rich in chi and blood, it was more filling than ordinary meat. By the next morning, Suhei had only digested 1/3 of it. He felt closer to reaching the second-level spiritual beast. At this time, he took out the black demon core. The demon core, also known as the inner core, contains the spiritual essence of a demonic beast's lifetime and is a valuable material for alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. Swallowing a demon core was extremely dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to broken meridians and explosion of the body. Generally, it is used for alchemy. Human knowledge may not necessarily apply to me. Why would a demonic beast have so many rules? Suhei was somewhat doubtful. Another day passed. That night, Suhei opened his eyes. The wild boar meat had been completely digested. His muscles and meridians felt a sense of satisfaction, like a bucket that had been filled to the brim. Suhei immediately made a decision breakthrough. This was an instinctual drive for a demonic beast. He needed to become stronger. Suhei held the demon core in his mouth, swallowed it, and crushed it with his teeth, producing a crunching sound. In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupted from the demon core, rushing towards Suhei's meridians and bones with a constant roar. He felt a slight pain within his body but could endure it completely. Indeed, the physique of demonic beasts is not the same as humans. Breakthrough. Suhei focused his mind. The violent power instantly surged, and his body cracked and popped, undergoing a rapid transformation. This was the metamorphosis of his body. The initial stage of the transformation was quick, but then it slowed down. Suhei's aura remained at the limit of the first-level spiritual beast. Suddenly, the demon god cauldron within him trembled. The energy was absorbed into it, and the spiritual mist rapidly expanded, then compressed to a single point. Boom! Suhei's body shook violently, his aura soaring, breaking through that bottleneck. After a while, when he opened his eyes again, his aura was completely different. Second level spiritual beast? Success. Su-hei exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling immensely joyful. At this moment, the spiritual mist inside the demon god cauldron had contracted to a small point. Its area was tiny, but its concentration was more than 10 times greater, signifying a qualitative change. According to human knowledge, a breakthrough cannot always be achieved on the first try, some may fail several times, and some even remain stuck at a certain realm for a lifetime. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. His first breakthrough had been successful, indicating that his talent was indeed good, though it was uncertain what spiritual root he had. Su-hei did not become complacent. He was still in the early stages of the first level spiritual beast. Unless he reached the fourth level spiritual beast, entering the mid-stage, there would be substantial changes. At that level, he would be able to use true chi to harm others from a distance and learn some basic spells. Su-hei was still far from that level. Though hunting the wild boar was dangerous, it brought opportunities, Su-hei thought to himself. Danger and opportunity always coexist. If it weren't for that pig demon, relying solely on mundane food, he might not have made any progress for several years. Feeling the increased strength, Su-hei valued life even more and was determined to cherish his existence. A day later, Su-hei returned to the watermelon field. This was an instinct of demonic beasts, to remain active within their familiar territory. They generally do not leave their activity area unless faced with significant danger. Su-hei hoped to encounter a second pig demon. Although the chances were slim, he chose to wait. It was the safest approach. Not just Su-hei, but many demonic beasts have their own fixed hunting grounds. The entire day passed without any sign of the wild boar. Instead, the melon farmer appeared again in the watermelon field, applying manure and fertilizer. In the evening, the half-grown child also showed up, holding a book. However, not long after, he was pulled back by his father. Su-hei waited all day and saw nothing, no wild boar, not even a mouse. Under the moonlight, Su-hei gazed at the lush green watermelons and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wild boars eat watermelons, and I eat wild boars. Can I skip that step and directly eat the watermelon? Su-hei thought of a bold idea. Su-hei was no ordinary demon beast. Since gaining intelligence, he occasionally pondered logical problems, much like a baby encountering the world for the first time, filled with curiosity. With the attitude of giving it a try, Su-hei crawled to a large watermelon, opened his serpent mouth, and swallowed the watermelon whole. As his abdominal muscles churned, the watermelon rind was crushed and burst open inside his belly. Su-hei felt a slight increase in his chi and blood, though it was very minimal. I can eat it, but it only replenishes about as much chi and blood as a mouse would, Su-hei estimated. Since he could eat watermelon, it meant he could also eat potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, and other plants. With his current digestive ability, even the bones of the pig demon could be digested, so these were naturally not a problem. However, while he could eat them, his body's instincts resisted, unwilling to consume such food. I hope I can get some meat tonight, Su-hei thought to himself. A day passed, and Su-hei waited until late into the night, finally spotting a badger. Su-hei first used his divine sense to scan the area, confirming that the badger was not a demon beast. He then immediately acted, swiftly attacking, entangling the badger, and swallowing it whole in one go. Feeling his belly swell, Su-hei was very satisfied. I'm full now, time to leave. Just as Su-hei was about to leave, he suddenly froze. Under the moonlight, a young boy holding a fork stood not far in front of him. With his fork raised and a dazed expression, he stared blankly at Su-hei, motionless, like a statue. Su-hei immediately halted, his pupils contracting as he stopped in his tracks. Damn it, I've been spotted by a human. Is he about to attack me? Could this be another Chen Fan? In that brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Su-hei's mind. As the infamous old Snake King of Snake Village, Su-hei had consumed countless people and was a wanted fugitive by both the authorities and snake hunters. Once discovered, it wouldn't take half an hour before someone would come to capture him. Just moments ago, Su-hei had been entirely focused on his prey and hadn't noticed anyone nearby. At this moment, the boy holding a fork was clearly also startled. It was his first time seeing the old Snake King up close. The old Snake King bore a striking resemblance to the portraits circulated in the village, a thick, elongated snake body, an oval head, triangular scales, and pale golden snake eyes, though the size was not as large as imagined. Su-hei stared at the boy in front of him, and in his eyes, the boy's face slowly morphed into a cold and ruthless visage. That face faintly transformed into Chen Fan's face. Boom! Su-hei's scalp instantly went numb with shock. His eyes widened with horror, and without hesitation, he turned and vanished, moving faster than he ever had in his life. After Su-hei left, the boy collapsed onto the ground, his pants already soaked. That's the old Snake King? Why didn't he eat me? The boy was terrified but also puzzled. Su-hei ran several kilometers before finally stopping, panting heavily. What just happened? Why did his face turn into Chen Fan's? Su-hei looked horrified. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Su-hei shook his head. He suddenly realized that the Immortal had cast a significant psychological shadow on him, making everyone look like Chen Fan. Previously, he had even had nightmares about Chen Fan's figure. He hadn't cared much before, but now he had to be cautious. According to humans, this was a type of mental illness known as post-traumatic stress. If it's an illness, it must be treated. I'm having a mental issue. I need to pay respects to the Bodhisattva for peace of mind. Suhei took a deep breath and made up his mind. The next day, 3 miles outside Xinjia town, Chen family town. Here stood an abandoned mountain god temple, the deity inside unknown. It was seldom visited for worship, and the surrounding area was deserted. Suhei arrived and first scanned the area with his divine sense. Confirming that no one was around, he crawled through the main entrance. Before him was a massive statue, gray and white, its appearance vague, with one arm broken. Dust and spider webs covered it, giving it a dilapidated look. To Suhei's surprise, offerings were still placed on a table, a pig's head, a roasted chicken, and a pile of white buns. So extravagant? Which rich young master left these? Suhei instinctively wanted to rush over and eat them all, then leave. But considering he was here for a purpose, he had to restrain himself. He climbed onto a mat, wondering if he should burn some incense. After some contemplation, Suhei gathered 3 dry twigs and placed them in the incense burner. Then, returning to the mat, he followed the human practice of bowing 3 times. Bodhisattva, bless me to be free from mental demons, Suhei prayed sincerely. After completing the ritual, Suhei felt significantly relieved, as if he had been purified and all distracting thoughts had vanished. It really works. Suhei was overjoyed. With the main task accomplished, Suhei wasted no time and immediately climbed onto the table, opening his mouth wide and devouring all the offerings. Human food was indeed different, it was especially tasty. Having finished his meal and feeling satisfied, Suhei planned to leave. He, little girl, let's see where you run to. Suddenly, a strange, eerie laugh and a woman's scream came from outside the door. Suhei shivered and quickly hid behind the statue. Through his divine sense, he saw a young woman, dressed in luxurious attire wearing a jeweled phoenix hairpin and a silk robe frantically enter through the door. She was evidently a wealthy young lady. The pursuer outside was a young man holding a knife. Suhei had seen this knife-wielding youth before. He was one of those who had thrown Chen Fan into the pigpen that day. Suhei frowned. He only wanted to leave quickly, but behind the statue was a wall with no back exit. Whether climbing out the window or going through the main door, he would be discovered. This is troublesome. Suhei sighed and decided to stay put and wait until they were done before leaving. What do you want? I'm the 3rd young lady of the Chen family. I can give you anything you want, just don't kill me. Hehe, Miss Chen, I'm only following orders. It's not my fault you have bad luck. But before you die, I'll make sure you have a bit of pleasure. The conversation between the two came through, the man's voice full of sinister laughter. Suhei shook his head silently. In his view, killing for reasons other than food was unnecessary. At this moment, the young woman was punched and sent flying. The knife-wielding man, not rushing to kill her, approached with a wicked smile. Humans were peculiar creatures, in a perpetual state of heat throughout the year, unlike Suhei, who only experienced it in spring. As for the woman's appearance, it might seem extraordinary to humans, but from Suhei's perspective, she was weak and unremarkable. Suddenly, the woman seemed to sense something and cried out, "Please, senior, save me. The Chen family will reward you greatly." Her gaze turned towards the back of the statue. Suhei was stunned. Had he been discovered? Who? The knife-wielding youth was startled and quickly looked around. He glanced at the dust marks on the ground, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at the statue with suspicion. Hehe, there's no one here. You can accept your fate. He wasn't sure if someone was hiding behind, but as long as they kept quiet, he preferred to avoid complications and leave after finishing his task. However, the young woman was very decisive. She got up and dashed towards the back of the statue. Suhei was immediately alarmed. In almost no time, the woman had crossed the short distance and reached the back. "Don't come near." Suhei's heart screamed as he saw the woman, filled with hope, come around the statue and look towards him. "Senior." She was about to speak when a huge snake tail slapped her face. Smack. The woman's head was instantly knocked off, her blood splattering everywhere. The young man was horrified and immediately turned to flee. Suhei would not let him escape so easily. He flicked the woman's head with precision, hitting the young man on the back of his head. Nov, L, B //JNN. Boom. With a muffled thud, the young man fell to the ground. Suhei immediately rushed over and twisted the man's head off. To prevent any possibility of reanimation, Suhei shattered his bones, crushed his organs, and turned him into a pile of minced meat. They were dead beyond recovery. Suhei stopped in his tracks, staring at the blood-stained ground, his heart racing uncontrollably. That was close. He nearly lost his life. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or it would have certainly been him who died. Suhei didn't dare to underestimate humans. The appearance of these two people was highly unusual. They might have been part of a plot. Why does something always happen every time I come to a temple? Last time it was the Rendan and the Taoist priest, and now it's a man and a woman. Why do I always encounter these things? Suhei cursed inwardly, doubting whether he was under some kind of curse, always encountering trouble upon entering a temple. He glanced one last time at the large, vague statue and suddenly felt a strange sense of palpitations. Could it be that his act of stealing the offerings had angered the mountain god? Suhei hurriedly wrapped up the two corpses and placed them on the offering table before returning to his mat and performing a few kowtows. "Lord Mountain God, these offerings are to make up for the ones I've disturbed. They'll surely be tastier than the roast chicken. I'll be leaving now." Su-hei climbed out through the window and left without looking back. He left at an incredible speed. After this experience, Su-hei vowed never to return to this cursed place. It was better to stay in the mountains. Not just this temple but the entire Chen family town within a 20-mile radius had become off-limits in his eyes. Not long after Su-hei left, the statue seemed to flicker slightly, with dust falling down. The smell of the corpses quickly attracted some wild dogs, but that was no longer Su-hei's concern. After returning, Su-hei resumed his usual quiet life. Fortunately, since that day he prayed to the deity, he had not experienced any nightmares, nor had he dreamt of Chen Fan. It seemed to have worked. The experience gradually faded from his memory. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. During this period, Su-hei wandered in the mountains, hunting small prey and occasionally eating fruits and vegetation to replenish his energy. He passed by the farm outside Snake Village a few times, seeing the farmer teaching his son how to farm in the fields. Perhaps by coincidence, the young boy always managed to spot Su-hei, once in the trees and once among the rocks. From afar, their eyes met, but there was no exchange of words. "Xiao Niu, why are you daydreaming?" "Nothing." Under his father's scolding, the boy looked away. From his observations, Su-hei learned that the boy's name was Wang Xiao Niu, and his father was Wang De Niu. They were both farmers from the village. In addition, the family also had an elderly mother and a younger sister named Wang Ya. Wang Xiao Niu did not want to spend his whole life farming. He wished to study, pass the imperial exams, and take his sister to live in the city. He often carried books and sneaked to the watermelon field at midnight to study under the moonlight. Wang De Niu, on the other hand, was very helpless. The family did not have the money to support his studies, but he did not want to completely crush his child's aspirations. He often sighed when thinking about it. Su-hei quietly left. Studying, gaining knowledge. Su-hei, hanging from a tree branch, suddenly felt a pang of envy. He too wanted to read and gain knowledge, to live like a human. Humans are born with superior conditions, without the constant fear of danger, unlike these wild beasts who face the threat of death at every moment. Unfortunately, becoming human is a skill. Not every living being has such good luck. A squirrel climbed up the tree and into a hole full of pine cones. This was its hard-earned harvest of the year, ensuring it could safely get through the winter. Suddenly, a green snake darted out from a corner, coiling and strangling the squirrel, killing it instantly. The squirrel didn't even know how it died. The green snake had been hungry for a long time. Su-hei wondered if they envied human life. "Hey, can you understand me?" Su-hei used his divine sense to communicate with the green snake. The green snake seemed startled, releasing its prey and fleeing, disappearing without a trace. As he watched the snake disappear, Su-hei suddenly felt a wave of loneliness. He had gained spiritual intelligence but had no one to speak with. However, he had no time for idle thoughts because he was hungry. Su-hei devoured the squirrel and then went after the green snake, swallowing it in one gulp. "May you be reborn as a human in your next life." Su-hei plunged into the forest, starting a new round of hunting. However, such food could only barely satisfy his hunger and could not improve his cultivation. Relying solely on breathing and nurturing, his training progressed very slowly. He fantasized about eating a demon beast again soon. Late summer, early autumn, heavy rain poured down. It was the annual downpour. The river swelled, creating tributaries, and many fish leaped out of the river into the branches, making it a good season for fishing. This year's rain was exceptionally heavy, and there were particularly many salmon. At the village entrance, farmers often went out with fishing nets and returned full after an hour. Even blacksmiths who did not know how to fish could return with a large bucket. Wang Xiaoniu's family also joined the fishing team. Another tide coming. Seeing the teams leaving the village, Su-hei recalled last year. At this time last year, Su-hei had hidden in the river, launching a surprise attack and swallowing both people and fish, causing several deaths and prompting the authorities to dispatch 100 men and even Taoist priests to hunt him down. It was that time that Su-hei almost met his end. "I won't go this year," Su-hei thought to himself. With his current perspective, he could naturally see that the Taoist priest was a chi refinement stage cultivator. He suspected that he was already a demon beast last year, otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from a cultivator. "Dad, we've caught enough fish, too much will spoil, and we won't be able to eat it all. What do you know? Take these fish back, and I'll go out again." Wang De Niu threw the fish at the door and went out with his fishing net again. The fish at the door had already been placed in several buckets. Wang Xiaoniu could only carry the heavy bucket of salmon back home. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoniu's head turned, and he spotted Su-hei on the distant hillside, who was also looking at him. In recent days, Su-hei had often wandered near the farm, listening to the conversations of the Wang family. He had grown accustomed to it. And Wang Xiaoniu had spotted Su-hei more than once. Although there was no direct communication between the boy and the serpent, they had grown quite familiar with each other. Old Snake King is back again. Does he also want to eat fish? Wang Xiaoniu wondered inwardly. In fact, a normal person would be terrified if they saw a snake circling around their home, but Wang Xiaoniu was not afraid at all. He looked at Su-hei, mustering his courage, and took a step forward. Su-hei immediately shrank back a bit. He had been hiding in the shadows, observing human life, but that did not mean he wanted any contact with humans. Wang Xiaoniu, carrying a bucket of fish, boldly walked forward and placed it not far from the hillside. Old Snake King, everyone is afraid of you, but I'm not. This bucket of fish is for you, Wang Xiaoniu said, placing the fish down and retreating to a distance with a smile. Having learned human knowledge, Su He could understand what he said and was puzzled. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Why is this foolish boy giving me fish? Could it be poisoned? If it were someone else offering fish, Su He would certainly think ill of their intentions, but Wang Xiaoniu was someone he knew well, just a naive boy with no scheming. Moreover, Su He had seen the Wang family catching these fish, so they couldn't be poisoned. Su He looked at the large bucket of fish, flicked his tongue, and his appetite was immediately stimulated. Never mind, let's try a bite. Su He climbed over and bit into a fish. Wang Xiaoniu sat at a distance, watching quietly with a silly grin. Su He tasted it, the flavor was quite good. These two-legged beasts had such peculiar thinking, even offering food to a snake. Don't they know the story of farmers and snakes? Though he didn't understand, his body was honest. Su He quickly devoured the entire bucket of fish, easily satisfying his hunger, which made him very content. He looked at Wang Xiaoniu in the distance and mimicked a human gesture, nodding. This nod immediately brightened Wang Xiaoniu's eyes, exclaiming, "The old Snake King nodded at me? He actually nodded at me. Where?" His sister in the house immediately ran out, looking into the distance and also seeing Su He's nodding gesture, her mouth wide open in surprise. As someone outside the village returned, Su He quickly vanished into the woods. Wang Xiaoniu and his sister remained stunned, still unable to recover from their shock. Rumors should not be fully trusted. The old Snake King was not a man-eating monster but rather polite. I told you, the old Snake King isn't a villain who harms people, he's actually helped us before. Wang Xiaoniu said with a tone of someone who is pointing out the truth. I know, he ate the pig demon and avenged our mother, Wang Xiaoya replied innocently. Just as their conversation ended, a scream suddenly came from the village entrance. Help! The old Snake King is eating people again. The voice was extremely tragic, and it came from the blacksmith Zhou's son next door. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoniu and his sister immediately ran out of their courtyard. Outside the village, villagers were frantically running into the village, each of them looking terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Among them was their father. Bad news, the old Snake King has eaten someone again. The old Snake King has eaten people? Zhang Meize and Zhou the blacksmith have been swallowed. Right by that river ditch, everyone hurried to report to the officials. The villagers, terrified, hurried away, while Wang Deniu hurriedly dragged his two children into the courtyard and locked the gate. From today on, you are not allowed to step out of the door, Wang Deniu said sternly, his face still showing signs of panic. After more than half a year, the old Snake King had appeared again, which was undoubtedly a major event. Old Snake King, eating people? Wang Xiaoniu asked, puzzled. The old Snake King had just been under his nose, finishing a bucket of fish. How could he suddenly start eating people? That's right. Just a moment ago, I saw with my own eyes that a dark shadow emerged from the river and dragged Zhou the blacksmith and Zhang Meize down. In an instant, both of them disappeared. Wang Deniu said in fear. Not possible? Just a moment ago, the old Snake King even nodded at us. How could he have time to eat people? Wang Xiaoniu's younger sister, Wang Ya, interjected. Wang Deniu immediately glared at her. What are you talking about? Wang Xiaoniu quickly pulled his sister's hand. Don't speak nonsense, sister. At this moment, Su He in the mountains also heard the villagers' cries and looked confused. I ate people? How come I don't know about it? He hadn't even been to the river. How could he have had a chance to drag people under the water and eat them? He was being wronged. Seeing the villagers heading towards the government office, Su He knew it was dangerous to stay here and decided to flee. Ordinary wild beasts eating people wouldn't attract the attention of the officials or lead to a hunt, but Su He was different. As the king of serpents in this area, there was a bounty posted by a Taoist priest from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau for his capture. This was why he was taken seriously. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau, an official organization, had great power, and local officials dared not ignore it. The Snake Catchers were a civilian organization specifically targeting serpent demons, possessing many techniques and some formidable experts with magical tools. These were Su He's two greatest threats, one official, one civilian. Having already been exposed, Su He wouldn't stay in this area. He needed to hide for at least half a year, until next spring. However, he was curious about what creature could have eaten people so quickly. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Could it be a water demon beast that could drag two men underwater instantly? Su He's eyes flickered with speculation. Throughout the summer, aside from the initial pig demon, he hadn't encountered any other demon beasts. His cultivation had made no progress, remaining at the second level of spiritual beast. However, his demon core had been gradually filling with spiritual mist over time. Forget it, escaping is more important. Su He dismissed the thought, prioritizing his survival over anything else. Even if he could defeat a demon beast, the officials and snake catchers were not to be underestimated. Heavy rain poured down, and strong winds howled. Su He reached the swollen riverbank, dove in, and swam downstream with powerful strokes of his tail. Swimming was the fastest way to escape, and the river water would cover his scent, making it difficult for the snake catchers to track him. Of course, Su He didn't swim too far, at most 50 miles. This distance was sufficient to evade pursuit. The mountains were filled with wild beasts, and venturing too deep would be suicidal. I'll hide out for now and come back next year. Suhei had done this before. Time passed, and as night fell, Suhei climbed out of the river and reached the shore. Here, he was already 50 miles away from the village he had left, so he was unlikely to be followed. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar environment, Suhei spread out his divine sense and remained vigilant. As the king of serpents in his home area, this didn't mean he was the king everywhere. Every beast had territorial instincts. He would keep his activity range as small as possible and avoid provoking others. Outside the village, at the scene of the incident, this was a river ditch that had formed after heavy rain. Many people had gathered here. A middle-aged man in daoist robes walked to the river's edge. This man looked ordinary, but his demeanor carried an extraordinary aura. The officials immediately showed respect and made way for him. This man was Chen Ping, the Taoist priest from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Daoist Chen, have you found any clues? Asked the county magistrate. Chen Ping, holding a whisk, gazed intently at the water's surface. There is indeed a trace of demonic energy. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted in noise. Indeed, it's the old Snake King. After disappearing for half a year, he's come out to harm people again. He's truly a scourge. Every year he eats several people before he's satisfied. When will this end? The villagers wept and lamented, crying out in anger. Chen Ping, however, frowned. This unfamiliar demonic energy did not seem to match the old Snake King's. He calculated with his fingers, and his expression grew somber. I am currently at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and this demonic energy is quite comparable to mine. But I am unsure what kind of demon beast it is. If it were a mouse demon, cat demon, or small demon beast, he would have no fear, but if it were a snake demon or tiger demon, he would leave without hesitation. An ordinary person can easily crush a mouse but cannot compete with a tiger or lion. Cultivators are the same. They can easily kill a mouse demon at the 3rd level of spirit beast, but they have little chance against large demon beasts. Chen Ping stared at the surface of the water. After a moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" Whoosh! The surface of the water suddenly exploded, and a dark shadow shot up into the sky, creating a 100-foot splash of water that fell like rain. The dark shadow lunged at a soldier. Without hesitation, Chen Ping immediately swung his whisk and emitted a beam of golden light. The dark shadow suddenly accelerated, grabbed a soldier, and dragged him back into the water in a flash. Beast! Chen Ping's was furious. This creature not only devoured people but continued to stay and eat more. How audacious! The villagers screamed in terror and fled in all directions. The county magistrate asked cautiously, Master Chen, what should we do next? Chen Ping said, withdraw, seal off this area. When the tide recedes, the demon beast in the water will leave. Are we not going to exterminate the demon? The county magistrate was surprised. Chen Ping did not speak, only casting him a glance. The magistrate immediately fell silent. Chen Ping knew that the demon in the water was not the old Snake King. With his strength, he could have dealt with it, but it would have been too troublesome and would require using some of his trump cards. Those trump cards were meant for the old Snake King? My senior brother disappeared around here. He was probably swallowed by the old Snake King. Along with him was the elixir refined for 10 years. Its medicinal power should still be inside the old Snake King. I must capture it. This is the key to my breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Chen Ping's eyes flashed with determination, but he did not reveal his thoughts to anyone. The leap from 3rd level to 4th level of Qi refinement is a major transition from the early to mid-stage. This step has kept him stagnant for 10 years. Soon, the soldiers sealed off the area. Just as Chen Ping was about to leave, his gaze fell upon a young boy at the village entrance. It was Wang Xiaoniu. Chen Ping glanced for a moment, then walked over to Wang Xiaoniu, took his pulse, and pinched his forehead. Immortal, what's wrong with my little son? Wang Daniu asked nervously. No need to worry. Chen Ping's tone was gentle. Looking at the tattered books behind Wang Xiaoniu, he said, he was born with a high spiritual awareness, but unfortunately, his aptitude is too poor for cultivation. It would be better for him to be a scholar. If he can pass the county exam, he could enter the Celestial Monitoring Bureau for a civil position. Just report my name. Earlier, he had noticed Wang Xiaoniu but didn't have time to examine him in detail. Now, after the inspection, he was somewhat disappointed. With that, he turned and left without lingering. Once Chen Ping left, the nearby villagers gathered around, their faces full of envy. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau, that's the place of the immortals. To be recognized by an immortal, the Wang family is truly fortunate. Amidst the flattery, Wang Daniu gritted his teeth and resolved to send Xiaoniu to study, even if it meant selling everything he had. After the officials left, the snake hunters came again. They searched the mountains but found no trace of the old Snake King. Instead, they encountered a water demon by the river and fought it, suffering injuries on both sides. As time passed, the incident gradually faded from memory. Downstream of the big river, where the current was swift, a long black shadow slithered through the water. Suddenly, water splashed as if a huge fish was struggling in the water, but it soon calmed down. Moments later, a snake head emerged from the water and crawled onto the shore. This snake was pitch black, its scales gleaming with a faint shine, its belly swollen and its body fat, as if it had just swallowed a large fish. It was Suhei. A month had passed since Suhei arrived here, and the torrential rain had gradually stopped. Living by the river, the food was much better, often catching some fish over a meter long, allowing Suhei to feast. However, these ordinary foods provided little benefit to his cultivation. He still longed for demon beast meat and even considered returning to the river ditch. But such dangerous thoughts were fleeting. Suhei had a cultivation method now, and with time, his cultivation could slowly improve without risking danger. Suhei lay on a rock, coiling up, and practiced the breathing and nurturing technique, absorbing strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which transformed into dragons and entered the gaps between his scales. Gradually, his scales began to shine. The scales at the tip of his tail even developed faint golden lines, forming a triangular pattern, a new kind of scale he had never seen before. Suhei opened his eyes, and as his scales rubbed against the stone powder fell off, while his scales remained intact. These scales have reached the level of fine iron. Suhei was astonished. This phenomenon, unknown to him until recently, had been occurring for the past month. He had discovered that his tail had developed 2 special new scales. Moreover, a third one was gradually forming next to them, though very slowly. He searched his memories but found no explanation for this. Suhei suspected it might be related to the cultivation technique he practiced, which came from Chen Fan and was rather mysterious. As for the demon god cauldron within him, he had been studying it as well. The cauldron had completely replaced the function of the demon core, with the spiritual energy mist inside representing Suhei's cultivation. Although the mist's volume had not changed, its density had increased with Suhei's breakthroughs. Suhei focused his mind, looking at the surface of the cauldron. There, a vividly carved dragon was depicted. The dragon's body appeared smooth but actually had countless tiny scales that were only visible when magnified 100 times. Inside the dragon's body, there were numerous fine lines resembling blood vessels and meridians, vividly detailed and requiring at least 1,000 times magnification to be seen. Even with Suhei's divine sense, he could only magnify it 100 times. Suhei sighed and withdrew his divine sense. My divine sense is still insufficient. When I become stronger and can see the paths of these meridians clearly, I might gain some insights, Suhei thought thoughtfully. Upstream of the Zhang River, a gigantic shadow moved stealthily through the water, heading downstream. It was a massive octopus. Its huge, jet-black body and 7 tentacles extended up to 3 meters long, grabbing and devouring any fish in its path. This was a tidal time predator in the river. Recently, it had fought with a snake catcher, sustaining injuries. Now, with the tide receding, it was returning to the main river. If observed closely, one could see that one of its tentacles was severed, as if sliced by a sharp sword, and its underside bore burns from flames. Demon beasts possessed spiritual intelligence. Before leaving, it had lured a human child to consume a snake catcher in the chi refinement stage, taking out its vengeance. Now, it was at the 3rd level of spiritual beast, nearing the mid-stage, having lived for countless years and reigning supreme in the waters. The giant octopus flowed downstream, preying on fish, which all fled in panic. On the riverbank, Suhei's gaze was fixed on a willow tree. His tail was retracted behind him, like a tightly wound spring, ready to strike. Suhei focused his mind. Suddenly, the 2 scales at the tip of his tail stood upright, sharp as blades. In the next moment, the tail whipped out like a steel whip, striking the willow tree. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the willow tree was cleanly cut, falling into the river and splashing water everywhere. Seeing his work, Suhei mused, these scales are as hard as iron, and their edges are sharp. They can be used as weapons. Unfortunately, only 2 of them are on my tail. Once I have these scales all over my body, my defense should be quite formidable. Suhei also had his own poisonous fangs, but their toxicity was too weak. In contrast, these scales were much more direct in their impact. Let's catch a fish and test their effectiveness. Suhei's figure flashed, and he submerged into the river. Every technique must be tested in practice. If catching a fish was difficult, it would be better to avoid using it, as it could endanger him instead of protecting him. Oddly, after searching for a while, Suhei found no fish. Just as he was about to return, he suddenly sensed a rush of current beside him. A massive shadow was emerging from the riverbed, rapidly approaching. A giant octopus. Suhei was momentarily stunned. He had never seen such a large octopus before, but he didn't dwell on it. He had seen even larger fish, and the taste of the 3-meter-long fish caught in the snake village was still unforgettable. As the octopus approached, Suhei moved forward, his serpent scales erect, and his tail lashed out like a long whip, treating the creature as an experimental subject. Swish, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The octopus recoiled, 2 of its tentacles severed. Suhei, taken aback, continued advancing. Another lash targeted the octopus's head. The creature seemed to try to escape but was too late. With a flash of cold light, its head was cleaved open. The massive body thrashed in the water before sinking to the riverbed, lifeless after a moment. Suhei was not satisfied with his performance. It took 2 strikes to kill a fish, which would be inadequate against a real demon beast, let alone a snake catcher. This move is best avoided. If catching an octopus is this tough, encountering a demon beast would be suicidal, not to mention a snake catcher, Suhei thought, shaking his head. Just as he was about to consume the octopus's corpse, he noticed a wooden token floating up from the cracked area of the octopus. It floated in front of Suhei, clearly visible. The sight of the token left Su-hei stunned, as he recognized it as a snake catcher's token. Su-hei stared for a long time, repeatedly observing, before confirming that the token was indeed that of a snake catcher. This token bore the mark of a cultivator, and its special material made it extremely durable. How did it end up inside that octopus's body? Even Su-hei, who was usually slow to react, sensed something was wrong. He immediately extended his divine sense into the octopus's body and was shocked to discover a fist-sized demon core inside the creature's head. It was quite large, twice the size of the previous pig demon's core. Is this really a demon beast? Su-hei's pupils contracted, and he instinctively took a step back, but then realized the creature was already dead. After hesitating for a moment, Su-hei cautiously approached the octopus's corpse. Even after death, the muscles of the corpse remained active, with the tentacles twitching. Su-hei observed for a long time until the tentacles finally ceased movement before advancing. He swung his tail, cutting off the remaining tentacles and then dividing the corpse into several parts. Only then did he feel confident enough to examine it closely. Inside the octopus's stomach, there were remnants of other corpses, including fish and 2 human skeletons. The flesh and blood had been digested, but the clothing remained. One of the garments was recognizable as belonging to a snake catcher. Clearly, this demon beast had devoured a snake catcher. This powerful water demon had been unintentionally slain by Su-hei, as if it were an ordinary wild creature. Su-hei felt a sense of disbelief. When did he become so powerful? Had the scales on his tail become this formidable? Dear demon brother, I didn't intend to kill you. I was just hunting a wild beast. Had I known it was you, even 100 of me wouldn't dare approach, Su-hei thought to himself. I hope you are reborn as a human in your next life. Nov. L.B//JNN. Su-hei silently prayed for the creature, acknowledging its contribution to removing a snake catcher. Next, Su-hei cut up the corpse, spending another half-hour transporting it from the riverbed back to his lair. During the process, he discovered that the demon beast had been injured before he found it and took advantage of the situation. Su-hei's lair was located not far from the riverbank, in what seemed to be an old animal burrow. He had expanded it and camouflaged the entrance with grass and foliage, making it indistinguishable from the outside. He consumed the octopus's head in one go and buried the remaining tentacles in the snake hole, covering them with sand, planning to eat them gradually. Although the octopus appeared soft, its flesh was actually very tough, like leather, and contained a substantial amount of energy. Just from eating the head, Su-hei felt a surge of vital energy flooding into him, rapidly being absorbed into the demon god cauldron. The spiritual mist inside the cauldron visibly increased in volume, reaching 10%, 20%, 30%. Even the third scale on his tail rapidly evolved. His long stagnant cultivation finally showed signs of progress. This is much better than the pig demon. Demon brother, I will remember your merit, Su-hei said as he focused and practiced his technique. It had been a long time since he had such a smooth cultivation experience. With so much demon beast meat, Su-hei no longer needed to hunt and could focus solely on meditation. He might even make it through to winter. A month later, after consuming the entire octopus, Su-hei's cultivation level had risen again, reaching the late stage of the second-level spiritual beast realm. The spiritual mist in the demon god cauldron now covered more than half of its surface. Previously it was only 10%, but now it was 80%. Su-hei sensed that when the mist covered a full 100%, he would break through to the third-level spiritual beast realm. Although he had not yet broken through, Su-hei's strength had significantly increased, with his power and speed enhanced by around 50%, and a third black gold scale appeared on his tail. This filled Su-hei with joy and hope, lifting his spirits. Time passed, autumn turned to winter. In early winter, temperatures plummeted, and food sources became scarcer. Snakes would gradually reduce their bodily functions, conserve energy, and eventually hibernate in a burrow. Even a serpent demon like Su-hei was subject to this natural law. He abandoned the riverbank lair as it was unsuitable for hibernation and sought a deeper burrow, preferably in an uninhabited area. Wild beasts were manageable, but humans were the main concern. Winter was the peak season for snake catching, and Su-hei did not want to be discovered. He returned to the deep mountains and forests he was familiar with. This area had wolf packs and bear droppings, with few visitors. After confirming no dangers with his divine sense, Su-hei dug a deep underground tunnel and settled 20 meters underground. This depth was beyond the reach of any wild beast and even humans would struggle to dig that deep. Su-hei covered the entrance with some bear droppings to mask the scent and then returned to the tunnel, coiling up and entering a state of hibernation. Even in hibernation, Su-hei continued to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. As a cautious serpent, he kept a sliver of consciousness, ready to awaken immediately if any anomalies occurred. In the vicinity of Chen Family Town, there were 2 well-known villages, Snake Village and Python Village. From the names, it was clear that the mountains in this area were abundant with snakes, and snake catchers were active here. Winter was the prime season for hunting snakes. Many fierce wild beasts choose to hibernate in winter. With the withering of plants and the loss of cover, the safety of entering the mountains greatly increases. This year, the snake catcher posted an announcement at the village entrance, recruiting young and strong men for hunting in the mountains. 1 person per trip, a reward of 1 guan. This announcement stirred quite a commotion in the village. In previous years, the snake catchers only cooperated with hunters. This year, however, there were no restrictions, everyone was eligible to join, and every trip to the mountains earned a guan. However, ordinary people going into the mountains also faced greater dangers, and might risk their lives without a chance to spend the money. Xiao Niu, stay at home and take good care of your sister. I'm going into the mountains, Wang De Niu instructed. But father, you've never been into the mountains. Wang Xiaoniu expressed concern. Don't worry, Uncle Sun will be with me. He's an experienced hunter who has been working with the snake catcher for over a decade without any mishaps. Wang De Niu patted Xiaoniu's head and smiled. Once I earn the money, I'll send you to the private school in Chen Family Town to study with Mr. Chu. You'll definitely pass the exams. Wang Xiaoniu looked at his father, holding back tears, and nodded. Wang De Niu wrapped the guan in cloth and hid it under the bed. Before leaving, he glanced at the yellowing books on the bed, put on his coat, grabbed his belongings, and walked out the door. In his hibernation place 20 meters underground, Su He could only sense up to the surface, which was his limit. This distance allowed him to see the ground above. Above ground, occasionally, roe deer, snow hares, and other game passed by. There were also tigers and brown bears. Sometimes, reptiles would crawl into the cave, but they were blocked by the entrance and could not enter. Su He made no movements except for his breathing, with his heartbeat slowed to the minimum and his body temperature cold and stiff. This was his most vulnerable state. As a cold-blooded creature, Su He could only regain his vitality and movement in spring when the temperature rose. Days went by. The external temperature dropped to its lowest. Su He's consciousness was in a state of dullness, only recovering some function when spiritual energy entered his body, giving him a faint sense of the outside world. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from above. 2 hunting dogs approached the cave entrance and sniffed around. Su He's consciousness suddenly awoke. He took a breath of spiritual energy to regain some awareness, then extended his divine sense. He saw 2 hunting dogs sniffing around on the surface, with the sound of human footsteps coming from behind. These are trained hunting dogs, they can detect the scent of snakes. Su He was shocked. Su He knew well that these dogs could detect any place where snakes had passed and easily find their wintering spots. However, he was hiding 20 meters underground and had deliberately covered his scent with bear dung, so they definitely couldn't smell him. Sure enough, the 2 dogs only sniffed for a while before showing signs of panic and retreating to the side. The team behind also quickly moved away, changing direction to continue their search. Su He sighed in relief. Even if they did discover him, such a deep distance would be impossible to reach. However, the large number of people above was causing him considerable trouble. This is really troublesome. I can't even hibernate peacefully, Su He complained inwardly. Before long, the hunting dogs started barking, and the hunters gathered around, digging under a large rock to find a wintering snake. The snake, 2 meters long, was a forest rattlesnake. Its meat was edible, and its venom could be used for medicine. The wintering snake, cold and stiff like iron, had no ability to move. It was beheaded, its gallbladder extracted, and its skin removed before being packed into a bag. Su He observed the entire process with no change in his expression, hoping they would leave quickly. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. It's getting late. Let's make a fire and have a meal. After eating, we'll descend the mountain, the leader called out. All right. Instead of leaving, the large group gathered around and started a fire in the open space. Su He was almost furious, wondering why they had to eat right here. At this moment, he noticed the 2 leaders, one a handsome young man, the other a plump middle-aged man. Both were wearing dark blue-black python robes with a distinct aura, and there were faint fluctuations of spiritual energy within them. These python robes were worn by snake catchers. Snake catchers. Su He's eyes flashed. Without a doubt, this was a snake-catching team led by a snake catcher, which annually carried out large-scale snake captures in winter. However, the number of people this time was excessive, over 30, including hunters, young men, farmers, and even Wang De Niu, which was peculiar. The crowd built a bonfire and set up an iron pot. Inside the pot were many sections of freshly captured snake meat. The meat was vibrant and was placed into mountain spring water before being boiled over a high flame. Soon, the aroma filled the air, and the people enjoyed the snake soup and meat with great delight. Humans raise so many livestock, yet they're not satisfied. Why do they still eat snakes? Su He felt indignation watching his kind being consumed, but he couldn't help but swallow. Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger. Wang De Niu, how do you feel? The old hunter, Li San, asked Wang De Niu, who was sitting beside him. Wang De Niu, having drunk some snake soup, said bitterly, I still don't fit in the mountains. After this trip, I'll return home. It's almost New Year's anyway. Haha, returning home is good. Your Xiao Niu will certainly achieve something great in the future, Li San said with a hearty laugh. Wang De Niu hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I always feel that the immortals have been frequently entering the mountains and gathering so many people, not just to catch snakes. It seems like they are looking for SHH. Before he could finish, Li San interrupted him. Li San had a serious expression and said in a low voice, we all know about this matter. Don't ask too much or speculate. Just do your job and collect your pay. Wang De Niu nodded. At this moment, 2 snake catchers stood at the edge of the crowd, discussing something with serious expressions. Shixing, since the location has been found, this group of people is useless and might leak information. Why not? The handsome young man's eyes flashed as he took out a cyan-purple pill. The plump middle-aged man immediately stopped him and said coldly, "Fool, do you think the Celestial Monitoring Bureau is useless? They can detect poison easily." As snake catchers were cultivators, the Celestial Monitoring Bureau would not sit idly by if they acted recklessly against ordinary people. "So what does Shixing suggest?" the young man asked, putting the pill away. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said proudly, "There is a bear demon nearby that is currently hibernating." The young man's eyes lit up, and he cupped his hands in salute. "Shixing is brilliant. No wonder you chose this place, you must have planned it all along." The middle-aged man struck a profound pose and remained silent. Su He overheard their entire conversation with his divine sense. Su He's scalp tingled with apprehension. "You want to kill people, can't you choose another place?" He didn't care about the lives of the humans, but whether he could continue his peaceful hibernation was at stake. If 30 or so people died, wouldn't the Celestial Monitoring Bureau dig 3 feet into the ground to eradicate the demons? Su He knew that the root cause of all this was the presence of a bear demon nearby. Before hibernating, Su He had checked for traces of demon beasts in the vicinity. However, he hadn't anticipated this inconvenience after he began hibernating. It was purely bad luck. Unlike snakes, bears are warm-blooded animals. Even if awakened from hibernation, they could become violent and kill people. "This cursed place, why am I so unlucky? Should I go burn some incense and pray to Buddha?" Su He pondered inwardly. At this moment, the young snake catcher took out a jar of fine wine and served it to everyone. "Fellow villagers, you've worked hard these days. This is our last time in the mountains. After this meal, you can all go home. I toast you all." Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered immediately, eagerly accepting the wine jar and filling their cups. This was wine for immortals, something they rarely even got to smell. "Thank you for the wine, Immortal. Let's drink up together." As the young man drank the wine, everyone followed suit. The wine was harmless, just an ordinary spiritual wine with a stronger kick, which made cultivators a bit dizzy, and even more so for mortals. Good wine indeed. I've never drunk anything this good in my life. Haha, drink to your heart's content, I still have more. The young snake catcher laughed. Before long, everyone was getting woozy, and many had passed out on the ground. Just when most people were getting drunk, a sudden rumbling came from the distance. The ground trembled, as if the mountain was shaking. 2 drunk men suddenly ran towards them from afar, their faces filled with terror, their drunkenness gone in an instant. "Not good, a beast is coming, run." Before the 2 drunk men could finish speaking, a shadow fell from behind and smashed them into a pulp, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Then came the earth-shaking roar of the bear demon, resonating through the mountains and forests. "Help! It's a bear demon. Run away." The entire hunting team was thrown into chaos. People woke up in panic, fleeing for their lives. However, the effects of the alcohol were too strong. Some people crashed into trees, some fell to the ground, rolling and crawling. Some even spoke in their sleep, unable to run at all. The outcome was predictable. Alas, more deaths again. Su He sighed. Su He had no affection for humans. He only hoped they would die far away, not near his cave, so it wouldn't be so filthy. He moved further outside, so his divine sense could see farther. At this moment, the bear demon was in a killing spree. The bear demon moved with incredible speed, charging into the crowd and slapping people to death with a single swipe. The wind from its paws swept through, smashing people into pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere, creating a scene of great carnage. "Immortal, save me, help, don't leave us behind." Screams rose as the villagers had never seen such a demon before, all terrified out of their wits. However, 2 snake catchers who were well prepared ran the fastest. Even though the handsome young man was drunk, he still sprinted like a leopard. Only Li San was the most sober among the hunters. "Immortal, you can't just watch us die." Li San lunged forward and grabbed the handsome young man's leg, but was kicked away with disgust by the latter. "You lowly people, causing such a big mess, and still have the face to ask for help. It's your own fault. Don't bother me." Zhao Wenzuo shouted angrily, his face red. "Zhao Shidi, hurry up." The fat middle-aged man ahead urged. Zhao Wenzuo spat in disgust and leapt Tenjiang forward, just landing near Su He's cave entrance. Li San gritted his teeth, took out his crossbow from his back, and shot an arrow forward. Zhao Wenzuo sidestepped, and though the arrow missed him, it hit his waist storage bag, scattering its contents all over the ground. Pills, jade bottles, talismans, and 2 jars of spiritual wine all fell out. 1 jar of spiritual wine shattered with a loud crash, its liquid flowing into the cave. Seeking death. Zhao Wenzuo was furious. How dare a mortal attack an immortal? It was simply outrageous. But he didn't have time to deal with the mortal and had to bend down to pick up his things. He had not yet reached the middle stage of qi refinement and could not retrieve items from afar. "Shixing, come help me," Zhao Wenzuo called out. The fat middle-aged man was extremely impatient but still stopped to help him pick up things, grabbing a handful of pills and stuffing them into his own storage bag. They picked up the items, but whether they would be returned later was another matter. Su He, hidden in the cave, saw the wine and spiritual pills flowing into the cave, some of which dissolved in the water. Su He quickly moved aside, pressing against the rock wall to let the liquid flow past him. "Who did I offend?" Su He cursed, and for a moment, the cave was filled with the smell of alcohol. At that moment, Zhao Wenzuo, while picking up items, grabbed a talisman from the ground and suddenly infused it with spiritual energy. What are you doing? The fat middle-aged man's face changed, and he hurriedly reached for his waist storage bag, but was too late. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Zhao Wenzuo, holding the talisman, formed a hand seal, and the talisman exploded with green light. A fierce gale erupted, blasting towards the fat middle-aged man. With a scream, the fat middle-aged man was blown away, flying towards the bear demon that was still slaughtering. This sudden change left Su He dumbfounded. Zhao Wenzuo sneered internally. As a cultivator, how could he possibly be hit by an ordinary hunter's arrow aimed at his storage bag? Did the hunter really think he was drunk? He had deliberately let the bag be hit and the contents scatter, creating an opportunity for a surprise attack. If he had directly reached for the storage bag, his senior brother would have immediately become alert, and given the distance between them, even if he acted first, he might not have been able to hit his target. By pretending to collect the scattered items, he lured the opponent closer and picked up the spiritual talisman to strike swiftly. The opponent wouldn't have had time to react. The fat middle-aged man had also been planning to hoard some elixirs for himself, falling right into Zhao Wenzuo's trap. Zhao Wenzuo, may you die a terrible death. Ding Hai quickly realized what had happened, his eyes turning blood-red with rage. But soon, he was forced to fight the bear demon. The bear demon's strength was beyond his imagination, reaching the middle stage of the spirit beast level, and in close combat, there was no way out. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. His fate was sealed. Su He was stunned, taking a long while to come to his senses. What a situation! The snake catchers are having an internal conflict. Su He was amazed, his eyes wide open at the scene. Brother Ding, don't blame me. Both of us have been stuck at the chi refinement early stage for years, but that spiritual item could only let one of us break through. Brother Ding, I'm sorry. Zhao Wenzuo said with a tone full of regret. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add an extra layer of cruelty. He took out a wind blade talisman, activated it, and shot 2 blades at Ding Hai, one at Li San, and one at the 2 villagers who had witnessed the scene, eliminating all witnesses. Then, he took out a peculiar cow horn flute and blew into it, immediately producing a wolf howl. This flute would summon a pack of wolves to devour all the bodies and erase all traces. His movements were so practiced they seemed almost mechanical. After finishing these tasks, Zhao Wenzuo picked up the remaining elixirs. Finally, he looked with a touch of regret at the shattered wine jar, sighed, and turned to leave. Brother Ding, to stage this scene, I really had to spend a lot. He wasn't sad about the wine but about the elixirs. They were essential for his daily cultivation, and he had paid a high price to make the scene convincing. Meanwhile, Ding Hai, who was covered in blood and about to activate a talisman in his final moments to strike Zhao Wenzuo from afar, let out a desperate roar and threw the talisman at the bear demon. Boom! With a loud explosion, both figures were blasted away. Ding Hai's limbs were shattered, his head blown off, and he died on the spot. The bear demon was severely injured as well, its fur charred black, burned off in patches, and it had lost one eye. Not long after Zhao Wenzuo left, the howling of the wolves could be heard in the distance. The arrival of the wolves meant that no one would survive. Su He, no longer in the mood to pay attention to the events, just wanted to finish up quickly and find another place. He couldn't stay here any longer. Not only had many people died, but the place was also filled with the smell of alcohol. Su He seriously suspected that he had offended the mountain god and was cursed. Had he ever offended anyone? This place was not suitable for staying. Restoring his energy was the priority. Su He took a deep breath, practiced his breathing technique, and absorbed the spiritual energy from the air. Gradually, a large amount of spiritual energy was released from the wine and elixirs, entering his body and slowly warming his icy cold body. Su He's gaze froze as he looked at the wine. This was a spirit wine consumed by cultivators, infused with herbs, poisonous snakes, turtles, and other spiritual items, already possessing considerable spirituality. It had further increased its spiritual energy by merging with elixirs. Just a whiff made Su He feel the surge of spiritual energy. Humans say that young people shouldn't drink, but I'm an adult now, so it should be fine to try a little, right? Su He hesitated for a moment before deciding to take a sip. He first licked a drop with his tongue, and instantly, a spicy sensation spread through his body, not only sharpening his mind but also raising his body temperature. Su He waited for a while and found no abnormality. The spiciness gradually faded. What a strange taste. He licked a few more drops, the fiery sensation surging again, a wave of heat rushing to his brain, warming his cold body rapidly, and the numbness dissipated, leaving a slight euphoria. Su He's eyes lit up. He bent down and took a big gulp, the spicy liquid flowing down his throat, directly reaching his brain, and the dizzy feeling intensified. I'm getting drunk, I can't stand it. Su He no longer hesitated, absorbing all the spirit wine in the cave, leaving none behind. He even swallowed the earth the wine had seeped into. At this moment, torrents of scorching and violent energy surged into his meridians and flesh. Su He felt as though his stomach was on fire, intensely hot, and the heat spread throughout his body, almost unbearable. But soon, he adapted to the feeling. What an incredible after effect. Is this what alcohol does? Haha. Su He was overjoyed and quickly focused on refining the energy. As time went by, Su-hei suddenly felt his consciousness drifting away from his body, as if he was floating in the sky. What's happening? Su-hei looked up at the cave entrance, which seemed to split into 3, 5, 8. Why has the entrance become 8? Su-hei's face showed confusion. His body became increasingly hot, with boundless energy flowing out. He felt he had endless strength to release. A surge of restless emotion suddenly surged into his brain. Su-hei let out a furious roar, slamming his tail against the stone wall with immense force, and his body shot towards the cave entrance. With a tremendous boom, the entire cave collapsed under the immense power, debris flying everywhere as if a bomb had exploded underground, causing the ground to shake violently. The wolf pack was startled and looked around in confusion. They saw a black, slender shadow shoot up from the distance and fall to the ground. When they realized it was just a snake blasted away, the wolves ignored it and continued eating. The cold wind blew, rustling the forest, and snowflakes fell. Snow began to blanket the ground, covering everything in a layer of white. Before long, the world was a vast expanse of whiteness. At this moment, wolves surged from all directions, pouncing on the corpses, and even the few survivors were mercilessly attacked by the wolves, their screams echoing through the air. As for the giant bear demon, one of its eyes was blinded, its fur was mostly burned off, and it limped, likely with broken bones. The wolves circled the bear, eyeing it menacingly. Initially, 2 wolves charged, but they were swatted dead by the bear demon and did not dare to approach again. Roar! The bear demon roared in anger, and the wolves retreated, unwilling to provoke it. Su-hei looked at the snowy forest, feeling as if the sky was spinning and the earth was no longer solid. His snake skin was red and hot, and the ice and snow it touched were melting. Beyond the intense heat and dizziness, he also felt hunger, an overwhelming hunger. I'm so hungry. So many rabbits. Su-hei stared at the starving wolves attacking humans with suspicion. In his sight, countless rabbits appeared, splitting into 2, then 4, and increasing in number, densely packed. Out of curiosity, Su-hei climbed up, only to find that the rabbits not only did not run away but instead bared their teeth and growled at him. Damn it, rabbits daring to be arrogant, do you think you're wolves or something? Su-hei's temper flared, and without saying a word, he charged and bit down on a wolf that was growling at him, swallowing it whole. Muscles in his body tensed, and a cracking sound echoed from within as the demon god cauldron automatically activated. The terrifyingly fast digestion of the evil wolf began. The digestion speed was unprecedented. The massive body of the recently devoured wolf rapidly shrank, and in just a few breaths, Su-hei returned to his normal size, expelling a pile of black ash. Everything happened so quickly that the surrounding wolves only noticed their companion was missing after the fact. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Su-hei once again lunged at another starving wolf, opening his bloody maw and biting down on its head. With a contraction of his throat, the entire wolf was swallowed instantly. The wolf pack was thrown into chaos, retreating in fear. They had all seen that this serpent was attacking them. In the blink of an eye, it had devoured 2 wolves. At this moment, Su-hei burped and expelled more black ash, digestion completed. Not enough. Su-hei flicked his tail and darted off like a phantom in the snow, targeting another wolf. He bit down, toppled it, and swallowed it in one smooth motion. In just 2 breaths, another wolf was consumed. The wolf pack was in total disarray, fleeing in panic. Just as they dared not attack the bear demon, now faced with Su-hei's onslaught, the wolves were terrified, their escape routes leaving them food behind. Su-hei, seizing the opportunity, sped up like lightning, devouring one wolf after another with insatiable hunger. In an instant, 4 more wolves were swallowed, their resistance non-existent, vanishing the moment he got close. It was as if Su-hei was consuming mere chicks. Little rabbits, don't run away. As he consumed the wolves, Su-hei's eyes grew even more excited. He felt an emptiness, as if he were a beast that had been starving for a long time, with no sign of satiety. The demon god cauldron also frantically refined chi and blood, emitting a constant craving. Su-hei was driven by his most primal instinct, the instinct to kill. Su-hei charged forward, swallowing the wolves one by one. Every target he focused on met with an inevitable end. In no time, the wolf pack was reduced to mere scattered remnants, disappearing without a trace. It was only at this point that Su-hei let out a full burp, and his digestion slowed down. Despite eating so much, he still felt something was missing. Su-hei's gaze shifted, and he looked to the side. Yuwa! A roar came from ahead. The bear demon glared at Su-hei with a pair of sinister eyes, baring its teeth and growling warnings from its throat. Su-hei showed no fear. He coiled his serpent body, raising his head high to scrutinize the creature before him. Su-hei couldn't help but gasp in amazement. My heavens! What a fat pig! How did this pig get so big? At this moment, Su-hei regarded the bear demon as a fat pig. It was the largest pig he had ever seen, standing 4 meters tall. Could he even swallow it? Doesn't matter, I'll swallow it first, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Su-hei made a sudden dash towards the bear demon. Roar. The bear demon roared in anger. Despite its injuries and a blind eye, it would not tolerate any beast challenging its territory. It raised its bare paw and swiped at Su-hei, creating a fierce wind with a hint of thunder and lightning. But to Su-hei, it seemed like the fat pig was lifting its trotters to strike him. Damn, even fat pigs can fight back now. Su-hei, though dazed, reacted with extraordinary speed, maneuvering in a bizarre way. In midair, Su-hei bent his body like a rubber band, dodging the attack and hanging onto the bear demon's paw. The fierce wind didn't blow Su-hei away. Instead, he used the momentum to propel himself onto the bear demon's face. The tip of Su-hei's tail, with its scales upright like a sharp sword, stabbed into the bear demon's eye. Shush! Roar! The bear demon let out a horrifying scream, frantically slapping its face with its paws, trying to knock Su-hei off. Ouch! Su-hei was thrown away but felt no pain, only increased anger. How dare a fat pig hit me? Watch me bite off your pig head. Su-hei raged and lunged again, biting into the bear demon's face. Roar! The bear demon cried out in agony, grabbing Su-hei's body. Su-hei retaliated by slashing with his tail, severing the bear demon's paw. Even pigs dare to resist? I'll make you regret it. Su-hei's eyes were fierce as his body slammed into the ground and sprang up again. His massive tail whipped like a whip, striking the bear demon's face. Blinded, the bear demon couldn't see and wildly flailed its paws. Wham! A cracking sound echoed as the massive bear demon's head was sent flying, like a soccer ball, crashing into a tree and falling to the ground, motionless. The bear demon's body froze and slowly fell to the ground moments later. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Su-hei, still unsatisfied, charged forward and relentlessly struck the corpse, turning the bear demon into a meat patty. Only at this moment did Su-hei start to catch his breath, his body exuding heat as it gradually cooled down. The cold wind blew, and snowflakes fell. Su-hei shivered and observed the surroundings. That's right, there are bear demons and wolf packs nearby. I can't delay any further or they'll come and snatch my food. I must eat it quickly. Su-hei, even in his dreams, remained cautious and unwilling to be careless. Without hesitation, he bit into the bear demon's leg, swallowing it from the bottom up. However, the bear demon was too large, 4 meters long, while Su-hei was only a 2-meter small creature. After swallowing a small portion, he could no longer continue. But when it came to eating, Su-hei refused to back down. He could be hesitant in battles, and cautious in dangerous situations, but if he hesitated when eating, he'd rather slam his head against a wall and quickly reincarnate. I'll swallow, I need to get it down. Su-hei's snake skin tightened, showcasing his remarkable flexibility as he continued to force the food down. Before long, the entire bear demon was completely swallowed. At this point, Su-hei had grown to an astonishing 4 meters in length, his body swollen into a small hill, bloated and elongated, resembling an oval shape, with his scales stretched tight. He perfectly embodied the concept of being too greedy, a serpent trying to swallow an elephant. Su-hei simply couldn't move anymore, lacking even the strength to crawl. His mouth could no longer close, and he immediately blacked out and fell unconscious. After Su-hei fainted, the demon god cauldron activated automatically, drawing the bear meat inside and quickly refining it. Intense heat and vitality surged into Su-hei's muscles and bones, reviving him once more. Su-hei opened his eyes, and the scene before him had become clear. His head was no longer dizzy, his body was no longer hot, and his vision was restored. Where is this? How did I get out? Su-hei's face changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to crawl back into the snake's den. Outside, there were many wolves and a bear demon at the mid-stage of spiritual enlightenment, creatures he could not provoke. But he was soon horrified to find that his body had become swollen like a large ball, nearly 4 meters long, as if he had swallowed a gigantic entity. Struggling to move several meters back, Su-hei looked around in confusion. Snow continued to fall, covering the world in a blanket of white. The wolf pack had long vanished, and the bear demon was nowhere to be seen. Su-hei felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer, causing intense pain. What just happened? His head throbbed, and fragmented memories surged back, quickly piecing together the events. Earlier, in the snake's den, he had accidentally drunk too much alcohol, his body overheated, and he wanted to cool off. He had eaten a lot of rabbits and apparently even a pig, but in this icy world, how could there be a pig? Su-hei realized with shock that the wolves he had thought were rabbits were, in fact, wolves. As for the so-called pig, Su-hei swallowed hard and looked at the black bear's head lying under a tree, staring back at him. I didn't mean to. Su-hei felt a bitter pang in his heart. This was a bear demon at the mid-stage of spiritual enlightenment, capable of killing snake catchers with a single slap. Even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare to provoke it. He had only been drunk and foolishly ended up killing the bear demon. It was dangerous. He could have lost his life. Su-hei was deeply afraid, and he vowed never to drink alcohol again. If there's anyone to blame, it's humanity. Not only did they kill their own, but they also killed you, my demon brother. If you're angry, go after them, don't come after me. Su-hei silently muttered these words, bowed deeply, and crawled forward to swallow the bear's head. JNN. This place was no longer safe. He couldn't return to his original spot, so Su-hei had to find a new wintering place. Taking a deep breath and using his remaining strength, Su-hei crawled outside. At this moment, he felt waves of pain not only from swallowing but also from the bear demon's slap. Su-hei recalled the battle, it had been excruciating. Facing such a gigantic beast, charging at it head-on was suicide. Fortunately, his tough hide only resulted in a few broken bones, otherwise, a normal snake demon would have been killed multiple times over by a single slap. Su-hei could barely crawl, he had to wriggle like a worm, moving forward with the help of his tail scales. Fortunately, his speed was not slow. Having lived in the mountains for many years, Suhei was familiar with the terrain and had prepared several wintering spots. Soon, Suhei reached a crevice in the mountain rock, where a hidden pond lay below. The pond was frozen, and Suhei crawled into the crevice, breaking through the ice and diving into the icy water. The entrance to the pond was small, but the interior was vast, connected to a cave. It was extremely concealed, one of Suhei's pre-selected wintering spots. He swam for a while, then surfaced and entered the cave. The cave was pitch black, and Suhei preferred this kind of environment. He lay on the ground, absorbed in digesting the bear demon meat, breathing and nurturing. The snow continued to fall heavily, and the strong wind outside buried the corpses. It was as if everything had never happened. That night, the government immediately organized a search team, arriving at the scene but only finding the scattered and snow-covered corpses. The news spread back to the village, causing shock and grief everywhere. Zhao Wenzuo stood at the back of the crowd, his eyes red, kneeling and crying. Next to him stood a woman in a red Taoist robe, frowning. Junior brother Zhao, did you say there was a bear demon at the mid-stage of spiritual enlightenment here? The woman in the red robe asked, puzzled. Yes, I didn't expect the bear demon to be so strong. Senior brother Ding died protecting me, Zhao Wenzuo said with deep sorrow. Soon, they found Ding Hai's dismembered corpse. His storage bag was destroyed, and everything was gone, though his eyes remained open, filled with resentment as if staring at Zhao Wenzuo. Feigning anger, Zhao Wenzuo said, Senior sister, that bear demon must have been heavily injured by a mid-level fire explosion talisman. We should go into the mountains to eliminate the demon and avenge our senior brother. Absolutely not. A bear demon at the mid-stage of spiritual enlightenment is far more formidable than you think. Moreover, being a bear demon, its vitality is tenacious. Injured, it will only become more ferocious. It is not something we can handle. The woman in the red robe interrupted him sternly. Zhao Wenzuo quickly bowed. Senior sister, your guidance is wise. Outwardly, Zhao Wenzuo appeared naive, but in reality, he was quite clear about the bear demon's strength. That bear demon had reached the 5th level of spiritual enlightenment, and a fire explosion talisman could not have injured it significantly. The woman in the red robe grew suspicious. Why would Zhao Wenzuo and Ding Hai need to bring 30 people to the mountains to capture snakes? Clearly, they had ulterior motives, but with no survivors, she couldn't gather more information. Regardless, it's fortunate that you survived. Ding Hai's death was an accident. I will explain it to the master, the woman in the red robe said calmly. Thank you, senior sister Song. Zhao Wenzuo bowed deeply. In the pitch-black cave, a massive shadow lay in the corner, its body rising and falling with rhythmic breaths, emitting white smoke. This enormous shadow was Suhei, hibernating. At this moment, the spiritual energy mist within the demon god cauldron had expanded to fill the entire cauldron, a sign of reaching the 2nd level of spiritual enlightenment. Suddenly, Suhei's body trembled violently, and the spiritual energy mist within the cauldron compressed rapidly, shrinking to a point. Although the area had shrunk, the concentration of the spiritual energy had increased by more than 10 times, nearly becoming tangible. At the same time, an immense force burst forth, spreading throughout his body. Suhei's bones cracked and thundered like a storm, and his flesh underwent a transformation. An old snake skin fell off, replaced by a more resilient new skin. Spiritual enlightenment, 3rd level? This was a critical juncture. The next 4 levels would lead to the mid-stage of spiritual enlightenment, marking a significant difference from the early stage. At this moment, there was still plenty of the bear demon's blood and chi left, and Suhei continued to absorb and refine it at an incredible speed. Outside Chen family town, in a dilapidated mountain temple. The place was desolate, with only some beggars frozen to death, no other figures in sight. According to old tales, this place was not a mountain god's temple but a place of an evil deity. It had seen several murders, causing fear among people. Outside Chen family town, there is an ancient mountain god temple, whose construction dates back to an unknown time but has been standing for over a century. The statue's appearance has weathered so much that its full form is no longer discernible. It is said that strange occurrences frequently happen here, and no one dares to approach, leading to its gradual desolation. This year, not even beggars are seen around, with only a stray wild dog roaming in and out in search of food. Suddenly, the massive statue in the center trembles slightly, shaking off all the dust and snow accumulated. Woof! The big black dog, frightened, rolls and crawls away from the temple in terror. From within the statue, a faint sigh is heard. After 200 years, this seed has finally awakened. It's time to find a new body. Unfortunately, the last 2 bodies were destroyed by that little beast. That little beast is also considered half a disciple of mine. When he comes next time, I must make him find a perfect body for me. Unknowingly, 3 months have passed. Winter has gone, and spring has arrived, bringing the revival of all things and the melting of ice and snow. The villagers of Snake Village have begun the New Year's sowing, but compared to previous years, this year's farmers are noticeably fewer. In the deep mountains and forests, everything is bursting with new life, whether plants or animals. The hibernating snakes are awakening from their burrows and starting their foraging for the new year. Inside the underground cave, as the temperature gradually rises, water droplets seep from the rock layers on the ceiling, falling onto the ground and forming small puddles. Suhei, who had been in deep slumber, finally opens his eyes. After a winter's hibernation, Suhei's body feels somewhat stiff. He practices breathing and nurturing, and the spiritual energy flows through his meridians, slowly restoring him. Suhei inspects his body. At this moment, the spiritual energy mist within the demon god cauldron has expanded again, covering 80% of the area from a small breakthrough. 80% of this was obtained from devouring the bear demon. This surprises Suhei slightly. The bear demon's flesh not only allowed him to break through but also brought him directly to the peak of the 3rd level spiritual beast. It seems that reaching the 4th level is not far off. The black golden scales on the tip of his tail have also reached 6 pieces. It's true that greater risks bring greater rewards. Relying solely on peaceful cultivation makes it difficult to make progress. Only through devouring and plundering can one advance. Suhei thinks to himself. Suhei spreads his divine sense. Now, his divine sense can extend up to 30 meters, a significant improvement from the initial stage. According to memory, only humans at the mid-stage of chi refinement can initially use divine sense, but it doesn't exceed 10 meters. What's going on with me? Suhei is puzzled. Just like Chen Fan, who could use divine sense from the beginning, perhaps their talents are extraordinary. During these 3 months of hibernation, human knowledge and memories often surfaced, including both cultivation knowledge and advanced thoughts. Some of these have deeply inspired Suhei. He often reviews his actions, finding many immature aspects. For example, eating human food is clearly a foolish behavior. If someone wanted to scheme against him, they could easily manipulate it. A few days later, as the temperature rises again, Suhei starts moving. He crawls around the cave, stretching his muscles and bones. Although it is dark, he has scanned the area within 30 meters with his divine sense. The cave is vast, deep, and narrow, with an unknown destination. Nearby, there is a pond, a place he passed when he entered. However, the pond is empty of any creatures, not even insects. At the bottom lies a solitary large black stone. Suhei jumps into the pond and swims to the shore. He doesn't linger, immediately climbing up the steep rocks to land. The pond seems somewhat eerie, and Suhei has no intention of exploring it further. He'll leave that to others once his cultivation is stronger. With the warm sun shining, it is the early spring season. The snow melts, flowing from the mountains, gathering in the mountain stream and forming a waterfall. Suhei reaches a pond, where he catches some frogs, a few river clams, and crabs. This place is teeming with life. Suhei's divine sense scans and finds hundreds of creatures, and he immediately starts devouring them one by one. He also discovers some snakes that have just ended their hibernation and devours them as well. It is only at this point that Suhei feels somewhat full. There's too much food here. I should move to another place to hunt. Suppressing his urge to continue hunting, Suhei leaves the pond and heads to the next location. In spring, food is abundant. In the past, he would have devoured everything here without hesitation. But now, he has realized something. During his hibernation, he acquired a new concept called ecological balance. If a certain species in an area is lost in large numbers, it will gradually become extinct, leading to extinction. For Suhei, this is undoubtedly a nightmare. At that time, he would be forced to go down the mountain to seek food and drink from human villages, significantly increasing the risk. Moreover, he now consciously spares pregnant female beasts or those with young to ensure their successful reproduction. Even the hunters from Snake Village will release young fish when caught. My appetite is large, but it is still much smaller compared to endless human consumption. As long as I control it a little and occupy 2 more mountain peaks, I can certainly be self-sufficient. Suhei thinks to himself. As time passes, Suhei continues to roam between 2 mountain peaks, dealing with competitors one by one. As long as no other fierce beasts intrude, he is the only ruler here. With divine sense monitoring, he has a general understanding of the species on these 2 mountains. Suhei counted the animals in the vicinity, 25 roe deer, 20 wild boars, 30 muntjacs, and hundreds of rabbits. There are also monkeys, cicadere, wild goats, and lynxes, totaling over 100. Suhei had only counted the larger animals that could satiate him with just 1 meal. For the smaller creatures such as rodents, amphibians, birds, and fish, he couldn't keep track. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. As long as these species continued to thrive and he didn't overeat, he would be self-sufficient. He didn't dare venture into other mountain ranges because of the scent markings left by the demon beasts. Instead, he marked the edges of his territory. He made a trip back to Snake Village and noticed that Wang Xiaoniu, the young boy he had seen last year, had grown taller and matured. However, Wang Denyu, Wang Xiaoniu's father, was missing. There was only a solitary grave in the watermelon field. Suhei sighed and left. He had passed by the mountain god temple outside Chen family town once before, intending to offer incense and pray. He even brought a mountain chicken as an offering. But as he approached, he couldn't bring himself to part with the chicken, so he ate it and left. Another month passed. One day, Suhei left his territory and ventured into the deep mountains. His direction was precise, as if guided by a clear path, leading him to a specific place. Unknowingly, he arrived at a valley. It was a basin-like terrain, surrounded by mountains, with damp and chilly air. The ground was dotted with water puddles and numerous snake holes. A casual sweep with his divine sense revealed no less than 10 snakes. This valley was known as the Valley of Serpents. Suhei had been drawn to this place by the scent of his kind. Every year during this season, he would come here as it had become a habit. This was the breeding season for snakes. As an adult male black snake, although Suhei didn't know his exact species, he had left many offspring here over the years. There was a chance that his descendants might be among the snakes he sensed. Of course, he had no clear memory of these matters. This year, however, he wasn't here to breed but had recalled an important matter. The 10,000 Serpent Valley is lush with greenery, overgrown with weeds, and dotted with pools of water. The sunken terrain creates a damp climate, with standing water that attracts mosquitoes, snakes, and ants. Spiritual energy from heaven and earth often gathers here, leading to the growth of some spiritual herbs. The most famous of these is the snake fruit located at the deepest part of the valley. Suhei dove into a pool and swam toward the depths of the 10,000 Serpent Valley. Before long, he reached the end of the valley. The soil here was soft and wet, with no weeds, only a small tree growing on a high slope, having absorbed all the nutrients. The tree was small, about the height of a person, and bore 3 pitch-black fruits. Snake fruit. Suhei stared at the fruit on the tree with burning eyes. The snake fruit, as the name suggests, is an extremely attractive fruit for snakes. Consuming it can enhance their physical abilities and has a certain chance of transforming them into snake demons. Years ago, Suhei had become the fearsome old snake king after consuming a snake fruit. The snake fruit matures every 3 years. Calculating the time, this year is when it matures again. Back then, Suhei did not know the purpose of the snake fruit and had merely consumed it by instinct. Only after gaining human knowledge did he understand the true value of the snake fruit. Not only can it be consumed directly, but it can also be used in alchemy, making it very valuable. The reason the 10,000 Serpent Valley attracts so many snakes is partly due to the breeding season and partly because of the snake fruit. 3 years ago, I only consumed 1 snake fruit. This time, if I consume all 3 at once, I wonder if I can break through to the 4th level of the Spirit Enlightenment stage. T/N, Spirit Enlightenment stage or Spiritual Beast. Suhei thought to himself. Once he reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Enlightenment stage, he could use some spells, no longer relying solely on physical combat. This would be a qualitative leap. Before the snake fruit fully matures, it does not emit any fragrance, and its energy is very mixed. Only when it is fully mature does it exert its medicinal effects and emit a strong aroma that attracts snakes to consume it. According to Suhei's estimation, the maturity time is just in the next few days. Don't get too excited too soon. Let's see if there are any dangers nearby. Suhei left the fruit tree, sinking into the swamp, and extended his divine sense to observe the surroundings. The 10,000 Serpent Valley is not very large. Suhei spent an hour wandering around and did not find any dangers. Except for a few eagles circling in the sky, preying on the snakes, there was nothing else. The presence of these eagles is normal, given that the valley is full of snakes and insects, attracting some natural predators. These eagles pose no threat to Suhei, and unless they are demon beasts, he has no interest in them. However, Suhei vaguely felt that such a place where spiritual herbs grow should be guarded by demon beasts. Suhei suddenly froze. Isn't he a demon beast himself? After resting for a while, he planned to continue exploring the periphery. At this moment, a female white snake slithered towards him. The white snake was about a meter long, resembling him in shape but different in color. It was likely attracted by Suhei's scent. Suhei was not interested in such wild beasts now. For cultivation purposes, only a powerful snake demon would be of any benefit. Suhei was about to leave. Suddenly, he felt that the white snake seemed somewhat familiar, both in aura and appearance. The white snake stopped about 10 feet away from Suhei, lying still on the ground, observing him silently. Its gaze was calm, and it made no sound, indicating it meant no harm. I remember now. This is an old friend. Every time I return, she comes to find me. Suhei realized that the white snake had memorized his scent and could track him whenever he returned. Usually, it's males that follow females, but this white snake was an exception. Suhei thought of a saying and sighed, "We are separated by immortality and mortality. Let us part ways here." He made a rustling sound and turned to leave. It was a pity he did not have a forgetfulness elixir, otherwise, he could have given her one. Of course, it's more likely that Suhei was being sentimental. Snakes generally do not have emotions. Even demon beasts with spiritual awareness mostly act on instinct, unlike Suhei. After Suhei left, the white snake followed him for a while. Suhei suddenly accelerated, shaking off the white snake, and disappeared from sight. In a blink of an eye, several days passed, and the day of the snake fruit's maturity arrived. Outside the 10,000 Serpent Valley, 2 figures arrived simultaneously, one in front of the other. The 2 stood on a tree, exuding a strong smell of realgar, causing nearby snakes to avoid them, repelled by the odor. These 2 were a man and a woman, dressed respectively in dark green python robes and red Taoist robes. If Suhei were present, he would recognize the young man as Zhao Wenzuo. The woman in the red Taoist robe was his senior sister, Song Xiao. Senior sister Song, this is the 10,000 Serpent Valley that Ding Shixing and I discovered. The spiritual snake fruit is inside. Zhao Wenzuo pointed to the valley, bowing and showing a flattering expression. You did well. Song Xiao nodded in satisfaction. She had already sensed something strange about the events that day. Ding Hai had gathered many villagers, clearly searching for something. So, she investigated secretly. When she uncovered some clues, Zhao Wenzuo had eagerly spilled all the information. He even revealed the details about Ding Hai disturbing the bear demon and causing the villagers' deaths. As for the rest, she did not press further. I won't take advantage of you, we'll split the snake fruit evenly, is that all right? Song Xia said calmly. Zhao Wenzuo was instantly excited, cupping his hands in thanks. Thank you, senior sister. However, senior sister, any spiritual herbs are usually guarded by demon beasts, so we must be cautious. Zhao Wenzuo said seriously. Song Xia nodded slightly, then coldly smiled and said, don't worry, senior sister is well prepared. The only snake demon in this area is the old snake king. If it dares to appear, I can use its snake gallbladder for medicine. Zhao Wenzuo immediately laughed heartily. Haha, what a coincidence? Junior brother is also well prepared specifically for dealing with the old snake king. After saying this, Zhao Wenzuo took out a snake-shaped flute and showed it off. Song Xia smiled knowingly and said no more. She took out a yellowish clay block and applied it to herself. This was the cinnabar powder made by snake catchers, which could repel snakes and insects. As long as they smelled this odor from afar, snakes would avoid it automatically and it had a certain effect on snake demons as well. Zhao Wenzuo did the same, and after finishing, the two entered the Valley of Serpents one in front of the other. That day, Su He was lying on a large rock, practicing his breathing techniques. The white snake was lying not far away, always watching him. Aside from when it was hunting, the white snake stayed close to Su He. Su He did not mind, after all, it was a semi-familiar face. Once it finished eating the snake fruit, it would leave. At this moment, the white snake, which had been still, seemed to catch a whiff of something and quickly slithered away. Su He was taken aback. Meanwhile, in the distant grass, there was a constant rustling sound. All the snakes seemed to be retreating, heading in the same direction. What's going on? Su He wondered. The next moment, a nauseating smell hit him, almost making him vomit. Damn it, what is this smell? Su He couldn't describe the stench. In human terms, it was like a mixture of rotten eggs, feces, and urine, a terrible, nauseating stench. 1 whiff made him gag, 2 whiffs made him vomit, and 3 whiffs almost made him pass out. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Su He almost couldn't control his body's urge to flee. Who could stand this? However, his rationality won over his instinctive reaction. Something unusual must be happening. Su He forced himself to endure the smell, holding his breath, and looked ahead. He saw a man and a woman walking through the marsh, advancing deeper into the area. As they walked, they scattered yellow powder, and the snakes and insects all retreated, indicating it was the cinnabar powder which snakes were extremely afraid of. Some snakes that didn't manage to escape in time were even fainted or poisoned to death. Another dem snake catcher. Su He immediately recognized the man as Zhao Wenzuo. Su He had witnessed Zhao Wenzuo's scheming before, and although he didn't recognize the woman, Zhao Wenzuo seemed to be trying to curry favor with her. They must be here for the snake fruit as well. Su He looked at the direction they were heading, which was precisely where the snake fruit was located. The snake fruit, besides being ingested, could also be used to refine pills, benefiting human cultivation. It was a rare and precious material. Had it been before, Su He would have been afraid of the snake catchers and might have fled. But now, he felt confident. In human terms he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage, and in terms of cultivation, he was not weaker than the others. Snake catchers were not invincible. Su He had easily killed them before, and he was much stronger than those creatures. Su He pondered for a while, then hid in the water and quietly followed. His small size, only 2 meters long even after a year, made him well suited for concealment, which was his advantage. JNN. Su He didn't act immediately, he just wanted to observe first. What if these two suddenly turned against each other? That would be a fine human tradition. Senior sister Song, what if the old Snake King doesn't show up? Zhao Wenzuo asked with a smile. Song Xia glanced at him and replied, the old Snake King has lived for over 10 years and is nearing the end of its lifespan. The spiritual snake fruit is crucial for it. If it doesn't eat it, it will age and die. It can't possibly not show up. Su He was startled upon hearing their conversation. It lived for over 10 years? He had no idea. Although he had forgotten exactly how long he had lived, he clearly remembered that the snake fruit had ripened 3 years ago. This was something he could not mistake. It was also in these 3 years that he had repeatedly eaten humans, which earned him the title of the old Snake King. But listening to this woman, he was supposed to have lived for 10 years? Looking at Zhao Wenzuo's expression, it didn't seem unusual to him. He even nodded in realization. This made Su He even more confused. Am I really that old? The lifespan of snakes is generally about 10 years. Even for a spirit communion stage snake demon, 20 years is the limit. After more than 10 years, it was almost old enough to die, and Su He couldn't possibly not notice it. His bodily functions were clearly increasing day by day, with no signs of aging at all. What nonsense is this woman spouting? You're the one who's old. JNN. Su He cursed inwardly. But then, Su He suddenly froze. Old Snake King, this nickname itself carried the word old, which clearly symbolized longevity. Su He had gotten used to being called Old Snake King and never analyzed why he was called that. Am I really old? Why do they call me that? Su He frowned deeply, suddenly feeling that things were not so simple. Su He scanned the myriad serpent valley with his divine sense. There were thousands of snakes, many of which were similar to him, even identical. For instance, that white snake was of the same species as him, only its color had mutated. Although Su He was a snake demon with limited knowledge, he wasn't stupid. After careful analysis, Su He suddenly thought of a possibility. His pupils dilated, and his breathing became rapid. Could it be? Su He's eyes widened as he submerged into the water, quietly following behind. He watched as the two people got closer and closer to the serpent fruit tree. Their timing was perfect. The serpent fruit tree was maturing today. And at that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake, and the water in the puddles rippled as if an earthquake had occurred. Su He immediately stopped moving and observed in secret. The two people ahead also halted. Zhao Wenzuo looked tense, clutching his storage bag, while Song Xiu had a disdainful expression. Sure enough, it's here. Song Xiu sneered coldly, retreating rapidly. In the next moment, the ground below suddenly exploded, sending dirt flying. A massive, pitch-black figure emerged from the soil. As soon as this figure appeared, it opened its bloody maw and lunged at Song Xiu, its venomous fangs gleaming coldly. The old Snake King has appeared. Zhao Wenzuo exclaimed in shock. Song Xiu was prepared. With a wave of her jade hand, a golden talisman shot out, forming a soft shield. The black venomous fangs struck the golden shield and sank into it, as if trapped in a quagmire. What is this? Su He immediately focused his attention. He saw that the black figure was a giant snake, identical in appearance to him, with an oval head, pale golden pupils, and triangular scales. In terms of appearance, it was exactly the same as Su He, clearly the same species. However, its size was much larger, about 8 meters long and as thick as a barrel, with a ferocious face and enormous venomous fangs. From a distance, it looked like a larger version of Su He. Seeing this snake and the expressions of the two people, Su He was deeply shocked. This is the real old Snake King. I'm a fake. Su He finally understood the truth. In his mind, he quickly analyzed the cause and effect of the situation. For more than 10 years, this old Snake King had wreaked havoc, acting tyrannically, eating countless people, and earning a notorious reputation. But as it aged, it reduced its frequency of eating people. 3 years ago, it almost never appeared. Coincidentally, 3 years ago, Su He emerged, continuously eating people. As a result, people mistook him for the old Snake King. If not for the difference in size, the two snakes looked almost identical, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Except for the black gold scales at the tip of his tail, which were unique to Su He. Su He wondered if this was some relative of his, but snakes had no concept of relatives. They were cold-blooded animals, only attracted to each other during the breeding season. Outside the breeding season, they would kill each other for territory and food, regardless of any familial ties. Even in the myriad Serpent Valley, many male snakes fought fiercely for mates. No wonder every time I appeared, I attracted snake catchers. It turns out I was taking the blame for you. After understanding the truth, Su He felt conflicted. This was the first time he had seen another snake demon besides himself. At this moment, the old Snake King was displaying extremely fierce strength. Despite its age, its combat power was not weak at all. It was immensely powerful, with sharp venomous fangs, shattering Song Xiu's golden shield talisman in one strike. Song Xiu took out a copper bell, which rapidly enlarged in her palm and blocked in front of her. Clang! The old Snake King collided with the copper bell, causing it to hum loudly. Visible sound waves swept out, making the old Snake King dizzy and briefly stunned. Song Xiu threw a dart, which struck the scales with a crisp ding sound, only penetrating slightly. What tough scales? If these snake scales were skinned, they could definitely be refined into a treasure armor. Song Xiu's eyes burned with desire. She retreated rapidly, throwing darts as she moved, all hitting their mark. Although the darts didn't penetrate deeply, they completely enraged the old Snake King, which lunged forward in fury. Retreat! Song Xiu shouted. Zhao Wenzuo quickly retreated. The old Snake King, blinded by rage, chased after the two. Song Xiu kept throwing darts, while Zhao Wenzuo used talismans to unleash wind blades, leaving shallow wounds on the old Snake King's scales. The two fought while retreating, using various talismans, darts, and hidden weapons, essentially throwing money at the problem. Every time the old Snake King charged, it was blocked by the copper bell, getting dizzy and briefly stunned, much to its annoyance. So this is a human's magical treasure. Su He followed from behind, his eyes burning with curiosity. It was the first time he had seen a battle between humans and demonic beasts that was evenly matched. The fighting styles of both sides were vastly different. One side used magical treasures and talismans for long-range attacks, retreating while fighting, not allowing the enemy to get close. The other side kept closing in, relying mainly on close combat. Demonic beasts had strong physical bodies, and if human cultivators got too close, they would die, just like Ding Hai, who was severely injured by a bear demon with one slap. So far, Su He had only fought with demonic beasts and had never faced a human cultivator. Su He simulated in his mind what he would do if he encountered such a situation, where the enemy kept retreating while fighting, making it impossible to catch up. Both of them had a swift wind talisman on their feet, making them incredibly fast and capable of brief aerial maneuvers. Su He estimated that their speed was about half of his full speed. However, throughout the fight, only Song Xiu used magical treasures, while Zhao Wenzuo held back. The two seemed confident and at ease, clearly having more tricks up their sleeves. What should I do? Help them, or eat the serpent fruit and run? Su-hei hesitated. The serpent fruit was not yet mature, its energy chaotic, and eating it might not be beneficial. But if pushed to the limit, he would rather destroy it than let it fall into human hands. At this moment, the two humans and the snake had chased each other out of the myriad serpent valley, with the sounds of battle still echoing from afar. Forget it. Since we're both snake demons, I'll secretly help it. Su-hei quietly followed. After swimming a certain distance. At that moment, a strange noise came from behind the serpent fruit tree. Who's there? Su-hei's eyes widened, and he immediately turned back, flashing away. He saw a young man in grey clothes, carrying a bamboo basket and a hoe, approaching the serpent fruit tree. The young man's bamboo basket was filled with herbs, and his attire made him look like a mountain herb gatherer, with his body covered in sulfur to repel insects and snakes. He reached the serpent fruit tree, raised his hoe, and swiftly dug up the tree. His movements were quick and decisive, as if he had prepared in advance, giving no time to react. Su-hei was too far away to stop him in time. The serpent fruit tree was not large, only about the height of a person. The herb gatherer carried it on his shoulder, heavy and cumbersome. He took a deep breath and ran towards another mountain, intending to climb over it and return. Task completed. This should fetch a good price. The herb gatherer had a simple and honest look on his face, as if he had just picked an ordinary spirit medicine. Bastard. Su-hei's eyes turned cold. He accelerated suddenly, rushing forward and swallowing the man whole. Su-hei expanded his divine sense, and from a distance, he could instantly determine the other party's cultivation level. This person had no trace of spiritual chi within him, clearly just an ordinary mortal. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-hei lunged forward and swallowed him whole. The herb gatherer didn't even have time to scream before he was inside the snake's belly, dead on the spot. Su-hei looked at the already uprooted serpent fruit tree, his heart filled with rage. It bore fruit once every 3 years, and now it had been dug up. Replanting it was obviously impossible. Those two would definitely notice something was amiss. Moreover, Su-hei's knowledge was limited to the serpent fruit itself. He knew little about the tree and wasn't sure if it could survive being replanted. Even I know to leave a bit of leeway when hunting. You humans, uprooting the tree and destroying the roots, deserve death. Su-hei was furious but helpless. At this moment, the commotion in the distance gradually subsided, and the hissing of a large snake could be heard, indicating that the battle had ended. Su-hei's mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. He opened his mouth wide, bit down on one end of the serpent fruit tree, and swallowed it whole. The serpent fruit tree wasn't very large, about 3 meters tall, with a slender trunk. It was more like a shrub than a tree. Once inside, the tree stretched Su-hei's body straight, making him look like a bamboo pole. He had expected it to be quickly digested, but it remained intact, which surprised him. He had eaten plants before: watermelons, wild fruits, grasses, even stones, and no matter what entered his body, it would immediately show signs of corrosion and digestion. The herb gatherer had been half digested in just a few breaths. But this tree remained completely undamaged. Only the edges of the leaves were shrinking at an extremely slow pace. Forget it, time to get out of here. Su-hei immediately slipped away. The undigested tree made him stiff and awkward to move. Fortunately, once he entered the pool, he could stretch and contract like a leech, allowing him to move quickly. The black gold scales at the tip of his tail flicked rapidly, increasing his speed even more. That herb gatherer was definitely instigated by someone, probably one of those two, wanting to monopolize the serpent tree. Su-hei wasn't stupid. A bit of analysis revealed the cause and effect. But he couldn't be bothered to care. He had swallowed the serpent fruit tree, now he just needed to leave and find a place to digest it, avoiding detection. Suddenly, Su-hei froze. A massive surge of energy erupted within him, an indescribable force crashing into his meridians like a wild ox, causing excruciating pain. What's happening? Su-hei was shocked. In his panic, Su-hei found a snake hole and burrowed in. The snake hole wasn't large, but Su-hei kept digging deeper with his tail, making it even deeper than his last hibernation hole. This is unbearable. Su-hei quickly looked inside his body and saw that the serpent fruit tree had unknowingly digested all its leaves and part of its bark. These barks had transformed into boundless, violent energy rampaging through his body, threatening to shatter his bones. Unable to endure it, Su-hei spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that the serpent fruit tree was poisonous, the energy was simply too overwhelming for him to handle. In fact, the serpent fruit tree was a top-grade spiritual item, suitable for consumption only in the late chi refining stage, and even then, it needed to be refined into a pill to remove impurities. Swallowing it raw would cause the violent energy to immediately rupture one's meridians, potentially leading to an explosive death. Su-hei made a quick decision and spat out the serpent fruit tree. Even after spitting it out, Su-hei was still in immense pain, with several streams of violent energy rampaging through his meridians. At this moment, the demon god cauldron suddenly absorbed all the violent energy, calming Su-hei down. That was terrifying. This serpent fruit tree is poisonous. Su-hei gasped for breath, still shaken.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. No wonder the serpent fruit tree had existed for so many years without any demonic beasts gnawing on its bark or branches. It was indeed dangerous. He had sensed it too, but in his desperation, he had no other choice but to try. Clearly, the mastermind was after the tree, with the serpent fruits being a secondary objective. At this moment, Su-hei noticed something astonishing. The spiritual chi mist inside the demon god cauldron had unknowingly expanded from 80% to 90%. The seventh scale on his tail had also completed its transformation. Suhei was stunned. When did this happen? Just now? Meanwhile, above ground, two streaks of light flew rapidly and landed where the serpent fruit tree had originally been. These two were Zhao Wenzuo and Song Xiao, who had just dealt with the old Snake King. They hadn't even used their full strength against the aged Snake King, relying on long-range attacks and strategic retreats to eventually kill it. However, before they could inspect the corpse, they discovered that the serpent fruit tree was gone. Standing on the slope, they looked at the large pit and the shovel marks on the ground, their expressions uncertain. Clearly, someone had taken advantage of their battle with the old Snake King to dig up the serpent fruit tree. Song Xiao gritted her teeth. Damn it, who did this? Zhao Wenzuo glanced at her and calmly said, Senior sister, if you needed the serpent tree, you could have just said so. Why do this behind my back? Song Xiao was taken aback and glared at Zhao Wenzuo. What do you mean? Suspecting me? Ridiculous, I haven't even suspected you yet. Junior brother Zhao, are you feeling guilty and trying to shift the blame? Suhei, deep underground, heard their conversation clearly. He didn't know who had done it. He was unfamiliar with the female cultivator, but he had witnessed Zhao Wenzuo's cunning firsthand and leaned towards suspecting him. Zhao Wenzuo examined the ground for a while and found several footprints. He said solemnly, Senior sister, this isn't the place to talk. Call your friend out, and I'll give you the serpent tree. I only want one serpent fruit. We can discuss the rest later. Song Xia angrily retorted, ridiculous. I have no such friend. If it wasn't you, then the old Snake King's commotion must have attracted other experts. Other experts? Zhao Wenzuo squinted his eyes and said coldly, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Trying to fool me with such an excuse. Song Xia stared directly at him, and Zhao Wenzuo stared back. Why aren't they fighting yet? Hurry up and fight. Suhei was getting anxious. He was tired of their bickering and wanted them to get to the part where they both got injured. Both of them reached for their storage bags simultaneously but then stopped, staring at each other without saying a word. Hurry up, start fighting. Suhei cheered them on in his mind, excited beyond measure. He loved watching such scenes, where both sides ended up worse off. At this moment, Zhao Wenzuo suddenly sighed, released his grip, and said, let's leave it to Master to decide. He took out a communication jade talisman and tossed it into the air, letting it fly towards the horizon. During this process, Song Xiao kept a close eye on him, ready to activate her copper bell at any moment, but in the end, she didn't make a move. Snap! The communication jade talisman hadn't flown far before a large hand grabbed it. A figure appeared in the distance, holding the talisman, walking on water, and quickly approached, arriving in just a few breaths. This person looked middle-aged, wearing a green python robe, with a stern face and a mustache, resembling a scholarly middle-aged man. Senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. The two were initially surprised but quickly bowed respectfully. They had no choice but to be respectful. This person was their strongest senior brother, Mu Yun. 8 years ago, Mu Yun had already broken through to the mid-Qi refining stage, reportedly reaching the 6th level of Qi refining, 3 levels higher than them. Both were secretly alarmed. Why was Mu Yun here? Mu Yun landed in front of them, seemingly aware of their confusion, and said calmly, Master knew your plans and sent me to protect you in secret. I already know what happened. Upon hearing this, the two quickly bowed and thanked him. Suhei, on the other hand, was startled. Thinking back on his recent experiences, Suhei felt a chill down his spine. How insidious, having someone secretly protect them? Luckily, I didn't act rashly, or I'd be dead by now. Suhei felt fortunate. Fighting humans was entirely different from fighting demonic beasts. You never knew what tricks humans had up their sleeves. Zhao Wenzuo hesitated for a moment, unwilling to give up, and said, Senior brother, what about the serpent tree? It wasn't me who dug it up, someone else did, Mu Yun said calmly. What? Zhao Wenzuo's eyes widened. That person was very cunning, sending a mortal to dig up the tree. Otherwise, I could have tracked them through their spiritual qi. But with a mortal, it's impossible to track, only through footprints. Mu Yun shook his head and said slowly, but unfortunately, the footprints are gone too. Everyone could see that the footprints disappeared 5 meters away from the serpent tree. Mu Yun stared at the ground, silent for a moment, then closed his eyes and spread his divine sense. Suhei quickly retracted his divine sense and remained motionless deep underground. He knew the other party's divine sense couldn't reach him, and as long as he didn't release his own divine sense, he wouldn't be discovered. Just then, the 3 serpent fruits on the serpent fruit tree beside Suhei suddenly turned a deep black, emitting a rich fragrance that seeped through the soil. The serpent fruits had ripened? The scent of the ripened serpent fruits was so strong that it couldn't be concealed, even permeating through the soil. Fing hell. Suhei nearly cursed out loud. What you fear most often comes true. Just as Suhei was worrying about when the serpent fruit would ripen, it suddenly did. The moment the serpent fruit ripened, its scent wafted through the cracks in the soil. Without hesitation, Suhei rushed forward and swallowed all 3 ripe fruits. Above ground, Mu Yun's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the ground. Just now, he sensed a slight fluctuation of spiritual power from the ripening of the serpent fruit. Though he couldn't pinpoint the exact location, he knew it was deep underground. It's underground. Without hesitation, he sank his feet into the ground and burrowed into the earth. It was a common spell among cultivators, the earth escape technique. At the mid-stage of chi refining, one could learn the 5 elements spells, gaining abilities that mortals would consider godlike. This was the fundamental difference between the mid-stage and the early stage. If one were only at the early stage, they could only rely on talismans and magical treasures to exert their strength. Underground. Zhao Wenzuo's eyes flickered, his brow furrowed. Senior Sister Song, I wrongly accused you earlier. It was all my fault, and I apologize n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Who knows what kind of expert is hiding underground? We should leave quickly to avoid causing trouble. Zhao Wenzuo cupped his fists and bowed apologetically. Song Xiao said nothing, her expression cold as she turned and left. A flash of coldness appeared in Zhao Wenzuo's eyes as he followed her. At this moment, although Su He hadn't released his divine sense, he could clearly feel the vibrations underground, and a sense of impending danger filled his heart. He's coming down. It's the earth escape technique from the 5 elements spells. Su He's mind, filled with human knowledge, had information about this technique. The opponent was coming for the serpent tree. Su He hesitated no longer, biting into the serpent tree and burrowing deeper underground. The opponent clearly didn't know the exact location and had gone in the wrong direction, failing to find Su He. After burrowing a distance, Su He spat out the serpent tree and began to fully operate his cultivation technique to digest the energy of the serpent fruit. Hurry up and refine it, hurry up, Su He roared internally. At this moment, being chased by a mid-stage chi refining cultivator, Su He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This wasn't brought by a demonic beast, but by a human. Compared to the clumsy bodies and minds of demonic beasts, the danger humans posed was more than 10 times greater, because you never knew what trump cards the opponent had, whether they were hiding their true cultivation, or if they had hidden protectors. Everything was unknown. Su He's nature was not to take risks. Without more than 90% certainty, he wouldn't make a move. Let alone now, when the opponent's cultivation surpassed his own, their magical treasures surpassed his own, and their spells were overwhelmingly superior. Su He couldn't find a single chance of winning. He could only hide. He could only run. Su He bit into the serpent tree, continuously burrowing through the ground. After escaping a certain distance, he stopped and desperately refined the serpent fruit. Meanwhile, the opponent also used the earth escape technique to pursue him. However, the speed of the earth escape technique was far slower than on land and consumed a large amount of true chi, requiring occasional pauses to adjust, which slowed the pursuit. Mu Yun had already discovered that the opponent was hiding underground. Although his divine sense couldn't lock onto the opponent, he had found the escape route. Quite the escape artist. The opponent's earth escape technique is no weaker than mine, but I wonder what their cultivation level is. No matter your cultivation level, with the magical treasure left by my master, as long as you're not a foundation establishment cultivator, I can kill you without fail. Mu Yun guessed that the opponent was likely a newbie who had just entered the mid-stage of chi refining, too scared to even show their head, only focused on running away, clearly lacking confidence in winning. This only strengthened his resolve to pursue. Daring to steal from a snake catcher, you won't escape death today. Mu Yun swallowed a rejuvenation pill, his speed suddenly increasing as he swiftly moved through the soil. Su He also pushed himself to the limit, desperately opening a path through the earth. Refine it, Su He roared internally. Suddenly, as if responding to his call, the demon god cauldron erupted with a strong suction force, drawing the serpent fruit inside. The fruit dissolved at a visible rate, releasing pure energy that nourished his entire body. Su He was overjoyed, it had finally begun. As long as the demon god cauldron was operating, he could refine while escaping, doing both simultaneously. The spiritual chi mist within the demon god cauldron quickly reached its peak. The black gold scales on Su He's tail were rapidly transforming, with the 8th scale undergoing a swift metamorphosis, faster than ever before. The 8th scale, the 9th scale, in the blink of an eye, the transformation was complete. The scale stopped at 9, seemingly reaching the limit, while the spiritual chi mist also overflowed, no longer increasing. Su He immediately realized he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, the great perfection of the 3rd layer of the spirit communion stage. For humans, this would be the great perfection of the 3rd layer of the chi refining stage. The next step would be the mid-stage. At this moment, the remaining serpent fruit in the demon god cauldron was rapidly being digested, but the spiritual chi seemed to fluctuate, sometimes overflowing, sometimes retracting, unable to break through the barrier. Su He gritted his teeth and made a ruthless decision, tearing off a branch of the serpent tree along with half its bark and swallowing it. As soon as the serpent tree entered his body, dramatic changes occurred. It was like throwing a red-hot iron into calm water. The water immediately boiled. The spiritual chi mist in the demon god cauldron rapidly expanded, becoming increasingly intense. When it reached its limit, it began to compress inward, with droplets of spiritual chi liquid appearing within the mist. No longer mist, but droplets, dotting the inside of the demon god cauldron. Su He's physical body also underwent a dramatic transformation. His muscles swelled, his bones trembled, his fangs grew, and even his long stagnant body lengthened. Hiss hiss hiss. Su He let out a painful cry, unable to move a step further, stopping in his tracks. Spiritual chi compressed, his physical body transformed. An old snakeskin slowly peeled off his body, revealing a brand new form emerging from the old skin. Shedding skin symbolized rebirth. Every breakthrough Su He made involved shedding his skin. 15 meters away, Mu Yun, who had been tailing him, finally stopped. His eyes were filled with disbelief, his divine sense locking onto the front as if he had seen a ghost. This is. He thought he had seen wrong, repeatedly confirming it before gasping in shock. His mind was somewhat frozen, unable to believe that after chasing all day from morning till night, he wasn't pursuing a cunning cultivator but a snake. He knew that demonic beasts could achieve spirit communion, hence the name Spirit Communion Stage. But what kind of demonic beast was this? He hadn't seen a single person, just a snake burrowing through the ground, carrying a tree. This wasn't just spirit communion, this was practically becoming a spirit? What puzzled him even more was that this tree seemed to have been dug up by someone. How did it end up in the hands of a snake? Mu Yun's thoughts raced, and he hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to approach. He considered the possibility that a powerful being had snatched a body and was rebuilding their cultivation in a demonic beast's form. But such a thing was too outrageous to believe. This demon can't be killed, it must be captured alive. It might even attract the attention of the headquarters. Mu Yun made up his mind, his eyes burning with determination. At this moment, Su He's physical body was undergoing a transformation, gradually growing taller. Finally, his length increased from 2 meters to 2.5 meters. His bones trembled incessantly, producing crackling sounds. An old layer of snakeskin shed from his body, blending into the soil, while the black gold scales on Su He's tail underwent another change. Surpassing the extreme number of 9, it reached 10 scales. The difference between 10 and 9 was not just an addition of 1, it represented a qualitative change in the entire system. The scales could now connect seamlessly, making control more effortless and increasing their power significantly. Inside Su He's body, within the demon god cauldron, the spiritual chi mist had disappeared, replaced by droplets of spiritual chi. Each droplet was equivalent to the entire mist from before. And now, there were 3 droplets. The current Su He had undergone a transformation in both his external physical body and internal spiritual chi, becoming several times stronger than before. He had reached the 4th layer of the Spirit Communion stage, officially stepping into the mid-stage. Not bad, you've even broken through. Now this is more like it. Mu Yun sneered, touching his storage bag and taking out an item. This item was a golden ring called the Beast Control Ring, a top-grade spiritual treasure. Once the Beast Control Ring was unleashed, not to mention mid-stage Spirit Communion beasts, even late-stage demonic beasts could only surrender to its power. He initially thought the opponent was at the mid-stage of chi refining, but it turned out he had just broken through, even weaker than he had expected. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Go. Mu Yun approached within 30 meters, raised his hand, and cast a spell. The Beast Control Ring flew out. The golden ring gradually enlarged, aiming to encircle Su He's neck, emitting an irresistible pressure. Su He abruptly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt his divine sense growing like ocean waves, extending infinitely, seemingly able to cover a radius of 100 meters. Such divine sense had far exceeded the mid-stage range. With one glance, he locked onto the incoming Beast Control Ring. Human, I didn't want to fight you, but you've pushed me to the brink. A trace of madness appeared in Su He's eyes. He didn't revel in his breakthrough, he wanted to kill the person before him to eliminate future troubles. So, I can only kill you. You must die. Su He's eyes were filled with madness. He suddenly swung his tail, striking the Beast Control Ring. The ring trembled slightly, paused for a moment, and then continued towards Su He. Humph, you can't escape. Mu Yun sneered inwardly. No beast locked by the Beast Control Ring had ever escaped. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a vast and boundless divine sense drilling into the Beast Control Ring, seemingly trying to erase his divine sense within it. What's going on? Mu Yun was incredulous. This was a top-grade spiritual treasure, already refined by him, with an unbreakable divine sense. Only a foundation establishment cultivator could forcibly erase it. Su He certainly couldn't do that, but he managed to make the Beast Control Ring pause. But that was enough. Su He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the Beast Control Ring. Since he couldn't erase the divine sense, he would use his physical body to forcibly imprison it. He didn't believe the ring could escape. After swallowing the Beast Control Ring, Su He turned and ran, burrowing deep into the soil. Bastard! Stop right there. Mu Yun was shocked, then enraged. He activated the Earth Escape technique, closely following behind. He tried to activate the Beast Control Ring but found it stuck, unable to come out unless he made a hole in Su He. Cunning beast. Mu Yun's eyes grew colder, and his speed increased. Su He knew that the best way for a demonic beast to deal with a human cultivator was close combat. Human bodies were fragile, one hit could be fatal or crippling, but the opponent excelled in the Earth Escape technique. Even if they left the soil, they could use the Swift Wind talisman to move quickly. The opponent knew this too and wouldn't let him get close easily. Therefore, Su He had to wait for an opportunity. He knew Mu Yun's true chi wasn't infinite. Each time he used the Earth Escape technique for a while, he would have to stop to recover his true chi. This was his best chance to counterattack. Su He didn't flee at full speed but maintained a slightly slower pace, gradually closing the distance between them, giving the opponent a glimmer of hope to catch up. Unfortunately, I just broke through and haven't learned the 5 elements escape technique. Otherwise, with my speed and the escape technique, I wouldn't need any strategy and could easily get close. Suhei sighed inwardly. Mu Yun continued to chase, the distance between them slowly closing. When they were within 15 meters, Mu Yun took out a talisman and cast it into the air. Wind. Mu Yun chanted a spell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The talisman immediately dispersed, transforming into 3 wind blades, cutting through the soil towards Suhei. A mid-grade wind blade talisman could easily slice through the body of any mid-stage spirit communion beast in one strike. He saw that Suhei had swallowed the beast control ring and wanted to cut open Suhei's skin to retrieve it. Otherwise, it would be difficult to capture Suhei alive. With his strength, he could easily kill Suhei, but capturing him alive was challenging and required the beast control ring's power. Great opportunity. Suhei's eyes lit up. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The opponent had been chasing for so long, consuming most of his true chi. Now, activating the Windblade Talisman had reached a critical point. Although the opponent had reserved some true chi for self-preservation, Suhei was not afraid. Facing the Windblade Talisman, Suhei swung his tail, and the 10 black gold scales instantly expanded, smashing into the wind blades. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp sounds echoed as the wind blades, capable of killing any mid-stage spirit communion beast, didn't even scratch Suhei's scales. He was unharmed. What? Mu Yun was dumbfounded. Everything happened too quickly. In the next second, after the wind blades were deflected, Suhei charged towards Mu Yun's face. Escape. Mu Yun reacted swiftly, shooting upwards towards the soil surface. His remaining true chi was insufficient to sustain the earth escape technique for long. He had to leave the underground and return to the surface. Suhei had already anticipated his plan, charging upwards ahead of him, intercepting him faster than tracking. What are those scales? Why can't the Windblade Talisman harm them? Not good. As Mu Yun's thoughts raced, his divine sense detected Suhei intercepting him. Unless he immediately turned back and sank down, he would definitely collide. Cunning beast, do you think I'm afraid of you? Mu Yun didn't retreat. Instead, he accelerated upwards. But now, he had a snake-shaped longsword in his hand. The snake-slaying sword? This sword had accompanied him for 20 years, slaying no less than 1,000 snakes in his career as a snake catcher, including nearly 100 snake demons. Later, after being refined, the sword had the potential to become a flying sword. He had sealed it away, rarely unsheathing it, even for snake demons. But now, this snake demon had piqued his interest. To die by this sword is an honor. Mu Yun accelerated upwards. As Suhei approached, he shook the snake-slaying sword and slashed towards Suhei. At such close range, Suhei didn't retreat. For the first time, he chose to face it head-on. Your sword isn't worthy of cutting my scales. Suhei roared angrily, his tail scales transforming into steel blades, slashing towards the snake-slaying sword. Clang. The scales and the longsword clashed, producing a clear sound that echoed through the soil, spreading far and wide. Mu Yun's snake-slaying sword shattered into countless fragments under the impact of the scales. Mu Yun was struck as if by lightning. But there was no time for shock. After shattering his sword, Suhei's momentum continued, slashing at his arm and hitting his leg. Slash. A scream echoed. In the next second, the soil burst open, and a blood-soaked figure flew into the air. This person had 2 swift wind talismans on his leg, his right arm was empty, and his right leg was missing a section. His hair was disheveled, and he was covered in blood, looking like a madman. Zhao Wenzuo and Song Xiao, who had been watching the situation closely, were shocked at the sight. The disheveled person was none other than their senior brother, Mu Yun. Run! There's a young flood dragon down there. As soon as Mu Yun appeared, he only had time to shout before turning to flee. He activated 2 swift wind talismans to their limit, causing a fierce wind to sweep him away towards the outside of Myriad Serpent Valley. A young flood dragon. The two were instantly horrified. A flood dragon was a legendary creature, and it was said that whenever one appeared, it was at least at the terrifying demon infant stage. How could there be a young flood dragon beneath Myriad Serpent Valley? If it truly was a flood dragon, even a young one, how could they possibly survive? Despite their doubts, seeing their senior brother in such a panic, they knew the creature below must be terrifying. Without hesitation, they took out their swift wind talismans and fled immediately. Boom! Suhei burst out of the ground and, without a word, chased after Mu Yun. Only this person had seen his true form, and he absolutely couldn't let him escape. If Mu Yun brought back news of him, the snake catchers would surely send stronger experts to hunt him down, and that was a consequence Suhei couldn't bear. He couldn't let this person go. Mu Yun flew towards the mouth of Myriad Serpent Valley, where the corpse of a massive black snake lay. It was the body of the old Snake King. The corpse was so large that it couldn't be stored in a storage bag all at once. It had been cut into several pieces, with only the head remaining intact. Without a glance, Mu Yun flew over it. Suddenly, the head of the old Snake King moved. It opened its mouth and sprayed a jet of venom from its poison sac. In the blink of an eye, the venom hit Mu Yun's face. The distance was too close. By the time Mu Yun noticed, it was too late, and he was sprayed directly in the face. Mu Yun clutched his face, letting out a piercing scream as his face immediately swelled up. Damn it, how could I make such a rookie mistake? Mu Yun's face darkened. It was common knowledge that even after a venomous snake's head was severed, it still retained its toxicity, and the head could still leap up and attack. In his panic, He had lost his composure, and the old Snake King's head had blocked his path, leaving him no time to dodge. Fortunately, as an expert snake catcher, he had antidote pills with him. He quickly took one, and the symptoms rapidly subsided. But this brief delay allowed Su-hei to close the distance to within 30 meters. Mu Yun's face turned pale with fear. He bit his tongue, and his speed suddenly increased. Thankfully, with the high-quality Swift Wind Talisman, as long as Su-hei didn't get too close, he could gradually widen the gap. Just wait, I'll return and ask the Grand Master to come out of seclusion. This demon is too strange and must be captured with the full force of the sect. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. At this moment, Su-hei felt as if he heard a voice in his mind. Child, live well, live on. It was the voice of the old Snake King in its final moments. Su-hei didn't understand why this voice appeared in his mind or why he was so fixated on the dead snake head. But the killing intent in his eyes had already surpassed its limit. Today, you will die without a doubt. Su-hei's eyes flashed with boundless ferocity and determination. He raised his tail, and the black gold scales on it stood up one by one, gleaming with a cold light. Mu Yun, constantly watching his rear, saw Su-hei raise his tail and felt his hair stand on end for some unknown reason. In the next moment, 10 of Su-hei's scales broke off, separating from his flesh with excruciating pain that pierced to the bone. But Su-hei's expression didn't change, he was only filled with madness. Die. Su-hei flung the scales out, and they shot towards Mu Yun's back like a storm? No. Mu Yun screamed sharply. He summoned a jade pendant, a life-saving treasure left by his Grand Master, capable of unleashing a strike at the great perfection of the chi refining stage, which no one below the foundation establishment stage could withstand. But it was too slow. In such a short time, he couldn't activate it. From the moment Su-hei flung his tail to the scales flying out, it was only a breath's time. Swish, swish, swish. The scales struck the jade pendant, which exploded into fragments under the immense force, and the scales continued their assault, hitting Mu Yun's body, legs, face, and head. Thud, thud, thud. In just one breath, Mu Yun was riddled with scales, blood gushing out, his face unrecognizable. His eyes lost their color, and he fell from a meter high, the swift wind talisman on his leg still exerting its remaining power, causing gusts of wind but unable to lift him. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. With a heavy thud, Mu Yun hit the ground, dead. Pain, pain. Su-hei's whole body was in agony, the pain of the scales falling off exceeding his imagination, but he endured it, smashing Mu Yun's body into a pulp to ensure he was thoroughly dead. Then, Su-hei picked up the 10 scales one by one. Reattaching the scales was unrealistic, it was better to let them regrow. Su-hei thought for a moment and simply swallowed the scales, hoping they would regrow as he imagined. Su-hei crawled to Mu Yun's corpse, swallowed him whole, and took the storage bag, holding it in his mouth. With a wave of his divine sense, Su-hei erased the imprint on the bag and imprinted his own. He took the nearly depleted Swiftwind talismans and stored them in the bag, along with the beast control ring. The spoils of war could be sorted out later. At this moment, Su-hei looked at the dead snake head. The old Snake King's eyes were still open, all the venom in the poison sac gone, silently staring at Su-hei. Looking at the snake head, Su-hei suddenly felt as if struck by lightning, his whole body trembling. In an instant, a memory from 3 years ago surfaced in his mind. At that time, the serpent fruit had ripened, producing 2 large fruits with a fragrant aroma. Su-hei, not yet fully sentient, instinctively went to devour them. However, the overwhelming number of snakes attracted by the fruit's scent made it impossible. Over half the snakes in Myriad Serpent Valley were drawn, and only 2 would be lucky enough to get the fruit. It was destined to be a brutal battle. But then, a deafening hiss rang out. The old Snake King appeared, his presence overwhelming everything. All the snakes stopped fighting and prostrate themselves. Su-hei, trembling with fear, didn't dare move forward. At that moment, the old Snake King looked at Su-hei, a black snake identical to himself. After a long gaze, the coldness in his eyes dissipated. The pressure on Su-hei vanished without a trace. Su-hei quickly went up and swallowed one of the serpent fruits. Under the old Snake King's protection, no snake dared to challenge him. Even during his transformation after consuming the serpent fruit, the old Snake King guarded him until Su-hei fully turned into a snake demon, then left peacefully. The memory from 3 years ago was very vague, something Su-hei couldn't recall, but now it all came back to him. It was like a human recalling memories from infancy, vague and fleeting, only surfacing at certain moments like a bolt of lightning. Old Snake King, why did you treat me like this? Su-hei couldn't understand. In his impression, snakes were cold and ruthless, even among their own kind, they would kill each other, the strong surviving. But the old Snake King's actions overturned this belief. Su-hei stood still, lost in long silence, unable to let go. A sense of sorrow gradually filled his heart. This indescribable emotion slowly accumulated, eventually turning into overwhelming hatred. Humans, snake catchers, Su-hei, will never share the same sky with you. Outside Myriad Serpent Valley, Su-hei dug a large pit and buried the corpse of the old Snake King, placing a large stone as a marker. He was mimicking human customs, hoping that the old Snake King could rest in peace and be reincarnated as a human in the next life, free from suffering. A snake's life is short, barely over a decade. Even if the old Snake King hadn't died in battle, his lifespan was near its end. Anything with intelligence cares about its offspring. I guess that's why you gave me the serpent fruit, Su-hei thought to himself. He bowed 3 times to the stone. He didn't know if the old Snake King was his parent, grandparent, or great-grandparent, but he was certain that the old Snake King was his predecessor. Without the old Snake King, there would be no Su-hei. Su-hei returned underground, stored the serpent fruit tree in his storage bag, and left Myriad Serpent Valley, heading back to his own territory. Since the snake catchers had discovered Myriad Serpent Valley, he couldn't stay there any longer. As for the fate of Myriad Serpent Valley, Su-hei didn't know. Snake catchers captured countless snakes every year, and Myriad Serpent Valley, being rich in snakes, was likely to face a bloody disaster. Not long after Su-hei left Myriad Serpent Valley, he suddenly noticed something. By a small stream ahead, a figure lay motionless, covered in black, with multiple snake bites on their body, on the brink of death. It was one of the 2 snake catchers who had escaped, Song Xiu. Song Xiu lay on the ground, barely breathing. It's her. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Su-hei's eyes, and he instinctively wanted to rush forward and devour her. But then he hesitated. Why is she poisoned and lying here? Something's off. Su-hei, always cautious, didn't approach rashly. He extended his divine sense, covering the area like a web, scanning both above and below ground. His divine sense now covered an impressive 90 meters, equivalent to the late Qi refining stage, but he found nothing unusual. There were no other people, no traps. Song Xiu was indeed on the verge of death. Could it be Zhao Wenzuo's doing? Su-hei was shocked. He suddenly recalled a detail. Why was the old Snake King's head blocking the entrance to Myriad Serpent Valley, hidden by a tree in such a precise position? A snake's head remains active for a long time after being severed. Snake catchers wouldn't make such a basic mistake. The body was taken away, leaving only the head, filled with venom. It was clearly intentional. The more Su-hei thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. What was Zhao Wenzuo up to? Why would he kill his senior brother and harm his senior sister? Killing Ding Hai could be seen as a conflict of interest, but how to explain this? Su-hei even suspected that the snake catchers inside the octopus were also Zhao Wenzuo's doing. What is he trying to achieve? Why is he doing this? Su-hei was increasingly shocked. At that moment, a large snake slithered over, biting Song Xiu's legs and starting to swallow her from the bottom up. Su-hei observed for a moment and confirmed it wasn't a trap. Song Xiu was indeed close to death, but she seemed to have used a turtle breathing technique, sealing her heart and all her acupoints to prevent the venom from spreading. As a result, she couldn't move and had entered a state of suspended animation. Su-hei thought for a moment, then turned and left without approaching or taking the storage bag. The reason was simple, he didn't know what tricks the other side might be playing. Since the woman wasn't dead and still had a breath left, it meant Zhao Wenzuo didn't dare to kill her. If so, why should Su-hei take the risk? If she had some kind of restrictive magical treasure that activated upon her death, he would be doomed without scales to protect him. Not long after Su-hei left, there was a loud boom in the distance, as if something had exploded, sending up a 100-foot-tall pillar of fire. Su-hei sighed and quickly moved away from the area. Outside Snake Village, on a hill, there was a grave with 2 tombstones in front of it, surrounded by overgrown weeds. Zhao Wenzuo knelt before the tombstones and kowtowed heavily 3 times. Father, mother, little sister, I am about to avenge you. Lu Tong, Chen Shui, Ding Hai, Song Xiu, Mu Yun, they have all gone to accompany you. 3 more to go. Zhao Wenzuo's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth, saying each word with determination, Chen Daoling, and all his disciples, I won't spare a single one. Zhao Wenzuo stood up and returned to the outskirts of Myriad Serpent Valley, his body covered in wounds. He released a venomous snake, which bit him. Before long, he collapsed into unconsciousness. About half an hour later, 2 figures descended outside Myriad Serpent Valley, an old man and a young one. The old man stared at the bloated python and sent out a sword light. Slash. The python was cut in half, revealing the figure inside Zhao Wenzuo. The other person quickly checked him and sighed in relief. That was close, he's still alive. If we had been a moment later, he would have been beyond saving. The person took out a pill and fed it to Zhao Wenzuo, simultaneously helping him circulate his cultivation technique. Chen Daoling's face was grim as he coldly said, I want to see which demon caused me to lose 2 disciples. He spread his divine sense, armed with a sharp sword, and stepped into Myriad Serpent Valley. The instigator, Su-hei, after a long journey, returned to his mountain. This place was located outside Snake Village, in the mountains 10 miles away, far from Myriad Serpent Valley. Even at Su-hei's speed, it took him 2 full days to climb. Back in his familiar territory, Su-hei scanned with his divine sense and found all his prey still there, which made him sigh in relief. However, there were some wolf droppings on the ground, which made him frown slightly. But as long as there were no human footprints, he didn't care. Su-hei had no time to deal with it and immediately returned to the cave where he had hibernated last winter. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Back in the familiar dark environment, Su-hei completely relaxed. He then spat out the storage bag and extended his divine sense into it. He had already checked it once on the way, and now he took out a large handful of jade slips, more than a dozen in total, and examined them one by one with his divine sense. Instantly, streams of information flowed into Su-hei's mind. Su-hei's eyes lit up. 5 elements spells, fireball technique, water bullet technique, 5 elements escape techniques: earth escape technique, water escape technique, fire escape technique. Basic spells, gravity technique. The information in the jade slips was all about cultivation spells. Su-hei had learned a lot about these spells from the human knowledge he had acquired, but he didn't have the specific cultivation steps. Now, all these steps were presented in the jade slips, ready for him to learn. Su-hei's physical body was already strong and fast. With the aid of spells, he didn't believe the snake catchers could do anything to him. The difference between me and a demonic beast is that I possess intelligence comparable to humans. Even complex spells, I can learn. Once I master these spells, let's see how the snake catchers can capture me. Su-hei's eyes were resolute. He would inherit the old Snake King's will. He had to survive. In addition to the spell jade slip, the storage bag contained a few talismans, pills, a magical treasure, and a serpent fruit tree. There was also a scroll named the Myriad Serpent Record, which documented over 10,000 types of snakes and hundreds of snake demons, all encountered by snake catchers. Each snake's characteristics were detailed meticulously. Su-hei schemed through it and found his own species. Blackian snake, mildly venomous, prefers cool and shady environments, grows to 2 meters in adulthood, and can reach 5 meters when transformed into a snake demon. The strongest Blackian snake encountered by snake catchers was a Great Perfection Foundation Establishment stage snake demon, reaching 18 meters in length. It developed demon fire within its body, capable of spewing fire poison that kills upon contact. In the end, this snake was slain by an elder and refined into a pill. Su-hei was secretly shocked as he read this record. So, I am a Blackian snake. However, I can't find any record of the scales on my tail, not even in the Myriad Serpent Record. Su-hei felt puzzled and, after a quick look, put the Myriad Serpent Record away. 2 days had passed, and a new black gold scale had grown on his tail. It would take about half a month for all 10 scales to grow. During this period, he didn't plan to go out. The storage bag contained food, pills, and other supplies to sustain him for some time. Although the serpent fruit tree had a broken branch and no leaves, it seemed not to be dead. Su-hei planted it in a spot with soil. He had already erased the divine sense imprint on the beast control ring and imprinted his own. After studying it for a long time, he discovered that as long as it was placed around the neck, it could control any living being, making them act according to his will. Even humans were no exception. Of course, it could only control the physical body, not the mind. Finally, Su-hei took out a golden jade slip. This jade slip was the only thing he couldn't decipher. Even when he fully activated his divine sense, he couldn't penetrate it, as if it was sealed. Su-hei guessed that it probably contained the cultivation techniques of the snake catcher. Although he was very curious, to prevent any tracking or locating function, he directly shattered it with the scales on his tail. Crack. The jade slip broke, and a golden light dispersed, turning into nothingness. Su-hei continued to attack the jade slip until it was ground into powder and threw it into the nearby pond. First, I need to cultivate escape techniques like the earth escape technique and water escape technique, which can also be used for pursuit. These are my top priorities. Second, the fireball technique for destroying evidence is my second priority. Third, the gravity technique for retrieving items from a distance, so I don't have to use my tail or mouth every time. Su-hei formulated a detailed cultivation plan in his mind. As for the wind blade technique, thunder strike technique, and turtle breath technique, they were advanced spells. The jade slip mentioned that they could only be cultivated in the late chi refining stage, so Su-hei didn't consider them for now. Su-hei lay on a patch of soil, silently reciting incantations. Spiritual chi flowed from his body along a specific route to his lower abdomen. Earth escape technique, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. With a thought, his lower abdomen sank an inch into the ground but could go no further. The first experiment yielded some results, and Su-hei was delighted. He did have some talent. It's said that the earth escape technique works better if you have an earth spiritual root. I wonder what my spiritual root is. Su-hei had never tested his spiritual root and could only speculate. 100 miles away, in Myriad Serpent Valley, Chen Fan appeared in Myriad Serpent Valley once again. This time, he had a compass in his hand. This compass had divination capabilities and was borrowed from a friend at the astrology bureau at great cost. Chen Fan pointed at the compass, and a shadow of a black snake was projected onto it. This black snake shadow was drawn based on Zhao Wenzuo's divine sense and bore 80% of Su-hei's essence. Soon, the compass began to spin, round and round. Finally, the needle pointed in a direction, swaying back and forth, the amplitude getting smaller but never stopping. If you had a fragment of its skin or blood, the accuracy would be higher. With just a projection, even the destiny compass can't perfectly locate it. Those were his friend's words. Chen Fan's face immediately darkened. Next, he tried to locate the snake catcher's spell jade slip but found it couldn't be located, indicating it had been destroyed. What a cautious demon. I refuse to believe I can't find you. Chen Fan began searching Myriad Serpent Valley, hoping to find any leftover bloodstains. Unknowingly, a month passed. During this month, Su-hei had been in seclusion, cultivating spells. Although his earth escape technique hadn't reached perfection, it had improved significantly. He could now move through the ground using pure magical power without moving his physical body. His speed was even faster than Mu Yun's at that time. This made Su-hei feel completely at ease. In terms of cultivating 5 elements spells, he was no worse than humans. However, Su-hei also had a disadvantage, the amount of true chi he had. He was only at the 4th layer of the spirit communion stage, just mid-stage. Such intense use of the earth escape technique could only be maintained for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The earth escape technique is meant to be a trump card, it's enough if it works, Su-hei thought to himself. A month had passed, and the 10 scales on his tail had regrown. After consuming a large number of pills, the 11th scale was also in the process of transforming. He didn't know when the next crisis would come, so he had to be prepared at all times. As for the fireball technique, progress was slower. Su-hei spent a week and only managed to form a small fireball the size of a palm, with no lethality. Right, I remember seeing a red vine with strong fire attributes on my way back. I wonder if it will help with the fireball technique, Su-hei thought. After more than a month in seclusion, he had almost exhausted his food and pills, leaving only a few for critical moments. It was time to go out and forage. Su-hei left the cave for the first time and ventured into the outside world. It was now June, and the weather was getting hotter. After half a year of letting nature take its course, the species on the 2 mountains he controlled had gradually become more diverse. Su-hei casually scanned the area and found a group of rock goats climbing a cliff. Such a steep location was to prevent predators from attacking. Su-hei climbed the cliff, swallowed a goat, and quickly refined it with the demon god cauldron, expelling impurities. Now, he could control the demon god cauldron more freely. Full and satisfied, time to check it out. Following the route in his memory, Su-hei crawled towards his destination. The place wasn't far, just beyond the neighboring mountain. Su-hei reached it in an hour. It was a bare rocky terrain with no shrubs nearby, making the temperature high. The red vine grew in the middle of the rocks, absorbing the high temperature from the surrounding 100 meters of sunlight. This was a mid-grade spirit medicine, the earth flame vine, but Su-hei didn't know its name. Su-hei initially wanted to use the earth escape technique to get closer but found the rocks too hard to penetrate. Screw it. Su-hei took a deep breath, spread his divine sense, and charged forward with all his might, turning into a black streak heading for the earth flame vine. Roar. Suddenly, a loud beast roar echoed from afar, and a silver figure sprinted towards him at high speed. Wherever there is spirit medicine, there must be a demonic beast guarding it. Su-hei quickly spotted the demonic beast, a demonic wolf, 3 meters long, as large as a bull, with cultivation at the 3rd layer of the spirit communion stage. Apart from the demonic wolf, there was also a pack of ordinary wild wolves trailing behind it. Though the early spirit communion stage was far inferior to Su-hei, he still stopped cautiously, coiling into a defensive stance and concealing his aura. The demonic wolf halted nearby, not rushing forward recklessly. Its eyes gleamed like lightning, its fur was half black and half white, and a crescent moon mark adorned its forehead. This was a Moon King wolf, a mutation in the process of a wolf becoming a demon. Roar. The demonic wolf let out a low growl. The wolf pack behind it immediately scattered, encircling the area from a distance, possibly to prevent Su-hei from escaping or to guard against third-party interference. They even know how to coordinate. Seeing this, Su-hei felt a sudden pang of envy. The Wolf King hesitated no longer and lunged at Su-hei, aiming to bite him. Su-hei sidestepped swiftly, noticing the crescent moon mark on the Wolf King's forehead flickering as it raised its claws to strike, sharp and fierce. In the void ahead, a pair of phantom wolf fangs appeared, snapping towards him from both sides. It can use demonic spells. Su-hei was slightly taken aback. Demonic beasts capable of using spells usually had high intelligence, a rare sight. However, Su-hei's cultivation was a notch higher. He dodged swiftly as the Wolf King spewed a mouthful of flames, covering a wide area. Fire. Su-hei's eyes lit up. He was now certain that the red vine enhanced fire-based spells. Not wanting to get entangled, Su-hei braved the flames, flashing beneath the Wolf King's belly and headbutting upwards. Thud. Su-hei's head struck the Wolf King's stomach hard, sending it flying several meters into the air, spewing blood and crashing to the ground with a wretched cry. At this moment, the Wolf King's eyes showed fear. Like a dog with its tail between its legs, it turned to flee. This wolf had high intelligence and realized Su-hei was not to be trifled with, decisively choosing to escape. The wolf pack, seeing their leader flee, howled mournfully and scattered like lost dogs. Trying to escape. Su-hei spat out a golden ring, the beast control ring. The ring shot out like lightning, transforming into a stream of light, hovering above the Wolf King's head, and quickly enlarging. Bind. Su-hei activated his divine sense, and the ring instantly fell, locking around the Wolf King's neck, shrinking to secure it tightly. Awua. The Wolf King rolled on the ground, howling in pain. Su-hei felt a strange sensation. His divine sense, through the beast control ring, permeated the Wolf King's entire body, making him feel he could control every inch of it with a mere thought. Come here. Su-hei willed it, testing his control. The Wolf King struggled to stand, unable to resist, and walked over to Su-hei. Bow down, lie down. Su-hei commanded again. The Wolf King immediately bowed and lay down, eyes filled with humiliation and deep fear. Su-hei's divine sense moved, issuing more commands. The Wolf King performed various bizarre actions, standing up and walking like a human, crawling like a snake, or barking like a dog. Under divine sense control, the Wolf King could perform any action. Initially, its eyes were filled with anger and shame, but gradually, it sank into deep fear, showing a pleading look and whimpering for mercy. This beast control ring is quite interesting. Su Hei's heart surged. Previously, the demonic beasts he encountered were either accidentally killed by him or slain by humans. But this Wolf King was captured alive. If it posed a threat to Su Hei, he would kill it without hesitation, but this wolf was clearly harmless now. Moreover, it had its value. Summon your pack back, Su Hei ordered. The Wolf King understood and howled. Soon, the fleeing wolf pack returned, appearing all around. Because of Su Hei's presence, they dared not approach, eyes filled with fear, hiding behind the Wolf King. Guard the area within a 5-mile radius, and forbid any creature from entering, Su Hei commanded, and the Wolf King immediately complied, arranging the pack to guard various positions. Then, Su Hei approached the earth flame vine, inhaling its scent. A surge of scorching energy entered his body, raising his temperature. This was pure fire-based spiritual qi. Su Hei's eyes gleamed with excitement. Besides the serpent fruit tree branch, he hadn't consumed any spirit medicine. Human pills were too mild, easy to absorb but lacking this potent medicinal property. Su Hei tore off a small piece and swallowed it. The Wolf King was dumbfounded. This scorching spirit medicine, it only dared to nibble on the surface slowly. This snake swallowed a large piece in one go, unafraid of being burned alive. Boom. Nov. L. B//JNN. The scorching energy rampaged within Su Hei, causing a burning sensation in his meridians. He was certain that if a human consumed even a tiny bit, they would be burned alive instantly. Even the demonic wolf wouldn't dare consume too much. Demon God Cauldron, refine it. Su Hei activated the Demon God Cauldron, absorbing the small piece of vine and slowly refining it. During this process, Su Hei's body heated up rapidly, becoming scorching hot like a furnace, and his cultivation level rose. The Wolf King watched intently, hoping Su Hei would be burned to death. But as time passed, Su Hei not only survived but grew stronger, leaving the Wolf King in shock. After half a day, Su Hei finished refining the piece of vine. Su Hei exhaled a breath of hot air, looked at a nearby rock, and with a thought, opened his mouth, casting the fireball technique. Boom! A massive flame spewed from his mouth, burning the rock into molten lava. The Wolf King's eyes nearly popped out. Is this a snake? This is a monster. It tried spitting a small flame, only managing to scorch the ground slightly, nowhere near the same temperature. Indeed, it enhances the fireball technique and improves my cultivation. This vine is quite long, I'll eat another piece. Su Hei tore off another piece and swallowed it. Seeing Su Hei consume more vine, the Wolf King completely abandoned any thoughts of resistance. This snake's strength far exceeded its imagination. In the days that followed, Su Hei stayed there. Consuming too many vines at once had some side effects, making his entire body feel scorching hot, with smoke rising from his skin and a constant burning pain in his meridians. Su Hei wasn't afraid of pain, but he hated this relentless torment. He decided to consume the vines slowly. Su Hei also discovered that, besides the rapid progress in his fireball technique, his earth escape technique had also become more proficient, likely due to the enhancement of his true qi. His 11th scale had also grown out. During this time, the Wolf King always stayed by his side. At first, he needed the beast control ring to manage it, but later, without Su Hei's control, a single command was enough for the Wolf King to obediently follow orders. Occasionally, it would even take the initiative to help hunt and bring back some food. I heard that dogs were domesticated from wolves. Can I domesticate one too? Su Hei thought of the snake catchers hunting dogs, incredibly loyal, protecting their master even unto death. But soon, Su Hei abandoned this idea. He didn't have the time to domesticate a demonic wolf. He preferred to trust the beast control ring over loyalty. Half a month later, Su Hei had completely refined the entire vine, reaching the peak of the 4th layer of the spirit communion stage, not far from the 5th layer. The scales on his tail had grown to 13. There were still many vines underground, deeply rooted, but without absorbing sunlight from the surface, they couldn't generate fire-type true qi. Su Hei didn't destroy the roots, thinking that perhaps in a few decades, the vines would grow back, which wouldn't be his concern. Fireball technique. Su Hei opened his mouth, condensing a pitch-black flame. This was the mutation that occurred after consuming the vines. According to the myriad serpent record, the demonic fire of the black yin snake was black and usually only appeared after foundation establishment. Was Su Hei an exception? He spat out the black flame, which burned a large pit 5 jong wide into the mountain rock ahead, with magma flowing down. Satisfied with his handiwork, Su Hei felt this trip was worthwhile. Glancing at the Wolf King beside him, Su Hei retracted the beast control ring. You're free now. The Wolf King had guarded him day and night, keeping watch and helping with hunting. Though not very useful, it had earned some merit. In the end, Su Hei let it go, turning to leave, planning to return to his territory. To his surprise, the Wolf King didn't dare to run away, still following behind, along with its pack. Su Hei ignored them, returning to his mountain, with the Wolf King trailing behind. He looked back at the Wolf King and said, "You're really free. I won't trouble you." After thinking for a moment, Su Hei added, "Of course, you can continue to keep watch. If you spot any humans, let me know immediately, and I'll reward you." With that, Su Hei headed straight into the mountain, returning to his cave. The Wolf King waited for a long time until Suhei completely disappeared, then let out a low growl, eyes filled with joy and complexity, and quickly ran off. Wherever there are spirit medicines, there are always demonic beasts guarding them. On his way back, Suhei pondered this issue. He hadn't returned for half a month. Would the serpent tree he planted be guarded by a demonic beast? Suhei smiled wryly and shook his head. Even if there were a demonic beast, he had nothing to fear. Over time, spirit medicines naturally attract some demonic beasts to settle nearby, absorbing spiritual chi. It's instinctual. As Suhei approached his cave, he indeed sensed a trace of demonic aura. Huh. Suhei let out a soft sound of surprise, quickly approaching and spreading his divine sense. He sensed a hint of battle. Suhei concealed his aura and quietly crawled into the cave, hiding in a shadow. By the serpent fruit tree, a large lizard was fighting a white snake. Both were demonic beasts, at the early spirit communion stage. To Suhei's surprise, he recognized the white snake. It was the one he was very familiar with from Myriad Serpent Valley. She's a demonic beast. Suhei was astonished. The white snake was still the same, slightly small, only about a meter long, a tiny thing compared to the giant lizard. Suhei thought the white snake would be devoured. But then he saw the giant lizard collapse, twitching and dying from poison. Suhei was speechless. He had never used poison for hunting, yet the white snake's venom was so potent. He suddenly thought of the old Snake King's poison. Could this white snake be a descendant of the old Snake King? Did she consume the second serpent fruit? These were all speculations, but Suhei quickly found the answer. The white snake lay under the serpent fruit tree, starting a breathing exercise, the same technique Suhei had used in Myriad Serpent Valley. Suhei was dumbfounded. The white snake had followed him and even learned the breathing exercise. What kind of talent was this? Suddenly, the white snake seemed to sense something, turning its head to see Suhei's eyes in the shadows. Without hesitation, the white snake turned and fled out of the cave. High intelligence, highly alert, talented, and learned breathing exercise. Suhei's mind stirred, and the beast control ring flew out, encircling her neck and bringing her back. Only then did Suhei crawl out from the shadows, revealing himself. The white snake hesitated, clearly recognizing Suhei. What's your relation to the old Snake King? Suhei asked, knowing she could understand him. The white snake flicked its tongue, indicating it was a descendant. Suhei's heart tightened. So, you are indeed a descendant of the old Snake King. I am also a descendant of the old Snake King. What does that make us? Suhei fell silent. In the past, he would kill any intruders without mercy, but he thought of the old Snake King. In honor of the old Snake King, I'll spare you. You can stay here and cultivate. The old Snake King's gift of the serpent fruit had made Suhei what he was today. This was a word unknown to snakes: inheritance. Inheritance was a flourishing concept in the human world: family inheritance, sect inheritance, national inheritance. It was inheritance that kept humanity thriving. The white snake nodded, pondered for a moment, and then drew a human figure on the ground. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Human. Suhei's body trembled, staring at the white snake. The white snake then drew an arrow pointing at Suhei. Seeing this symbol, Suhei's eyes turned cold. He tentatively asked, "Humans are looking for me." The white snake nodded. Suhei took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for the warning." Suhei moved the lizard's corpse over, dividing it into several parts for the white snake to consume. Then he said, "I'm going out for a while. Cultivate well and don't go outside." The white snake nodded obediently. Suhei retracted the beast control ring and left the cave. He had long anticipated this day, just not so soon. Humans were not as easy to deal with as demonic beasts. He needed a meticulous plan. With his current strength, Suhei couldn't guarantee victory in every battle. He had to rely on favorable terrain and environment. If he couldn't win, he would have to flee. 30 li away, on a rocky mountain. This was where Suhei had previously consumed the earth flame vine. An old man in a daoist robe and a young snake catcher arrived there. Chen Daoling held a compass, staring at the earth flame vine's location, and murmured, "It's close. I can feel it. He's nearby." 3 days later, Suhei had scouted the area, finding some treacherous spots to set traps. He also located some demonic beast territories. He planned to lure humans to the demonic beasts, but those beasts were too weak to be of much use, so he had to rely on himself. If worst comes to worst, I'll hide in the river and swim as far as I can. Suhei had developed a sense of belonging to this land. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to move to an unfamiliar place. During this time, Suhei hadn't neglected his spells and had learned the gravity technique. From 2 meters away, he could retrieve objects, bringing them to his hand. Demonic aura. One day, Suhei suddenly smelled a strong demonic aura. His eyes flashed, and he quickly crawled over. This was the strongest demonic aura he had ever encountered, indicating a powerful opponent. What puzzled Suhei was that the demonic aura came from near Snake Village. That was a place where humans lived? Before long, Suhei arrived at a grave. He focused his gaze and saw that the grave had been dug out, leaving a large pit. A huge black dog was holding a human skull, jumping out of the pit and gnawing on it, making crunching sounds. The dog was pitch black, shiny, with a bare tail, and its eyes glowed with malevolence. Just looking at it made Suhei's heart race. Digging up graves and eating corpses, my goodness? It's even more savage than me. Suhei was secretly shocked. The old dog couldn't remember when he first became enlightened. He only remembered that he was a notorious vicious dog around Snake Village, infamous for stealing food from beggars, biting many people, and even eating corpses. He was a tyrant among the wild dogs. He couldn't recall exactly how many corpses he had eaten, but he remembered 2 people clearly. It was in an abandoned temple, where a man and a woman were placed on the tribute table. Since then, he had become enlightened and often gained some human knowledge. So humans hide their dead in graves. What a waste. The old dog was very excited and started digging graves and stealing corpses, always reaping some rewards. Especially last winter, when 30 people in the village died at once, he couldn't dig up the graves fast enough. However, over time, he was discovered, and the authorities issued a warrant for his arrest, indirectly leading to the slaughter of all the wild dogs in the nearby villages. The old dog narrowly escaped, but he no longer dared to enter the village and had to survive by digging up wild graves. I heard there's a new cemetery outside Chen family town. I'll check it out someday, the old dog thought to himself. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a patch of grass, and he sniffed with his dog nose. A snake. He vaguely caught the scent of a snake. These days, he had eaten snakes before, but the old dog had an extremely keen sense of danger. His scalp tingled, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Danger, run. The old dog trusted his instincts completely, which was why he had repeatedly escaped the authorities' hunts. Without hesitation, he bolted, not even bothering with the human bones. Why did it run away? Suhei, hiding in the shadows, watched in amazement. Suhei was certain he was 100 meters away from the big black dog and hadn't shown himself. There was no way the dog could have detected him. Is its nose that sensitive? Let's follow and see. Suhei immediately used the earth escape technique to pursue. Having lived in Snake Village for many years, Suhei had a keen eye. This black dog was clearly not a wild survivor but a stray dog from a human city, living off human scraps. Yet, this stray dog had evolved into a dog demon with such keen senses, which surprised Suhei. What surprised Suhei even more was what happened next. The big black dog seemed to sense Suhei's pursuit, quickening its pace and constantly changing directions, trying to shake him off. To think, Suhei was underground, and the dog could still smell him? The old dog rushed to a steep slope, leaped, and rolled down like a ball, increasing its speed. Suhei also sped up, chasing closely. The old dog felt Suhei getting closer, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Upon landing, he opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Help! Murder! A snake demon is killing people!" The old dog opened his mouth and, surprisingly, spoke human language, screaming continuously. The sound was extremely sharp, like the wailing of ghosts and wolves, immediately attracting the attention of distant villagers. Damn! Suhei almost cursed. He had heard of parrots mimicking speech, but a dog? And asking humans for help? What kind of trick was this? Seeing the black dog escape into the villagers' sight, Suhei immediately stopped and ceased his pursuit. With his speed, he could catch up and capture the big black dog, but it wasn't worth the risk. He was only curious about the dog. Look, it's that black dog. The one that digs up graves. Damn it! Stop right there. 2 villagers, seeing this, immediately grabbed their hose and rushed over. The big black dog, sensing danger, turned and fled without fighting back. In truth, with the old dog's strength, killing a few people would be easy, but he had only ever eaten the dead and never killed the living. The old dog was smart. If he committed murder, it wouldn't just be a few soldiers after him, even the astrology bureau would get involved. Suhei, watching from a distant hill, saw the big black dog being chased into the alleys of Snake Village and fell into deep thought. This old black dog seems famous? How come I've never heard of it before? Did it just appear this year? Suhei was puzzled. Clearly, this old dog, like him, had also become enlightened and highly intelligent. Suhei had never seen another enlightened demon besides himself. Why did this happen? What did he and the old dog have in common? Could it be that the old dog also ate some kind of human elixir? Suhei immediately thought of something and shook his head. No, it shouldn't be the human elixir. That elixir was just a breakthrough pill for Taoists, nothing rare. There must be another reason. Suhei seriously suspected that his enlightenment was due to some other cause, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It was this cause that led to the black dog's enlightenment as well. Suhei thought hard but couldn't figure it out for now. He could only capture the big black dog and ask. But the big black dog had hidden in Snake Village and hadn't shown any movement. Suhei didn't know which direction it would come out from, making him a bit frustrated. Should he chase into Snake Village and capture the dog in the street? With the dog's cunning nature, it would definitely shout and attract a crowd, possibly even the attention of the Astrology Bureau. That was an imperial court organization, far more formidable than the snake catchers. Suhei wouldn't dare provoke the Astrology Bureau even with 100 times his courage. You like digging graves? I'll just wait by a grave for you to take the bait. Suhei thought to himself. In the mountains, outside Suhei's territory, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, reached the border of 2 mountain peaks. They were Chen Daoling and Mu Lei. Chen Daoling held a compass, squinting his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, there's a snake demon's aura here." As a veteran snake catcher, he had spent his life dealing with snake demons. Sometimes, just a glance or a sniff was enough to distinguish a snake demon's scent from countless demonic beasts. At this moment, his gaze shifted to the side, where a large pack of wolves was rushing out of the forest, quickly surrounding the two of them. Behind the wolf pack stood a tall Moon King wolf, its fur black and white, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead, staring intently at the two men. Howl! The Wolf King roared. The wolf pack immediately charged, attacking the two men. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving. Mu Lei took out a palm-sized thunder seal and pointed it with his hand. A bolt of lightning shot out from the seal, striking the center of the wolf pack. Boom! The thunder exploded, instantly blasting 5 wolves away, their bodies turning black. 2 of them turned to ashes on the spot, leaving no trace. Seeing this, the Wolf King was terrified and turned to flee without hesitation. Die! Mu Lei shouted coldly, pointing the thunder seal again. Another bolt of lightning shot out, chasing after the Wolf King. The Wolf King reached the edge of a cliff and leaped off. The lightning exploded 3 inches behind him, blasting his tail clean off. A wail echoed as he fell. Mu Lei walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The Wolf King lay at the bottom, crippled if not dead. He hesitated for a moment but decided not to pursue. Let's go. I can feel the flood dragon's lair is nearby, Chen Fan said, looking at the compass in his hand. Yes. Mu Lei responded excitedly, clasping his fists. At the foot of the cliff, the Wolf King, whose tail had been burned off, endured the excruciating pain and struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with sorrow and anger. The wolf pack was dead, and his tail was severed all because of that damned human. He wanted revenge, but he was powerless. The human was too strong, so strong it made him despair. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the order Su He had given him. If you see any sign of humans, report to me immediately. The Wolf King hadn't taken the order seriously before, but now, it was the only thought in his mind. Snake, I need to find the snake. The Wolf King stood up, quickly gathered the remaining wolves, and issued the order to find Su He. The wolf pack scattered, searching the mountains and fields. These days, Su He had been restless, unable to find peace. Even when practicing spells, he couldn't calm his mind. It felt as if something significant was about to happen, making it impossible for him to stay composed. Su He wandered around the mountains, catching 2 wild animals, but the feeling only grew stronger. The birds in the sky and the beasts on the ground all showed signs of panic, as if they had been severely frightened. Such panic only occurred during torrential rains and thunderstorms, as wild animals were most afraid of the power of heavenly thunder. Something's wrong. Su He had a foreboding feeling. At that moment, a grey wolf spotted him from a distance and immediately turned to leave. Not long after the grey wolf left, Su He heard a loud howl in the distance. He saw an injured Moon King wolf running towards him, panting heavily. It was the Wolf King. The Wolf King was charred all over, his tail bare. Upon seeing Su He, he ran over like he had found a family member, letting out sharp cries, his eyes filled with panic, as if trying to convey something. Someone's coming. Su He asked. Howl. The Wolf King nodded quickly. Su He hesitated for a moment, then chose not to flee but to rush towards his own territory. Sure enough, the snake catchers had come. They had their own methods of finding snakes, even knowing them better than the snakes themselves. Su He couldn't hide from them. There was no one-size-fits-all solution. If he didn't want to abandon his territory, there was only one way: kill all the intruders. Of course, Su He wasn't a reckless snake. If he couldn't win, he would escape immediately and had already planned his escape route. Led by the Wolf King, Su He returned to the scene of the incident. On the ground, there were scorch marks and faint waves of spiritual energy. The intruder is not weak. The power of this strike is about half of my fireball technique, Su He estimated silently. This person's strength should be similar to Mu Yun's. But since Su He had killed Mu Yun, the other side wouldn't just send someone of Mu Yun's level. There must be someone stronger. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Su He immediately spread his divine sense and rushed towards the cave, hoping that the serpent fruit tree and the little white snake inside were safe. For the first time, Su He was concerned about someone else's safety. As Su He approached, his divine sense suddenly touched another divine sense. The owner of that divine sense trembled and quickly approached, arriving in a few flashes. The person was young, dressed in a black python robe, holding a thunder seal. It was Mu Lei. The moment he saw Su He, Mu Lei didn't say a word. He pointed the thunder seal at him. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning shot towards Su He, who quickly burrowed into the ground. The lightning struck the ground, creating a 10-meter wide crater. Such a scene surprised Su He. This person's cultivation was similar to Mu Yun's, but the power of this magical treasure was far beyond Mu Yun's. Is it you, this little eel, who killed my brother? Mu Lei looked down on him. A flood dragon? It didn't look like one at all. Could it be a mistake? This was clearly a black yin snake. He had been guarding the place under his master's orders, waiting for the prey to come, while his master used a compass to search the perimeter. And he had indeed waited. For his safety, Chen Fan had given him many defensive magical treasures, with multiple layers of protection, making it impossible for him to meet the same fate as Mu Yun. But to be safe, he still took out a communication jade talisman, intending to throw it into the sky. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Su He turned and fled without hesitation, rushing down the mountain. Escaped. Mu Lei was stunned. The snake actually escaped? Master instructed me not to be impulsive when I see you, to delay for a stick of incense's time, and he would arrive. Mu Lei's eyes flickered. It was said to be for his safety, to avoid being killed by the snake demon. But now, this snake was only at the 4th level of the spirit communion stage, 2 levels below him. How could it kill him when it was fleeing at the sight of him? As a snake catcher, killing a snake demon of the same realm was a basic skill. If he couldn't even do that, he shouldn't be called a snake catcher. Not to mention, he was 2 levels higher. Could it be as junior brother Zhao said, this snake demon is extremely cunning, possessed by a great power, capable of fighting above its level, deliberately showing weakness to lure the opponent into pursuit, and then counter-attacking. Mu Lei's contempt turned into a sense of caution. He took a few steps back, hid behind a tree, activated the communication jade talisman, and silently threw it into the distance. Then, he returned to his original spot, feigning arrogance, and shouted, a mere 4th level spirit communion stage beast, and you need my master? I can kill you myself. He chased in the direction Su He had fled. Mu Lei was certain that the opponent hadn't escaped and was waiting for him somewhere. His brother, at the peak of the 6th level of the Qi refining stage, couldn't have been killed by a 4th level beast. The opponent must have used despicable means. Today, those despicable means would be useless against him. He would use all his trump cards. At the same time, he had already informed Chen Daoling. With his master handling it, the snake demon couldn't escape. Come out, I found you. His divine sense quickly locked onto Su He, who was rapidly moving underground. Mu Lei's eyes flashed. He took out 2 talismans and stuck them on his legs, then used the earth escape technique to burrow underground, chasing after Su He. He seemed to be chasing at full speed, but in reality, he was only using half his speed, keeping the other half in reserve. Similarly, Su He wasn't fleeing at full speed either, using only a fraction of his speed and not even employing the earth escape technique, deliberately leading the opponent on. This person's speed is so slow, not even half of Mu Yun's. He's clearly pretending to be weak. Su He thought to himself. This kid looked young but was very cunning, not as easy to fool as Mu Yun. As for his earlier posturing, saying he didn't need his master and could handle it himself, it was clearly a case of no silver here. Most likely, his master would arrive soon. Since there were other hidden experts around who could arrive at any moment, Su He immediately decided to stop engaging with this person and escape directly. Su He increased his speed to 50%, quickly widening the distance between them. Without using the earth escape technique, this was already his full speed. Mu Lei, who was chasing from behind, suddenly had a change in expression. Is he really going to escape? Mu Lei was anxious. He had hoped that the other party would stay and fight him, giving him a chance to hold him back. But Su He didn't even try to test him and fled at full speed, completely beyond his expectations, rendering all his preparations useless. Stop right there. Mu Lei pointed his thunder seal, sending out a bolt of lightning that blasted a large pit in the ground ahead, but Su He had already disappeared from sight. Chase him. Mu Lei gritted his teeth and used the earth escape technique with all his might, pursuing forward. Under Mu Lei's full-speed chase, the distance between them finally began to close, but it was consuming a lot of his energy. You little brat, do you really think you can escape? If you have the guts, stay and fight me. I don't even need a magical treasure to kill you. Mu Lei cursed from a distance, not caring whether Su He could hear him or not. Su He sneered inwardly. If the opponent had maintained 50% speed, he would never have counterattacked and would have immediately fled. But full-speed pursuit was different. It meant leaving no room for retreat. You're courting death. Su He suddenly stopped, using the earth escape technique to eliminate inertia, then turned and charged directly at Mu Lei. His speed was unbelievably fast, almost twice that of Mu Lei. What? Mu Lei was shocked, but he reacted quickly, pointing his thunder seal and sending out a bolt of lightning that blasted a large pit ahead, dirt flying and creating a hollow space. Boom! The lightning was so close that not only did Su He get struck, but even Mu Lei was affected, spitting blood and being thrown back, landing in the scorched earth. A deep pit, 30 meters wide, had appeared. Mu Lei immediately looked up ahead. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. He saw Su He standing quietly in the hollow space, his body charred black, surrounded by a shattered golden light shield, the Golden Shield Talisman. However, the Golden Shield Talisman clearly couldn't block all the lightning. Mu Lei's face darkened, and he was about to activate the thunder seal again. Suddenly, Su He opened his mouth, and a dense black flame shot towards Mu Lei's face. Fireball technique? This simple basic spell, in Su He's hands, displayed an unimaginable power. As the black fire emerged, the air twisted, and the dirt melted into lava, like hellfire, sweeping towards Mu Lei. What kind of sorcery is this? Mu Lei was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. He instantly took out a jade pendant and held it in front of him. Gravity technique. Su He's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted inwardly. The gravity technique descended, acting on the jade pendant in Mu Lei's hand. Mu Lei felt a 1,000-pound force pressing down, causing the jade pendant to deviate from its position and slip from his hand. Everything happened too fast for Mu Lei to think or grab the jade pendant, and the fireball technique had already arrived. Boom! The flame surged, igniting a 15-meter-wide black fire, completely melting the dirt behind Mu Lei, with lava flowing out. Mu Lei let out a piercing scream. Hearing this scream, Su He didn't feel any joy. Instead, his face darkened. Being able to scream meant he wasn't dead. Sure enough, Su He focused his gaze and saw the jade pendant shattered, forming a soft white light shield that protected Mu Lei's body. However, the jade pendant's position had deviated slightly, and the light shield didn't fully protect Mu Lei's body. His left arm, left shoulder, and part of his body were outside the light shield, completely melted in the flames, burned to nothingness. All of this was caused by the slight deviation of the jade pendant, with Su He's gravity technique playing a crucial role. Otherwise, Mu Lei might have been unharmed. Damn, just a bit more. Su He sighed inwardly. He had only practiced the gravity technique for 3 days. Given another week, he could definitely move the jade pendant completely. Having failed to kill in one strike, Su He didn't hesitate, immediately grabbing Mu Lei's storage bag and diving into the earth to escape. 3 breaths after Su He left, an old man, burning with a blood-red aura, descended into the pit. He glanced at the severely injured Mu Lei, his face expressionless, and helped him up. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you. Chen Daoling, with a blank expression, gave Mu Lei a pill and carried him on his back. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Chen Daoling flashed and dove into the earth, chasing forward. His divine sense spread out, instantly covering over 100 meters, quickly locking onto the rapidly fleeing Su He. For the first time, Su He felt the other party could detect him while he couldn't detect the other party, feeling a divine sense collide with his, filled with murderous intent. Su He's divine sense could reach 90 meters, indicating the other party's divine sense exceeded 100 meters. A divine sense over 100 meters, what level of cultivation is this? Su He's mind raced. Such a divine sense had surpassed the late Qi refining stage, likely an old monster who had been stuck at the great perfection of the Qi refining stage for countless years. As for foundation establishment, Su He believed he couldn't provoke such an existence yet. Young one, I underestimated you. I left my disciple with so many life-saving treasures and repeatedly warned him not to underestimate you, yet he was still almost killed. If you surrender, you can keep your life. From afar, Chen Daoling's divine sense transmitted. Su He treated these words as nonsense, without any intention of mocking. Under the dual effects of the earth escape technique and his physical strength, he fled forward at unprecedented speed. You actually mastered the earth escape technique, how strange. Chen Daoling was inwardly surprised. His speed also suddenly increased. Chen Daoling had practiced for many years, mastering the earth escape technique to a level far beyond ordinary people. Under his full-speed pursuit, even Su He could clearly feel the distance closing. Not only was speed an issue, but true Qi consumption was also a major problem. Su He had been continuously using spells, and with his current true Qi, he could only sustain it for half an incense stick's time. Soon, Su He's divine sense could already capture the other party, an old man in a daoist robe, with the injured Mu Lei on his back. Su He's eyes flickered, and he changed direction, heading towards a large mountain. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. Before long, the distance between them was only 50 meters. At this moment, a rocky area appeared ahead, full of hard granite. In such terrain, the earth escape technique was difficult to use. Su He immediately emerged from the ground, his figure flashing towards the cliff above. The next second, Chen Daoling also emerged from the ground, his eyes narrowing. He was in a canyon, with towering cliffs on both sides. Boom. Suddenly, it sounded like an explosion overhead, smoke filled the air, and the canyon shook. Immediately, countless rocks fell from the cliffs on both sides, crashing towards Chen Daoling. Not good. Chen Daoling's face changed, hurriedly dodging back, but more and more rocks kept falling, blocking his retreat completely. Boom, boom, boom. Boulders fell, crashing onto his head, arms, and back. Yet, a golden aura rose from Chen Daoling's body, elastic and resilient, causing the boulders to bounce off upon impact. A protective magical treasure, huh? Let's see how you protect yourself when buried under 100 layers. Su He continuously detonated talismans, hurling rocks down, covering Chen Daoling's rocky exterior with another layer of stone, and then another. Hundreds of large boulders fell in unison, creating a spectacular scene. The rumbling sound persisted without end. Soon, Chen Daoling was buried under countless stones, completely submerged. This canyon was a treacherous spot Su He had scouted for a long time. A month ago, he had already envisioned encountering a formidable enemy, slower than himself. How would he escape? From Mu Yun, he had scavenged many talismans, mostly mid-level, barely effective against mid-stage Qi refining cultivators, and almost useless against late-stage ones. Such talismans were useless to Su He, so he used them all to attack the rocks. As long as there were enough stones, even if you were at the great perfection stage of Qi refining, what could you do? A mortal body, you can't escape being crushed. After detonating all the talismans, endless stones fell, crashing down like an earthquake, dust rising, mountains shaking, as if a great mountain had collapsed. After finishing, Su He didn't care about the other's fate and immediately dashed down the mountain, fleeing at full speed. Su He estimated that such power could likely kill even a great perfection Qi refining cultivator on the spot, but he didn't dare to take the risk and gamble. He fled first. After Su He escaped, the place gradually calmed down, the canyon completely blocked by rubble. Who knows how much time passed? Suddenly, the rubble began to tremble, cracking layer by layer like an eggshell, turning into powder. A figure, burning with a blood-red flame, slowly emerged from the rubble. It was Chen Daoling. The blood-red flames on his body burned even more fiercely, his white hair fluttering without wind, his eyes blood-red. At this moment, Chen Daoling's aura had surpassed the great perfection stage of qi refining, reaching the early stage of foundation establishment. Behind him, Mu Lei was bleeding from the head, barely breathing. His previously stabilized injuries had been aggravated by the falling rocks, and he might not survive much longer. Chen Daoling's hatred for Su He was beyond words. A mere fourth-layer spirit communion snake had such cunning, setting up a rock trap, not only killing his disciple but almost causing his own death. If not for the divine pill left by his Grand Master, which could boost his cultivation to the foundation establishment level at the cost of 20 years of lifespan, he wouldn't have escaped. Even if not crushed to death, he could have suffocated or starved. He had underestimated that snake. I don't care what kind of demon you are, today, I, Chen Daoling, will skin you alive, extract your tendons, and refine your bones. Chen Daoling was furious. Without further ado, he leaped and sped in a certain direction. The powerful spiritual vortex lifted him into the air, flying faster than before. At this moment, he was deeply wary of Su He. If this snake wasn't eliminated, it would become a major threat to all snake catchers. In almost an instant, Chen Daoling crossed 1,000 feet, his eagle-like eyes scanning below. After several searches, he couldn't find Su He. I've collected your demonic aura, you can't escape. Chen Daoling remained calm, taking out a compass and injecting a strand of demonic aura into it. The compass immediately spun, pointing in a direction. Chen Daoling changed direction, chasing after it. Soon, he locked onto a figure fleeing towards the river. You can't escape. Chen Daoling's eyes were cold as he dived towards Su He, who was desperately running towards the river, already at the riverbank. When the distance between them reached 100 feet, Chen Daoling clenched his fist from afar. Instantly, Su He felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on him, his bones creaking, unable to move. This is the gravity technique. Su He was horrified. Such a small gravity technique had such power in the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator. This wasn't even a true foundation establishment, but one boosted by secret pills, yet it had such might. If it were a true foundation establishment, Su He had no doubt his body would shatter. Seeing Su He immobilized, Chen Daoling sneered and stepped forward. Suddenly, his foot seemed to trigger a thin wire. Whoosh! A sapling beside him suddenly sprang up, shooting a dart straight at Chen Daoling's face. Chen Daoling looked disdainful, raised his hand to use the gravity technique to intercept the dart. However, the dart was unaffected, instantly reaching his face at incredible speed. Chen Daoling, shocked, dodged sideways but was still grazed on the neck, even tearing a large gash in his protective true qi. Ignoring all defenses, the dart fell to the ground, and Su He swallowed it in one gulp, diving into the river and disappearing. Chen Daoling touched the trickle of blood on his neck, his expression uncertain. What was that hidden weapon? The incident happened so fast, he only vaguely remembered it seemed to be a black gold scale. Chen Daoling's chest heaved, his face twisted, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. Being ambushed at the great perfection stage of qi refining was one thing, but even at foundation establishment, he was ambushed. If he hadn't dodged in time, he might have lost his life. This only intensified his killing intent. Such a cunning and sly demon, if allowed to grow, would undoubtedly lead to the extinction of snake catchers. He couldn't leave any future troubles. Even at great cost, he had to kill this snake. I said, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, it won't matter. Chen Daoling took out the compass again, injecting Su He's aura into it. The compass immediately spun, pointing in a direction. At this moment, Su He was underwater, frantically swimming downstream. It was a pity. If he had known, he would have set 10 scale darts, shooting them all at once. He didn't believe the other wouldn't die, but Su He couldn't risk everything, as he wasn't sure the other would fall for it. This great river was also a pre-planned escape route, with turbulent currents and countless whirlpools, difficult for humans to navigate, easily swept away by the water. However, for powerful cultivators, the impact was minimal. Su He had already overestimated the opponent, but still faced the worst situation. A foundation establishment cultivator was not someone he wanted to provoke unless absolutely necessary. However, snake catchers and snakes were mortal enemies. This day would come sooner or later. Fate was like this. No matter how cautious Su He was, he couldn't escape. The only fortunate thing was that the opponent was only at foundation establishment in cultivation, not in divine sense. Foundation establishment divine sense could extend for miles, making everything visible. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The opponent has cultivated for over 100 years and surely knows the water escape technique. I can't stay in the water, I must get ashore. Su He knew it was only a matter of time before the opponent found his location. So, where should he escape to? Being hunted by a foundation establishment cultivator, where was his way out? Su He's mind raced, and unconsciously, he had moved 1,000 meters. At this time, his divine sense saw the Dragon King temple by the river, with villagers from Chen family town burning incense and worshipping. A flash of inspiration struck Su He's mind, and he couldn't help but think of a place. The Mountain God Temple. Su He had his awakening in the Mountain God Temple, and it had also helped him resolve Chen Fan's inner demon. Su He had pondered many questions over a year of cultivation. That Mountain God Temple was definitely not a simple place. Perhaps, Big Black's awakening was also related to the mountain god temple. Back then, Suhei had left 2 corpses there. The mountain god temple is 2 miles outside Chen family town, and Chen family town is nearby. Suhei's heart raced. This was fate. Suhei didn't act immediately. He calmed down in the water, took a pill from his storage bag, and then leaned against the riverbank. Go. Suhei used the earth escape technique, rushing towards his destination. At this moment, he unleashed unprecedented speed, his blood starting to burn, like an underground earth dragon, only erupting in moments of life and death. As Suhei dashed out, Chen Daoling seemed to sense something. He stared at the compass, looking sharply in Suhei's direction. Little beast, even at great cost, I will tear you to pieces today. Chen Daoling shouted from afar, pursuing. 1 in the sky, 1 underground, both racing at top speed, passing by Chen family town. Except for a few cultivators who sensed something and looked puzzled, the mortals were completely unaware. Suhei's divine sense soon spotted the dilapidated mountain god temple. He gritted his teeth and burst out of the ground, rushing into the temple. Shortly after, Chen Daoling followed the compass's guidance, arriving. He stared at the broken temple, about to chase in, but stopped. Chen Daoling squinted, focusing on the temple's entrance, deep in thought. This snake is cunning and sly. Why would it choose to hide here? Could it be a trap? Chen Daoling couldn't understand. If he were the snake, he wouldn't leave the river, but follow the current, using the water's changes to set traps. But now, hiding in this broken temple, what did it mean? Chen Daoling's divine sense scanned the temple inside and out, finding nothing unusual. However, when his divine sense swept over the mountain god statue, he inexplicably felt a pang of fear. This sense of foreboding vanished in an instant. Chen Daoling's gaze was fixated on the statue, as if trying to see through it. However, that feeling from before never returned, as if it had been a mere illusion. There must be something fishy here, Chen Daoling said coldly. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. At this moment, 2 figures in white flashed over from a distance, their bodies emitting faint waves of spiritual power. Both were cultivators from Chen family town, but only at the early Qi refining stage. They had sensed Chen Daoling's presence and came to investigate. Upon approaching, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly bowed. Greetings, senior. The 2 bowed deeply, their expressions respectful. Chen Daoling glanced at them and said, You 2, come here. The 2 were taken aback, exchanged a glance, and then walked over, puzzled. What are your orders, senior? Chen Daoling pointed at the mountain god temple and said, Destroy the statue inside. The 2 couldn't help but feel puzzled. This mountain god temple had stood here for many years, existing since their birth, long abandoned. Why destroy the statue inside? They suddenly recalled some rumors that the mountain god temple had been haunted, with many strange occurrences. Seeing Chen Daoling's serious expression, their suspicions grew, but they dared not defy him. Taking a deep breath, they each took out a fireball talisman and a windblade talisman and walked towards the temple entrance. At that moment, a black flame shot out, giving them no chance to react. A scream echoed as the 2 were instantly turned to charcoal, falling to the ground, dead. Bastard. Chen Daoling gritted his teeth in anger. In that case, I'll level the entire temple and see what tricks you can play. Chen Daoling took out a light red talisman, exuding an extremely violent aura, and threw it into the mountain god temple. As the talisman landed inside the temple, Chen Daoling retreated 30 meters, made a hand seal, and shouted, Explode. Boom. The talisman exploded, flames soaring into the sky, shaking the heavens. The entire mountain god temple collapsed in an instant, turning to nothingness. Everything within 50 meters was reduced to ashes. During this time, Chen Daoling's divine sense was locked onto the temple, not missing a single movement. As the flames swept through, walls crumbled, and the structure was obliterated, leaving a huge crater. Even the statue was blown to pieces. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He saw a black light burst out from the statue, rushing towards him at an incredible speed, too fast for him to react even with his full cultivation. Not good. Chen Daoling didn't know what it was, but he sensed a soul power fluctuation, possibly an ancient monster's primordial spirit as recorded in ancient texts. He immediately threw Muley in front of him as a shield and retreated swiftly. Whoosh! The black light shot into Muley's forehead, and Chen Daoling didn't dare to stay, fleeing with his life-saving talisman, his speed exploding to more than 5 times its usual. From afar, he heard a voice enter his mind. Dare to appear before me again, and I will shatter your soul, never to reincarnate. The voice was like a thunderclap, causing blood to seep from Chen Daoling's 7 orifices, leaving him terrified. His previous anger vanished in the face of this life and death crisis, replaced only by fear. Please calm your anger, senior. I promise never to set foot here again. Chen Daoling left a message and fled, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Suhei was hiding deep underground. Although he had avoided the core of the explosion, he was still affected by the shockwaves, barely holding back the urge to spit blood. That was close, but I bet right. Suhei's heart pounded wildly. He had never gambled in his life, and this was the most thrilling gamble he had ever taken. However, he had prepared enough contingencies. If pushed to the brink, he would swallow the pill in his mouth and unleash all his scales. That old man would be severely injured if not killed. But such an outcome was unacceptable to Suhei. At this moment, the figure in the sky descended. It was the lifeless Muley. Muley lay on the ground, breathless, but his eyes slowly opened. Zombie. Su Hei's mind buzzed, immediately recalling the resurrected Chen Fan, and his fear exploded. Ah, don't come back to life. Su Hei shouted, charging forward madly, his tail whipping out and striking Muley's face. Muley's face was smashed, his bones shattered, and blood spurted wildly. Then, Su Hei gathered a mouthful of fire and sprayed it on Muley, burning his body to charcoal, then to ashes with another breath, and finally to dust with a third. Still not reassured, Su Hei whipped his tail again, scattering the ashes. Phew, good thing I practiced the fireball technique. He should be dead now. Su Hei let out a long breath, nearly scared out of his wits. After a long time, with no movement from Muley, Su Hei finally relaxed. He then turned to the statue's fragments, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you, mountain god, for saving me." He knew it was the mountain god who had scared Chen Daoling away. Otherwise, he would have had to risk his life, and even if he survived, he would have been severely injured. The mountain god had shown him kindness, and Su Hei always knew how to adapt to circumstances. Su Hei thought for a moment, took out 3 incense sticks from his storage bag, planted them in the ground, lit them with the fireball technique, and even caught a rat as an offering, placing it on the ground and kowtowing 3 times. "Thank you, mountain god, for your protection. I will come to worship you every year from now on." Su Hei smiled and turned to leave. "Stop right there, you little brat." Suddenly, an angry voice thundered in his mind, freezing Su Hei in place. He looked around, confirming he hadn't misheard. The voice was indeed in his mind. "Mountain god, did you speak?" Su Hei asked, both panicked and excited, looking at the broken statue. The voice seemed extremely angry, panting for a long time before continuing. "You have half an hour to find me a physical body, or I will curse you to never reincarnate." Hearing this, Su Hei's face turned dark. Never reincarnate? That meant no afterlife, which was worse than death. He didn't know why the mountain god wanted a physical body, but he dared not disobey. Su Hei hurriedly said, "I'll find a body right away." He turned and left, moving at top speed. "Wait." The voice shouted again, "Don't just find any body to fool me. I want a strong, young one. Preferably with cultivation." As for spiritual roots and physique, he didn't dare to ask, fearing Su Hei wouldn't understand. He couldn't expect much from this beast's intelligence. Yes. Su Hei didn't dare delay, darting away and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. The mountain god was alive, a living mountain god? No wonder he had gained enlightenment, it must have been the mountain god's doing. Su Hei had limited knowledge, but he had read some ancient texts. In ancient times, there were deities who could enlighten even stubborn stones, turning them into spirits. So, what's the big deal about enlightening a demonic beast? Indeed, there were still deities in this world. The mountain god wants me to find him a physical body, young and strong, and with some cultivation. I have to choose carefully. Only if he is satisfied will he bless my cultivation. Su Hei thought to himself, planning to complete this task seriously. But capturing a living body might cause trouble, so Su Hei decided to follow the example of that black dog and capture a dead one. Just now, he had passed by a graveyard. He decided to try his luck there first. At this moment, the so-called mountain god was hiding in the tribute of a dead rat, his primordial spirit rapidly dissipating. Damn beast, how did I end up with such a thing? He was not a mountain god but a demonic cultivator who had fled here 200 years ago, the heavenly demon scattered person. His primordial spirit had been sealed in the mountain god statue, enjoying the villagers' worship and surviving on that sliver of faith. However, because his power was too sinister, this place frequently experienced ghostly phenomena, and over time, the mountain god temple was abandoned. However, 200 years of recuperation had allowed his primordial spirit to recover slightly, giving him the ability to perform body snatching. Last year, he saw a human elixir and a Taoist fleeing into the mountain god temple and was about to perform the body snatching technique when Su Hei suddenly swallowed them. Along with a sliver of his primordial spirit, Su Hei had swallowed it into his stomach.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The heavenly demon scattered person's primordial spirit was immensely powerful. Just a tiny bit was enough to enlighten a demonic beast. That's why Su Hei had become enlightened? The second time, the young lady of the Chen family and an assassin fled into the mountain god temple, and he attempted body snatching again. This time, Su Hei directly killed them? Although he didn't swallow them, the corpse was later eaten by a wild dog, which also became enlightened. Both attempts at body snatching ended in failure, and he lost a sliver of his primordial spirit each time. This time was the third attempt, and he didn't act rashly. He only flew out to perform body snatching on Muley when the statue he was hiding in was blown up. As a result, Su Hei burned him to ashes. The heavenly demon scattered person was on the verge of going mad. He had never suffered such a huge loss, and his hatred for Su Hei was beyond words. Yet Su Hei was completely unaware, still smugly thinking he was showing great respect to the mountain god. "Just wait, once I get a physical body, I'll make sure you pay." The heavenly demon scattered person was seething with rage. Outside Chen family town, in the graveyard, Su Hei arrived at the graveyard, spreading his divine sense to scan the graves, searching for corpses. To his disappointment, all the corpses had turned into skeletons. Such bodies were obviously unqualified, they had to be freshly buried at the very least. Some graves showed signs of being dug up, with the corpses inside missing, clearly stolen by some creature. Su-hei thought of that big black dog. The mountain god only gave me half an hour. I need to hurry. Su-hei was getting anxious, he just wanted to complete the task. But where could he find a young, strong body with cultivation? Suddenly, Su-hei seemed to sense something. He quickly used the earth escape technique, burrowing underground, retracting his divine sense and gaze. Su-hei remained motionless, not daring to release a hint of killing intent, relying solely on his hearing. In the distance, he heard faint sounds of digging. Judging by the subtle noise, it wasn't a human but a four-legged creature, clearly a dog. The dog was digging at a grave, making noises. Su-hei immediately knew it was that black dog digging up graves again. Ha, this time I didn't release my divine sense or even glance at you. I don't believe you can escape again. Su-hei knew the other party was highly perceptive, but he was prepared this time. Finally, he would catch it. Go. Without hesitation, Su-hei rushed towards the target, fully utilizing the earth escape technique. As Su-hei moved, the big black dog digging the grave finally sensed danger. It tried to escape, but it was too late. Awooh! A dog's wail echoed as Su-hei emerged from the ground, rushing 100 meters away, capturing the dog on the spot outside the grave. As expected, it was the enlightened big black dog. At this moment, the black dog's eyes turned blood red, extremely sinister, with dark energy emanating from its head. It had clearly eaten many corpses and was now filled with resentment. Awooh! The black dog tried to bite Su-hei, but Su-hei's cultivation was far superior. With a strong grip, cracking sounds echoed, and the black dog wailed continuously. Spare me, the black dog pleaded in a human voice. Su-hei ignored it, releasing the beast control ring and placing it around its neck. The black dog immediately became docile. Su-hei stopped and examined the black dog. After a careful look, his eyes lit up. He wants a physical body, strong, young, handsome, with cultivation. The more Su-hei looked at the black dog, the more he felt it met the requirements. This aura, this body, was simply perfect. Almost the most perfect body in Su-hei's mind, second only to his own. Su-hei immediately grabbed the black dog and hurried towards the mountain god temple. What are you doing? What are you doing? The black dog cried out, sensing something ominous, struggling continuously, but it was futile against the superior magical treasure. Moments later, Su-hei returned to the ruins of the mountain god temple. He entered the pit in the ruins, placing the black dog down, excitedly saying, Mountain god, I've found the body you wanted. Look, it absolutely meets your requirements. With the allotted time almost up, Su-hei had completed the task perfectly, feeling pleased with himself. But at this moment, the heavenly demon scattered person was on the verge of collapse. This damn thing is the body you found? A dog? Are you kidding me? You want me to snatch a dog's body? He had already lowered his expectations of Su-hei's intelligence, yet he had still overestimated him. He forgot to specify the condition, human. You bastard, why don't you just die? Die? The heavenly demon scattered person roared in anger. Su-hei looked confused. What did he do wrong? He had completed the task as required? The heavenly demon scattered person was speechless. This Su-hei, cautious and perceptive in his actions, why was he so clueless in this matter? Now, his primordial spirit was showing signs of disintegration after leaving the statue. If he didn't perform body snatching soon, he might have to sleep for another few hundred years. At this moment, the heavenly demon scattered person suddenly paused, looking at the big black dog in surprise. A fiendish demon body? Just like my physique back then. Is this a coincidence? The heavenly demon scattered person examined the big black dog closely, growing more astonished. After a long hesitation, he finally sighed. A dog is a dog, at least it has my old physique. It's better than my soul dissipating. At worst, once my cultivation recovers, I'll find a human to snatch later. Immediately, his primordial spirit flew out of the rat's body, flashing into the big black dog's forehead. The big black dog instantly stiffened, no longer moving, its blood-red eyes gradually dimming. The primordial spirit slowly fused with the physical body. This time, without interference, the process was surprisingly smooth, quickly merging into one. Even the heavenly demon scattered person himself was surprised by the speed of the fusion. Under the powerful primordial spirit's force, the beast control ring on its neck flew off. Su-hei quickly caught the beast control ring, turning to look at the dog. Mountain god, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Su-hei felt something was off and planned to leave early. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Su-hei turned around and saw the big black dog glaring at him with its eyes fixed intently on him. Those eyes were no longer eerie and sinister as before but filled with human-like anger. The voice, too, was no longer that of the black dog but had become the mountain god's. Su-hei felt his mind go blank with a boom. At this moment, his thoughts raced, and he stammered, Mountain god, how did you turn into a dog? I've already performed body snatching. Didn't your inherited memories include this term? The big black dog stared at him, its voice devoid of any emotion. Heavenly demon scattered person was furious with Su-hei to the extreme, wishing he could kill him on the spot. If it weren't for Su-hei obtaining his memory inheritance, making him half a disciple, he would have acted long ago. Body snatching. Su-hei was initially shocked but quickly understood. He wasn't stupid, just inexperienced and lacking in knowledge. He had never heard of body snatching before, but now he quickly grasped its meaning. Suhei retreated several feet, his eyes filled with anger and fear, and asked in a low voice, "You're not the mountain god." "When did I ever say I was the mountain god? I merely parasitized a mountain god statue. It was your wishful thinking, not my problem," the big black dog sneered. At this moment, Suhei felt a surge of anger explode in his chest, his breath unsteady. He had been fooled. He had offered sacrifices, bowed to the statue, and prayed for smooth cultivation. But in the end, there was no mountain god, just a cultivator who appeared out of nowhere? Despicable? Absolutely despicable? Suhei felt utterly deceived. "You're impersonating a deity. Aren't you afraid of retribution and going to hell after you die?" Suhei shouted in anger and shame. "Retribution? Ha ha ha." The big black dog seemed to have heard an extremely funny joke and let out a dog-like laugh. "In the memories I passed to you, there's no mention of retribution. Hell is just a comforting life for ants. How could you think of such nonsense? Look at that black dog, digging graves and stealing corpses, not believing in gods or evil. Now that's more like my memory inheritor." At this point, he paused, staring at Suhei for a long time, feeling something was off. Suhei stared back at him, unflinching. After a long while, the big black dog tentatively asked, "Have you ever heard of the heavenly demon scattered person?" "What scattered person? A dismembered person? I swallow them whole," Suhei replied. The big black dog was deeply shaken. In his memory inheritance, although the information was limited and didn't involve secrets, it definitely included his own title. However, Suhei didn't recognize the heavenly demon scattered person at all. There was no such person in his memory, and it didn't seem like he was pretending. This snake didn't obtain his memories? How could that be? Then how did he gain enlightenment? The big black dog's mind was in turmoil. He stared at Suhei, finding it more and more unbelievable. His intense gaze made Suhei feel uneasy. Suhei didn't want to deal with him. He didn't know the strength of a body-snatching cultivator, but he was sure it was beyond his capability. It must be stronger than him. Suhei didn't want to provoke such an unknown entity. Without a word, he turned and crawled away. Seeing Suhei walk away, the big black dog thought for a moment, then sneered, and followed n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Suhei quickened his pace, and the big black dog matched it. Suhei used the earth escape technique, but the big black dog was even more adept at it. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were inseparable, no matter how hard Suhei tried to shake him off. A day later, Suhei returned to the vicinity of his territory. He turned around, looked at the black dog, and said, "This is my territory." The big black dog sneered, "What? Your territory and I can't come?" Suhei was both angry and helpless. He had tested his speed for a day and found that he couldn't shake off this dog. Its strength was clearly unfathomable. He could only think of giving the dog some benefits to make it leave, so it wouldn't cause trouble in his territory. At this moment, the Wolf King ran over from a distance, carrying a rock goat in its mouth. It enthusiastically ran to Suhei, dropped the rock goat, and squatted on the ground with a fawning expression. Perhaps in its mind, Suhei had already dealt with that detestable human, and it now held Suhei in fervent reverence. "Just in time, I'm hungry." Suhei nodded in satisfaction. This Wolf King was quite intelligent, knowing to offer food without being taught. Suhei swallowed the rock goat whole, quickly digesting it, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The big black dog watched him silently, saying nothing. It wasn't until Suhei finished digesting that the big black dog coldly said, "I count as half your master. Aren't you going to show some filial respect?" Roar. The Wolf King immediately glared and growled upon hearing this. The big black dog's eyes narrowed, a flash of ferocity in them, causing the Wolf King to retreat in fear, its legs trembling, hiding behind Suhei. Suhei hesitated for a moment and said, "Wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit. Wolf King, go take a dump for him." The Wolf King immediately ran over happily, raised its tail, and prepared to defecate in front of the big black dog. The big black dog was stunned, and soon its face twisted in extreme anger, feeling a surge of fury rushing to its head, almost making it steam with rage. He didn't know if Suhei was truly stupid or pretending, but this time, it was clearly to disgust him on purpose. Die. He lunged forward, biting the Wolf King's thigh. "Woo-woo." The Wolf King let out a miserable howl, its thigh torn open, and it fled behind Suhei, glaring at the black dog with hatred. It was clearly showing a stance of relying on Suhei's power. The black dog was both angry and amused. It had been a long time since anyone had humiliated him like this, but this snake didn't seem to see it as an insult. In the past, he would have killed without hesitation, but now, after 200 years of slumber, his cultivation had greatly diminished. There was no need to stoop to the level of these two beasts. Heavenly Demon Scattered Person was inherently stubborn, never giving up until he achieved his goal. Suhei had given him a rare bit of amusement. "Disciple, do you know the consequences of disrespecting your master?" the big black dog coldly asked. Suhei could see that the black dog was bluffing. If it wanted to teach him a lesson, it would have done so already, instead of putting on a show. Therefore, Suhei wasn't afraid. "I wasn't disrespecting you. Dogs naturally eat shit," Suhei said calmly. "Oh, so, you're admitting you're my disciple," the black dog sneered. Suhei's expression changed, and he quickly denied, "I didn't say that. I helped you gain enlightenment, and you bowed to me in a disciple's ceremony. Whether you admit it or not, I'm your master, the big black dog laughed. Su-hei panicked. He really didn't want to admit it, but going around in circles, the other party seemed to have a point. I won't be fooled. Su-hei shrieked and fled. The big black dog laughed even more triumphantly and followed. The snake catchers were a folk organization in the southern part of the Chu kingdom, known among mortals for capturing snakes. However, in the eyes of cultivators, this was actually a sect dedicated to cultivation. This sect had a heritage spanning thousands of years. In ancient times, it was once a flourishing and powerful sect known by the domineering name Dragon Subduing Sect. Over the long course of history, the Dragon Subduing Sect gradually declined, and its disciples dwindled. After the fall of the 18th sect leader, no one could cultivate the dragon subduing technique to its highest level. Thus, they had to lower their status by 2 levels and rename themselves the Snake Catchers sect, with their disciples calling themselves Snake Catchers. If they didn't change their name, they feared that the name Dragon Subduing Sect would attract some terrifying entities, bringing disaster to the sect. Recently, an astonishing piece of news had been circulating among the cultivators in the Chen family town area. Have you heard? A 1,000-year-old snake demon has appeared in the mountains, almost wiping out the snake catchers in the area. I heard that 6 out of the 8 disciples under Chen Daoling were killed. He personally went to seek revenge and was severely injured, almost dying. He aged 20 years overnight. My god? Chen Daoling is a cultivator at the half-step foundation establishment stage. You don't know, that day Chen Daoling took a divine pill, gaining the true power of foundation establishment, but he still lost. That's terrifying. We better stay out of those mountains. In the tavern where cultivators gathered, almost everyone was discussing this matter, talking fervently and in shock. Not only were the cultivators talking about it, but even among the mortals, there were rumors about an old snake demon appearing in the mountains. The rumors spread far and wide, and over time, even a portrait of the old snake demon appeared, described in an almost mythical manner. In the portrait, the old snake demon was pitch black, with ink-like scales, a row of black gold scales on its tail, pale golden pupils, and a round head, looking no different from the previous old snake king. Whether the rumors were true or not, everyone decided to avoid such snakes if they saw them. Some people believed that the old snake demon's heinous crimes would surely alert the snake catcher's headquarters, and they would send powerful cultivators to capture it, so it wouldn't be able to cause trouble for long. In the private school in Chen family town, Wang Xianyu and his sister looked at the portrait of the old snake demon, covering their mouths in surprise. So the old snake king is that powerful. Wang Xianyu was secretly shocked. As for the rumors that Su-hei was a ruthless killer who ate countless people, he didn't believe it at all because he had seen with his own eyes that Su-hei didn't eat people. After returning, Su-hei immediately went into seclusion to heal his injuries. It took him 3 full days to completely recover. Afterward, he took out Mu Lei's storage bag and placed it on the ground. Su-hei glanced at the big black dog in the distance and said, "Can you step aside for a moment?" "Huh? Just some trash, and you treat it like treasure. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me," the big black dog mocked. Su-hei gave him a deep look and didn't avoid him, taking out the items from the storage bag. Mu Lei's treasures were far more abundant than Mu Yun's. They filled the ground completely. 8 bottles of pills, a thunder seal, several talismans, a large amount of medicinal herbs, a small pill refining furnace, and numerous spell jade slips. Additionally, there was a palm-sized stone emitting a faint milky white glow, with a slight spiritual chi fluctuation. A spirit stone. The big black dog's eyes lit up, and it was about to grab it with its paw. Su-hei reacted quickly, using his divine sense to instantly retrieve all the items, swallowing the storage bag into his abdomen, and stepping back a bit, watching the dog warily. The big black dog was stunned, awkwardly retreating, and snorting. I was just curious, just wanted to take a look. I don't care about it." Su-hei quietly watched him, saying nothing. The big black dog scratched its head, feeling extremely embarrassed, and turned to leave. Days passed by. Su-hei's life remained simple. Besides practicing spells, he would catch some prey for a meal. His comprehension was extremely high. Any spell he could practice, he could use it proficiently within 3 days. The gravity technique was his main focus. Through repeated practice, he had achieved a small success, able to use it within a 5-meter range. That day, the only injury he suffered was from being squeezed by the opponent's gravity technique. That old man's gravity technique could attack me from 100 meters away. I must reach that level too. Su-hei resolved fiercely in his heart. During this period, the big black dog occasionally sat cross-legged nearby, with black chi emanating from its head and a faint glow from its body, seemingly practicing some cultivation technique. Su-hei completely ignored it, acting as if the dog didn't exist. "Disciple, if you keep eating this stuff, when will you ever break through?" One day, Su-hei was devouring a wild boar when the big black dog suddenly appeared beside him, mocking him. Su-hei glanced at him and ignored him, continuing to eat the boar. The big black dog continued to mock, "This junk food, even a dog would shake its head at it. Then what should I eat?" Su-hei asked irritably. "Obviously, top-grade demonic beasts and top-grade spirit medicine," the big black dog sneered. "The demonic beasts around here are few in number. Eating them won't improve much, and we need them to keep an eye on humans," Su-hei said. He was already at the mid-stage of the spirit realm, and eating low-level demonic beasts had little effect. The big black dog looked at him for a long time, then smiled meaningfully. Without saying anything, it disappeared in a flash. Suhei was slightly stunned and immediately spread out his divine sense. Within 100 meters, there was no sign of the black dog, not even a trace of its aura. Did it leave? Suhei was puzzled. He searched around the mountain but couldn't find any trace of the black dog, its aura completely gone. Still feeling uneasy, he waited for a day, but the big black dog didn't reappear. Suhei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having such a mysterious presence wandering around made him uneasy. Now, it seemed to have left. Suhei returned to his cave, took out Mulei's storage bag, and began sorting through the items. He spent an hour removing the divine sense imprint from the thunder seal and left his own imprint. He arranged the pills, talismans, and miscellaneous items in a row. He now had 2 storage bags. The first storage bag was for precious items, top-grade pills, top-grade talismans, and magical treasures. The second storage bag was for mid-grade and low-grade items that weren't very useful to him. There were also many materials he didn't recognize, metallic substances, herbs, and scraps, which Suhei piled in a corner. He paid special attention to the spirit stone, placing it in the first storage bag. Finally, he placed Mulei's jade slips on the ground and used his divine sense to examine them one by one. At first, they were basic spells that Suhei had already learned and found of little value. But the later jade slips made Suhei's eyes light up. Miscellaneous talks on spirit medicine, 45 essays on spirit medicine, pill refining notes. Suhei schemed through them, his heartbeat quickening, and his breathing becoming slightly rapid. Knowledge about pills and spirit herbs. These were exactly what Suhei craved, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Although he had some knowledge about spirit medicine and herbs in his memory, it was only superficial. The jade slips, however, contained very detailed information. For example, the serpent fruit tree, which Suhei only knew by name but not its true value, was detailed in the jade slips. Serpent spirit fruit, low-grade spirit medicine, can give snakes an 80% chance to transform into demons. Taking 3 at once gives a 20% chance to break through to the mid-stage. It can be used as a main ingredient for rejuvenation pills and rejuvenation elixirs. Serpent spirit fruit tree, high-grade spirit medicine, its branches, bark, and trunk all have strong medicinal properties. Do not consume raw, or it will cause the body to explode. Must be refined into small foundation establishment pills. Earth flame vine, mid-grade spirit medicine, absorbs the essence of sunlight, containing violent fire-type spiritual qi. Suhei devoured the information eagerly, spending 2 full hours to finish reading. This knowledge came at the perfect time, greatly enriching Suhei's understanding and vision. Mulei was skilled in pill refining, and his storage bag contained a small pill refining furnace and many dried spirit herbs for use. Suhei had no immediate plans to learn pill refining. He still had many pills, and he could study it slowly after consuming them. Just then, Suhei suddenly froze, quickly putting away all the treasures. A black shadow flashed in front of him, and the big black dog returned. This time, it had 2 colorful feathered birds in its mouth, which it placed on the ground. The 2 birds were plump and large, their feathers a dazzling array of colors. They had a faint trace of spiritual power within them, clearly demonic beasts of a high level. Demonic beasts at the late spirit communion stage. Suhei was startled. He had searched within a radius of 20 miles but hadn't found any beasts of this level. Even if he had, he wouldn't dare provoke them. At this moment, the old black dog was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from catching these 2 chickens. He sat on the ground, grinning. Hee. These things are called spirit tail chickens, raised by a nearby sect specifically for eating. They taste way better than wild beasts. I happened to pass by and snatched 2, the old dog said with a sly smile. Hearing this, Suhei quickly used the earth escape technique to burrow underground, scanning the area with his divine sense to check for any human trackers. Relax, I did it cleanly. No one in this world can track me, the heavenly demon. No one's following, so don't worry. The old dog was quite proud, and as he spoke, he used his paws-like hands to start plucking the spirit tail chickens. Seeing his calm expression, Suhei emerged from the ground. The old dog plucked the feathers swiftly, and in no time, the chickens were bare. The old dog touched the ground with his paw, and a pile of charcoal appeared. Right in front of Suhei, he set up a grill and began roasting the chickens. The charcoal heated up, and the spirit tail chickens sizzled, their spiritual qi wafting out with a mouth-watering aroma. Midway through, the old dog pulled out some salt, cumin, and spiritual herbs from who knows where, sprinkling them on the chickens, making the aroma even richer. Suhei tried hard not to look, but the scent was too strong, and it even had a hint of spiritual resonance that could aid in cultivation, making Suhei swallow his saliva. The aroma not only attracted a little white snake but also drew the Wolf King from outside into the cave. The Wolf King stood behind Suhei, staring eagerly, drooling. Before long, the spirit tail chickens were done. The old black dog tore off a drumstick and started gnawing on it happily. He tossed the chicken bones aside. The Wolf King glanced at Suhei, and seeing no reaction, darted forward, grabbed the bones, and crunched them down. Suhei, annoyed, turned and walked away. The old black dog followed behind, eating as he walked, deliberately making loud crunching noises, driving Suhei crazy. Get lost. Suhei couldn't take it anymore and shot a fireball technique back. The old black dog dodged quickly, laughing. Don't be mad. I'm your master, after all. Giving you a chicken is no big deal. Just give me that spirit stone, and we're even. Su-hei was surprised, but the old dog's next words made him choke. So it was all for that spirit stone. Don't be so quick to refuse. This spirit tail chicken could sell for at least 3 spirit stones. You're getting a great deal. The old black dog laughed. Su-hei ignored him, but the old dog kept chattering away. After a long while, Su-hei couldn't take it anymore and reluctantly agreed. Give me the chicken first, Su-hei said. Without a word, the old black dog tossed the whole spirit tail chicken over. Su-hei inspected it carefully, then took out the spirit stone and tossed it to the old black dog. That's more like it. The old black dog nodded in satisfaction. With the spirit stone in paw, the old black dog threw the chicken bones to the wolf king and the little white snake, then sat down to absorb the spirit stone. Su-hei looked at the spirit tail chicken in front of him, took a deep sniff, and swallowed it whole. The spirit tail chicken wasn't large, easy to swallow, but it digested much slower than wild beasts. Su-hei fully activated the demon god cauldron. From the spirit tail chicken's body, a thin line of blood energy was absorbed into the cauldron, where the spiritual chi droplets visibly increased. Before long, the cauldron was filled. Su-hei was already at the peak of the 4th layer of the spirit communion stage, and now, he reached a bottleneck. Nov.L.B//JNN. Breakthrough. Su-hei focused, compressing all the spiritual chi droplets into a single point. At that moment, he felt a new power surge through his body. Black gold scales appeared one by one on his tail, continuously increasing. An old snake skin shed from his body. Su-hei had broken through to the 5th layer of the spirit communion stage. The spirit tail chicken wasn't fully digested yet, still being absorbed, and new spiritual chi droplets formed in the demon god cauldron. Seeing this, Su-hei took out a bottle of chi condensation pills and swallowed it whole. These pills aided in cultivation but couldn't be used for breakthroughs. They sped up daily cultivation. As the pills entered his body, the accumulation of spiritual chi droplets accelerated, dotting the demon god cauldron. 1/10, 2/10, 3/10. Finally, it stopped at 9/10. Su-hei had reached the peak of the 5th layer of the spirit communion stage. Only then was the spirit tail chicken fully digested, bringing Su-hei to this level, leaving him quite shocked. That spirit stone was well spent. The old dog was right, this chicken could indeed sell for 3 spirit stones. By now, 3 days had passed since Su-hei's breakthrough. The little white snake and the wolf king were both in a state of cultivation, seemingly having gained something too. The old black dog was the first to open his eyes, the spirit stone in his paw turned to waste. He glanced at Su-hei, slightly surprised. Only 3 days to refine a spirit tail chicken and a whole bottle of chi condensation pills, breaking through to the peak of the 5th layer. Such cultivation speed suggests this snake must be practicing a powerful technique, not weaker than my heavenly demon technique. The old black dog had been observing Su-hei secretly. From the way Su-hei digested wild beasts in just a few breaths, he had a suspicion. He had considered teaching Su-hei a cultivation technique, but now it seemed unnecessary. Disciple, how does the spirit tail chicken taste? The old black dog asked with a smile. Not bad, Su-hei nodded honestly. Then go catch a few more. We'll work together, split 50-50. I guarantee you'll reach the late spirit communion stage in a month and the great perfection in a year. The old black dog laughed. Su-hei's eyes widened, and he shook his head repeatedly. No way, those are late spirit communion stage demonic beasts, too dangerous. If you want to go, go yourself. A month to late stage, a year to great perfection, such speed would tempt anyone, human or beast. But Su-hei wouldn't fall for it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Humph. These spirit tail chickens dare call themselves demonic beasts? Raised by humans, they've long lost their combat ability, not even as strong as mid-stage demonic beasts. I can catch 2 with one hand. The old black dog snorted disdainfully. Su-hei remained silent. Last time he stole a human's pig, he almost died. He didn't want to do it again. Seeing Su-hei still hesitating, the old black dog sneered. If you don't go, I'll go alone. If humans chase me, I'll run to you. Su-hei's face turned dark, veins bulging, and he cursed. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. The old black dog laughed triumphantly. Haha. Don't worry. Follow me, and you'll eat well and live well. If there's danger, I'll sense it immediately. Would I lie to you? Su-hei was at a loss for words. He knew that this old dog had a stubborn personality. If he didn't agree, the old dog would pester him endlessly, trying all sorts of methods to make his life miserable. And Su-hei had no way to deal with him. Su-hei said, fine, but you can't call me your disciple. I have my own name. My name is Su-hei. Su-hei. The old dog's eyes lit up, and he praised, not bad, disciple. You even know how to name yourself, though it's a terrible name. Su-hei ignored him and crawled out of the cave, emerging into the outside world. After 2 months, he had to go out and fight again. Su-hei just wanted to finish quickly. He didn't like traveling far, he preferred staying at home. Follow me? The old dog appeared ahead and sped off. Su-hei followed closely behind. Even though he was following, he kept a certain distance from the old dog. This way, if there was any danger ahead, it would go for the old dog first. Along the way, the old dog began to explain some common knowledge and insights to Su-hei. Su-hei, do you know what this country is called? I know, the Chu Kingdom. Then do you know how many cultivation sects there are within the Chu kingdom? Su-hei looked puzzled and said, I only know the snake catcher's sect. The old dog chuckled. The Chu kingdom has 5 major sects in the north, south, east, west, and center. North is the Ice Snow sect, west is Kunlun, east is Penglai, south is the snake catcher's sect, and in the center is the Imperial Court's astrology bureau. All the sects in the country, big and small, are under the jurisdiction of these 5 major sections. Hearing this, Su-hei curiously asked, is the snake catcher's sect very strong? Currently, it's barely a 2-star sect, but in ancient times, the snake catcher's sect was one of the strongest sects on the entire continent. Back then, this place was called the Xia Kingdom, until 200 years ago. The old dog suddenly stopped talking. Su-hei didn't continue to ask. As long as he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't provoke them. A snake and a dog spent a day traveling before reaching their destination. This place was a minor sect called the Carefree sect, under the jurisdiction of the snake catcher's sect. There were 5 foundation establishment stage elders in the sect, and the sect leader was also at the foundation establishment stage. Ahead, there were 5 giant peaks surrounding a plain, which was the mountain gate of the Carefree sect. Before long, the old dog arrived at the foot of one of the giant peaks. Su-hei hid in the grass, slowly approaching. Hey, look at that mountain. Aren't there a lot of spirit tail chickens? The old dog pointed at the slope of the giant peak. Su-hei focused his gaze and indeed saw many spirit tail chickens with colorful feathers foraging on the slope. These chickens were quite large, comparable to big goats, strutting around majestically. On this giant peak, there is an old man at the early foundation establishment stage. These chickens are his, and there are over 100 of them. The old dog laughed. Su-hei used his divine sense to probe and found that the edge of the giant peak had a faint light barrier, preventing his divine sense from penetrating. He approached and tested it with his body. It was the same, as if an invisible wall was blocking him from entering. This is a formation barrier to prevent outsiders from entering, but it won't stop me. The old dog chuckled, took out some unknown black powder, and sprinkled it on the barrier. In an instant, the barrier dissolved at a visible speed, creating a large gap 10 meters wide centered on the black powder. Then, the old dog took out some spirit insects and placed them at the gap. These spirit insects are irresistibly attractive to spirit tail chickens. Wait for my signal, and we'll grab as many as we can and then run. The old dog smiled. Got it. Su-hei's breathing quickened. Time passed by the second.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Su-hei and the old dog used the earth escape technique to hide underground, waiting for the spirit tail chickens to take the bait. Before long, a chicken spotted the spirit insects and immediately ran over. The other chickens followed, swarming over, totaling more than a dozen. These chickens had very low intelligence and had never encountered danger, so they had no sense of precaution. They're here, get ready, the old dog called out. Su-hei held his breath, but his divine sense spread out to guard against human ambushes. Go, the old dog shouted. As soon as he spoke, the old dog sprang from the soil, opened his mouth, and bit a chicken. His paws grabbed 2 more. The spirit tail chickens tried to resist, but the old dog exhaled a black gas from his nostrils, and the 3 chickens immediately froze, their bodies stiffening. Su-hei also made his move. With a thought, his beast control ring broke through the soil and flew towards the spirit tail chickens, rapidly enlarging mid-flight. Simultaneously, he activated the gravity technique, and from 10 meters underground, he forcibly pulled 3 spirit tail chickens together. Trap. With a low shout, the beast control ring quickly shrank, trapping the necks of 3 chickens, 2 at the late stage and 1 at the mid-stage. One had to admit, these spirit tail chickens had decent cultivation, but they had almost no combat ability. They were bred to be eaten. It was like tigers raised by humans. Having lived in captivity all their lives, they had never experienced fighting or danger. Once released into the wild, they would be doomed when facing real enemies. Even a slightly fierce hunting dog could bully them. Despite this, the spirit tail chickens were quite strong. Only Su-hei and the old dog could subdue them so easily. Anyone else would have struggled. Done, let's go. The old dog grabbed 3 chickens and was about to use the earth escape technique to retreat. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky, like thunder exploding in their ears. Ah, so it's you beast, stealing my chickens. No wonder 2 of my chickens went missing. As soon as Su-hei succeeded, he controlled the beast control ring to drag the 3 chickens into the soil. At this moment, hearing the voice, Su-hei didn't hesitate. He swallowed the 3 chickens in one gulp, flicked his tail, and ran, fully activating the earth escape technique. The old dog wasn't so lucky. Just as he began to use the earth escape technique, the soil turned hard, becoming a stone slab. Hardening. An old man with white whiskers flew in on a flying sword, making hand seals. In an instant, the soil within a 100-meter radius hardened into iron-like stone slabs, making the earth escape technique useless. The old dog reacted quickly. With a chicken in his mouth and 1 under each arm, he stood up on his hind legs and ran like a human. Even more absurd, his speed was not slow, almost matching Su-hei's underground escape. This. Not only was Su-hei underground stunned, but the white-whiskered old man in the sky was also dumbfounded. Is this a dog or a human? Has the dog become a spirit? Stop, you beast. The white-whiskered old man flew on his sword, chasing after them. He was a genuine foundation establishment stage cultivator, far beyond Chen Fan. You think you're the only one who can fly? I can fly too. The old dog thought, and 2 green talismans flew out, sticking to his legs. In an instant, his running speed increased dramatically, becoming a blur, creating strong gusts of wind as he ran towards the horizon. Whoosh! Amidst the howling wind, the old dog sprinted into the sky, flying away at an incredible speed. The white-bearded elder's face alternated between green and white. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed a pill, and his speed suddenly increased, transforming into a long rainbow as he chased after the old dog. Suhei, on the other hand, changed direction and easily shook off his pursuers. The white-bearded elder didn't even notice him. Old dog, you're on your own. I'm going to find a place to refine this. Suhei didn't care whether the old dog lived or died. After killing 3 spirit tail chickens, he put them into his storage bag and wandered for half a day before finding an uninhabited forest. He hid in a natural cave. Suhei had a feeling that refining these chickens, combined with the pills he had previously obtained, would easily push him to the peak of the 6th layer of the spirit communion stage, right at the threshold of the later stage. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Suhei had to admit this. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. Just as the sky was getting dark, suddenly, there was a commotion at the cave entrance. A disheveled black figure rushed in, panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, and collapsed on the ground, tongue hanging out. It was the old dog. You're not dead, Suhei said in surprise. Who said I was dead? Damn it. The old black dog cursed, his hands empty. To distract that old man, I had to abandon 3 spirit tail chickens. All that effort for nothing. I'm so pissed off. He was truly furious, gritting his teeth, his face turning green with anger. Suhei, as usual, went out to check if anyone was tracking them. Only after the old dog repeatedly assured him did he return. Suhei took out the 3 spirit tail chickens, hesitated for a moment, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes, and then handed one over. Huh. This time, it was the old black dog's turn to be surprised. He looked at Suhei, astonished. We agreed to split 50-50. I got 3, so you get 1.5, Suhei said helplessly. If it weren't for the old dog distracting the enemy, he wouldn't have obtained the 3 chickens so smoothly. According to their previous agreement, all gains were to be split equally. Suhei wasn't an unreasonable person, he had a sense of contract spirit. This gesture left the old black dog stunned for quite a while. I suddenly feel like you're not a disciple I taught, the old black dog said. I never admitted I was your disciple, Suhei retorted. The old black dog didn't care, smiling as he grabbed the spirit tail chicken. I only need 1. The other half is yours. Suhei didn't refuse. After swallowing 2 chickens, he began refining them on the spot. The old black dog looked at the chicken in his hand, took out charcoal, a wooden rack, and an iron pot, planning to make a pot of soup. At the same time, he took out many precious medicinal herbs, which glowed brilliantly and were filled with spiritual energy. He licked his lips, secretly laughing to himself. This foolish disciple, I already ate the 3 chickens, and he's still naively giving me 1. So innocent. After Suhei swallowed the 2 chickens, the spiritual liquid in the demon god cauldron quickly reached a perfect state, pushing towards a higher level. However, this time, as the spirit tail chickens were digested, Suhei still couldn't break through that barrier. Suhei gritted his teeth, his heart silently shouting, break. The demon god cauldron trembled slightly, the spiritual liquid inside vibrating intensely, compressing inward, but it always fell short. Suhei tried several times, but each time he failed to compress it. Suhei was getting anxious. This wasn't the first time this had happened. He had encountered a similar situation when breaking through to the mid-spirit communion stage. This only meant that 2 chickens weren't enough. At this moment, the old dog's pot of chicken soup was almost ready. He had added many spirit medicines, making the whole soup fragrant. He also noticed Suhei's situation and hesitated. Break for me. Suhei's eyes were bloodshot. These were the spoils he had risked his life for. He couldn't allow himself to fail. This time, if they were discovered stealing chickens, the next time would be even more dangerous. Perhaps this was his only chance? The spirit tail chickens in his stomach were quickly digested, but it was still not enough. The old dog watched for a long time and sighed. Fine, I'll help you. The old dog couldn't bear it. He slapped the bottom of the pot, and the medicinal herbs inside flew up, igniting in midair and turning into medicinal liquid, gradually merging n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. After a long time, a round pill was completed under the old dog's control. He flicked his finger, and the pill flew out, dispersing in midair and entering Suhei's body. Suhei recognized this pill. It was a relatively rare chi-breaking pill, which could increase the probability of breaking through realms during the chi refining stage. With the chi-breaking pill entering his body, the demon god cauldron seemed to be catalyzed by a strong external force. The spiritual liquid inside instantly boiled, compressing inward uncontrollably. Southern border of Chu Kingdom, carefree sect. After 2 days of fruitless searching, Elder Zhou returned to the sect and issued a sect mission. All disciples, listen up. Track down this dog. 10 spirit stones for killing it, 20 for capturing it alive, and 10 for reporting its whereabouts. Beside this dog, there seems to be a black snake accomplice. The reward for discovering it is the same. Elder Zhou posted the portrait of the black dog at the most conspicuous place at the mountain gate. At the same time, he arranged for the wanted notice to be issued in nearby counties and towns. However, he didn't get a clear look at the black snake, so there was no portrait. He only knew it was black and very cunning, having also stolen 3 spirit tail chickens. The news spread, causing an uproar. People were astonished that even Foundation establishment cultivators' chickens were being stolen. These demonic beasts were becoming quite audacious. A few days later, with the help of the old black dog, Su-hei finally broke through to the 6th layer of the spirit communion stage without any mishaps. Afterward, he consumed 2 bottles of chi condensation pills and spent a week raising his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer of the spirit communion stage. The next step was the later stage of the spirit communion stage. These 2 breakthroughs took less than half a month, much faster than Su-hei's previous progress. Haha, I told you, as long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll reach the later stage within a month. I didn't lie, did I? The old black dog laughed. Su-hei nodded. Thinking carefully, apart from pretending to be a mountain god and deceiving him initially, the old dog hadn't done anything bad and had helped him a lot. That place has been discovered. I won't go stealing chickens there again, not even if you beat me to death, Su-hei said. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. We can't keep targeting the same place. Next time, we'll find a new target, the old black dog said slyly. Su-hei hesitated for a moment and said, actually, there's no rush to do it within a month. I want to solidify my realm a bit before attempting to break through to the later stage. It doesn't matter if it takes half a year or a year. This near failure made Su-hei a bit cautious. Although his cultivation realm was advancing rapidly, his physical body's strength was not improving as much. Unlike before, when he would break through once every half year, his physical body would also transform. From the number of scales on his tail, it was clear that this breakthrough only added 1 black gold scale, which was highly unusual. Humans primarily cultivate true chi, while demonic beasts primarily cultivate their physical bodies. Su-hei didn't want to put the cart before the horse and imitate humans by pursuing true chi. He wanted to perfect his physical body's strength as well. The big black dog stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. You have a point. Let's go back and rest for a while. I'll teach you some things. Okay, Su-hei nodded. There was another reason recent events had caused too much commotion, and he wanted to lay low for a while. In the following days, Su-hei focused on tempering his physical body. The method was simple, using the earth escape technique to burrow deep underground, relying on the immense pressure of the earth to burden his body. This was taught by the old dog, but he had to control the intensity to avoid getting stuck underground due to exhaustion. The carefree sect also dispatched many cultivators to search the mountains, but the old dog's nose was extremely sharp, always detecting danger in advance and allowing them to avoid it. During this time, Su-hei asked the old dog for his name. The old dog perked up immediately. He stood tall, hands on his hips, and said proudly, "My name is Renowned. In the past, on this sky dome star, everyone knew and feared me. I could make powerful beings tremble and children stop crying. I was invincible in a realm. That's me." He was about to reveal the name Heavenly Demon Scattered Person, but then he thought Su-hei might not grasp the grandeur of the name and might spread it around. So, he changed his mind and said, "Since I'm black, I'll call myself the Black Emperor. Black younger brother. Emperor as in ruler. No way, if you're called Emperor, doesn't that make me inferior? I think, since you're big, I'll call you Big Black. Damn it, that sounds like a dog's name. Aren't you a dog?" After some arguing, the old black dog decided to compromise and changed his name to Hei Huang, but Su-hei still strongly opposed it. The old dog had no choice but to change Huang to Huang meaning yellow. Only then did Su-hei relent. "Earlier, you asked if I knew Heavenly Demon Scattered Person. I think that name sounds good. It has an evil ring to it, perfect for taking the blame. From now on, if we do something bad, we'll say it was Heavenly Demon Scattered Person. If we do something good, we'll say it was Su-hei and Hei Huang." Su-hei laughed. Hei Huang was speechless. One day, Su-hei returned to his territory. As he neared home, Su-hei looked into the distance and saw thick smoke rising from behind the mountain, turning the sky black. "What's that?" Su-hei raised his head, looking surprised. Hei Huang climbed a tree and jumped into the air, looking into the distance. After landing, he shrugged and said, "What else could it be? A fire." As soon as he finished speaking, Su-hei's muscles tensed, and he dashed forward at an unprecedented speed. Hei Huang was stunned for a moment, muttering, "It's just a wildfire. What's the big deal?" But after saying that, he also felt something was off and quickly sped up to follow. The wildfire raged, thick smoke billowing, flames covering the entire forest, spreading at an incredible speed towards its depths. Before he even got close, Su-hei saw countless birds fleeing and beasts crying out in agony. A wildfire, for the animals living in the mountains, was undoubtedly a catastrophe. Wherever the flames passed, only scorched earth remained. Any living being, any plant, or animal, would perish. Su-hei's heart was heavier than ever before. This was his home, his home. No. Su-hei roared and charged towards his territory. Hei Huang, seeing Su-hei's expression for the first time, surprisingly said nothing, simply following behind. Su-hei rushed to the front of his territory. 2 large mountains ahead were ablaze with towering flames. Most of the vegetation had already burned away, and the scene was like a hellscape, with rolling flames and scorching heat waves. The wildfire continued to expand, countless creatures dying miserably, falling in the flames. He saw a group of wild boars, a mother boar leading her piglets, fleeing through the flames, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Suddenly, a burning log fell, crushing the mother boar to the ground. The piglets gathered around, refusing to leave, and were soon engulfed by the flames as well. These piglets were ones Su-hei had watched grow up, originally intended to be next year's food supply, but right before his eyes, they were gone. Not a single one left. There was also a nest of mountain doves, still learning to fly, swallowed by the flames along with the entire forest, all turned to ashes. Countless creatures died one after another under Su-hei's sweeping gaze. The wildfire's coverage was too vast, beyond human ability to extinguish. It would likely burn deep into the forest until heavy rain fell to stop it. Humans have a saying, set fire to the mountain, end up in prison, showing how severe the consequences of a wildfire can be. Gritting his teeth, Su-hei charged into the flames, his divine sense spreading wildly. The flames burned on his body without causing any pain. Su-hei sped up, arriving at a familiar pond, jumping in and entering a cave. Inside the cave, thick smoke rolled. In a corner, a group of wolf pups huddled together, along with the wolf king and a little white snake. The little white snake had grown significantly, almost as big as Su-hei, having broken through to the third level of the spirit communion stage. Fortunately, there was this cave. Otherwise, these creatures would have also struggled to escape the wildfire. But as time went on, the smoke grew thicker, and they would likely suffocate. The serpent tree planted in the corner was still there, bearing a young fruit. In 3 years, a new serpent fruit would appear. Seeing Su-hei enter, the wolf king immediately approached, whimpering with its head lowered. Outside, the fire burned fiercely, and thick smoke drifted in from the cave entrance. Staying here was not a long-term solution. Su-hei said nothing, rolling up the serpent tree and putting it into his storage bag. He spoke to the white snake and the wolf pack. Let's go, I'll lead you out. 30 miles away, at the entrance of Snake Village, an old man in a Taoist robe stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the forest reduced to black ash, a cold smile on his face. This man was the aged Chen Daoling. Chen Daoling's lifespan was nearly exhausted, with at most 3 years left to live. He had no great ambitions in this life, only wishing to capture that old snake demon before he died, to skin it and refine it into a snake pill. He didn't hope to extend his own life but left his hopes to his 2 remaining disciples, Zhao Wenzuo and Chen Duoduo. At this moment, the 2 stood respectfully on either side behind him. After months of secluded cultivation, Zhao Wenzuo had reached the mid-stage of qi refining. For someone who had joined the snake catchers sect only a year ago, this was considered a prodigious talent. Chen Duoduo, a chosen of the Chen family, was about to break through to the late stage of qi refining. This wildfire has burned for 3 days. It should have reached that snake demon's lair by now, Chen Daoling sneered. Zhao Wenzuo was silent for a moment, then said, Master, this fire has likely angered many demonic beasts. I'm afraid that snake demon will come down the mountain for revenge. Humph, so what? Chen Daoling sneered, exuding confidence. To tell you the truth, the old snake demon and the matter of Myriad Serpent Valley have already caught the interest of an elder from the headquarters. The snake catcher sect is about to establish a branch hall here. When that happens, both of you can enter the branch hall for cultivation. Hearing this, Zhao Wenzuo and Chen Duoduo were both shocked. The snake catcher sect, one of the 5 major sects in Chu Kingdom and the Southern Overlord, had powerful forces with qi condensation cultivators stationed at every branch hall. The establishment of a branch hall meant that the local cultivation level would rise sharply. Whether it was Snake Village, Python Village, or Chen Family Town, they would all benefit immensely. There might even be a large population migration, establishing a new city here, leading to economic prosperity. Where will the branch hall be established? Zhao Wenzuo's eyes flashed as he asked. This involves sect secrets, and I have no authority to know. However, the elder has already sent a clone to investigate. There should be results soon, Chen Daoling said slowly. The appearance of Myriad Serpent Valley was destined to attract the attention of the snake catcher's sect's high-level members. It was a natural snake field with endless snake resources. If that were all, it would be fine, but the appearance of the old snake demon added fuel to the fire, further elevating the value of Myriad Serpent Valley. Therefore, the snake catcher's sect planned to establish a branch hall to firmly occupy Myriad Serpent Valley. In the deep mountains, the wildfire raged, thick smoke filled the sky, the air was full of dust, making it hard to breathe and impossible to open one's eyes. Water bullet technique. Su-hei spat out water balls, extinguishing the flames and creating a wide path. Behind him, the Wolf King carried the pups, and the little white snake rushed out together, heading deeper into the forest.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. He Huang appeared beside him, saying, Su-hei, these wildfires happen from time to time. It's nothing unusual. The weather is hot, it's normal. Su-hei crawled silently, saying nothing. He Huang stood on the mountaintop, looking around, and smiled bitterly, but such a large-scale one is indeed rare. As they walked, all they saw was pitch-black scorched earth. Conservatively estimated, it had burned at least 20 miles, maybe more. Without strong winds and heavy rain, it would just keep burning. He Huang sighed, wanting to comfort Su-hei but not knowing what to say. As a human, he couldn't understand the thoughts of a snake. But thinking from another perspective, if his home were burned by a sudden wildfire, unable to be stopped, burning deeper and deeper, consuming the entire city, How would he feel? I don't think this was an accident. Suddenly, Su-hei, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Hei Huang was stunned, waiting for Su-hei to continue. Su-hei said seriously, earlier, you told me about the snake catchers sect. They have many branches, mostly set up in places rich in spiritual qi and snake resources, right? That's right. Hei Huang nodded. Su-hei took a deep breath, his voice icy cold. I know who did this. Su-hei's eyes were cold and blood red, bursting with unprecedented killing intent. Such terrifying murderous intent even stunned Hei Huang. It was hard to imagine that this came from a mid-stage spirit communion demonic beast. The old black dog was a shrewd character. He squinted his dog eyes and said, are you saying that deep in these mountains, there's a place rich in serpent resources and abundant in spiritual qi, suitable for establishing a sect? Su-hei didn't hide anything and nodded. That place is called Myriad Serpent Valley. I go there every spring, and there are hundreds of thousands of serpents. As he spoke, he glanced at the little white snake. This white snake had escaped from Myriad Serpent Valley. Hei Huang sighed helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. The snake catchers sect is a 2-star sect. If they're setting up a branch, there will definitely be a core formation stage cultivator overseeing it. We can't beat them, so we can only run. Burning the mountains is also for clearing the land. All human cities were established this way, it's inevitable. Hei Huang consoled him. He didn't feel much about it, but Su-hei's reaction was intense, as if it were a deep-seated grudge. His pale golden eyes turned blood red. Hei Huang was startled and instinctively reminded him, Su-hei, don't be impulsive. You've always been the cautious one. Su-hei took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I know, I'm not stupid. A group of demonic beasts burst out of the encircling flames and headed deeper into the mountains. The flames behind them continued to chase, and Su-hei didn't dare to stop, fleeing forward. Now, in the dense summer vegetation, the fire would only grow stronger. Any firefighting measures would be like a drop in the bucket. Along the way, many animals joined the fleeing group. Most of those who could escape the flames were demonic beasts. These intelligent creatures formed small teams and fled deeper into the mountains. Unlike usual, they didn't attack each other on sight. Instead, they were quiet, their expressions filled with fear and dread. They feared the flames and were also angry. In Su-hei's group, there were a bunch of pangolins, 2 porcupines, a giant centipede, and a large frog. For the sake of survival, these demonic beasts, who were usually natural enemies, had no intention of fighting. The raging fire turned the mountains into scorched earth, spanning dozens of miles. The sky was gray, covered by thick smoke. In the sky, a middle-aged scholar in white walked on air, his gaze like lightning, scanning the scorched earth below. The middle-aged scholar took out a jade slip and recorded the terrain he saw. This place is flat and suitable for establishing a mortal town. 8 points. This place has many mountain springs, suitable for raising spiritual birds. 5 points. This place is near a river, suitable for opening a herb garden. 7 points. This place is suitable for planting spiritual fields, but the mountain is a bit ugly. Only 3 points. At each place, he recorded the terrain and gave his evaluation. This person was Xianyangzi, a core elder of the snake catchers sect, who had a keen interest in this area. The plan to establish a branch hall was his idea. The terrain was still being surveyed, and his true body had not arrived. Only a clone was here. Xianyangzi moved quickly. Soon, he crossed the fire-ravaged area and reached the deeper parts of the mountains, untouched by the flames. I heard Myriad Serpent Valley is ahead, rich in serpents. I must go and see how many points it deserves, Xianyangzi thought expectantly. 30 miles ahead. Hei Huang was walking forward when he suddenly sniffed the air, his expression tensing. A human cultivator is coming. In the past, if Su-hei heard this, he would have hidden without hesitation. But now, with killing intent in his heart, his eyes flashed, and he said with a grim face, what cultivation level? Core formation stage, Hei Huang answered without thinking, rubbing his nose. Whoosh. Without another word, Su-hei turned and fled, disappearing faster than a dog. Hey, I haven't finished. It's just a clone, not the true body, Hei Huang shouted. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Su-hei stopped in his tracks, cursing as he turned back. Su-hei asked, what level is this clone? I don't know. Clones have different levels. The strongest external incarnation is at least at the false core stage, while the weakest paper clone is barely at the chi refining stage, Hei Huang said nonchalantly. Su-hei squinted his eyes. If you don't know, then why are you talking nonsense? Just then, the cultivator behind them approached rapidly, surprising even Hei Huang with his speed. He immediately took out a jade talisman, activated it with a spell, and a ripple flashed, making Su-hei and Hei Huang's figures transparent, blending into the natural environment. Whoosh. The middle-aged scholar's figure swept past above them, but as he passed over Su-hei and Hei Huang's heads, he suddenly stopped, as if sensing something. He sniffed the air and landed on the ground. Is this guy part dog too? Su-hei thought in surprise. Don't panic. My invisibility talisman is foolproof. Even a great golden immortal wouldn't detect us. Trust me. Hei Huang reassured Su-hei, holding him back from making any rash moves. At this moment, Su-hei's heart was in his throat, and he didn't dare to move. It was his first time observing a core formation stage cultivator up close. Even though it was just a clone, the invisible pressure made Su-hei's heart tremble. Why did he come back? He should have just run. Xian Yangzi frowned, observing for a moment before standing with his hands behind his back, closing his eyes, and loudly saying, "Your concealment technique only deserves 2 points. Stop hiding and come out." With that, he raised his hand and struck a large boulder in front of him. The boulder split in two and crumbled into dust. There was nothing behind it. n/o/fel/b/jn.c//om. Xian Yangzi frowned again and struck another boulder, splitting it open, but still found nothing. Su He was puzzled. What was this guy doing? He sensed something but doesn't know where, so he's trying to bluff us. Don't worry, He Huang said with a smile. Didn't you just say even a great golden immortal wouldn't detect us? Su He glared at him. Great golden immortal is the name of my pet, He Huang explained. Su He. At this moment, Xian Yangzi was also stroking his chin, falling into self-doubt. He muttered to himself, could it be an illusion? After observing again and finding nothing, Xian Yangzi couldn't help but shake his head. TCH, this clone is of poor quality. I'll dismantle it and make a new one when I get back. Saying this, Xian Yangzi flew up and headed towards Myriad Serpent Valley. He Huang didn't move, and neither did Su He. After thinking for a moment, He Huang suddenly whispered, Su He, how about we do something big? What are you talking about? Su He had a bad feeling when he heard this. He Huang licked his lips, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. Did you see the storage bag on that clone's waist? That's... Stop. Before he could finish, Su He's face darkened, interrupting him, if you want to go, go by yourself. I don't want to die. This old dog was too bold. They couldn't even handle a Foundation establishment cultivator, and he wanted to target a core formation stage 1. Where did he get the courage? Hey, listen to me. That clone is just a paper tiger, barely at the Foundation establishment level, with even weaker resistance. One stab and it's done. Trust me, I'm not bragging. I have more than a 50% chance of taking him down. We'll split the loot 50-50. That's a core formation stage cultivator's storage bag. Who knows how many spirit stones are in there? Who knows how many spirit tail chickens we could buy? He Huang kept persuading, but Su He was unmoved, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Kill the clone, and there's still the true body. I don't want a core formation stage cultivator holding a grudge. If you want to go, go by yourself. Su He shook his head. He Huang pondered for a while, then suddenly squinted his eyes, staring coldly at Su He. Su He, don't you want revenge? Your home was burned down. Hearing this, Su He's shaking head immediately stopped. After a moment, his eyes gradually filled with blood. He Huang, seeing that his words were having an effect, continued to fan the flames. Su He, others have burned the wild boars you raised, the sheep you tended, your mountain, your chickens, ducks, and birds. Don't you hate them? Don't you want revenge? Do you want to be a stray dog for the rest of your life? He Huang's words grew more and more fervent. Su He turned to look at him, coldly saying, you're the dog. That's not the point. The question is, do you want revenge? He Huang urged. Su He pondered for a moment, then said, a 50% chance is too low. He Huang laughed, I was talking about my chances alone. With you, the odds will be much higher. Su He seemed to be considering this. After a moment, he took out a black gold scale from his storage bag and placed it on the ground. With this, how much higher? This was a black gold scale Su He had plucked from his tail and stored in his storage bag. He had discovered that once the scale was removed, it would gradually lose its spiritual essence over time, becoming dull and no longer sharp. Only when it was freshly plucked was its power at its peak. Even so, its sharpness was still formidable, making it a rare weapon. The one he had now was plucked just yesterday, and its power was still at half strength. He Huang took the scale, scraped it against his palm, and saw blood. His eyes lit up. 70%? No, 80%. He Huang exclaimed excitedly. All right, I'll add fuel to the fire as needed, Su He said. Then it'll be over 90%, He Huang laughed. Myriad Serpent Valley. Upon arriving, Xian Yangzi swept his divine sense across the valley, quickly surveying the entire area. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Perfect? No, beyond perfect. This is an ideal serpent breeding ground. Every spring, it attracts all the serpents within a 200-mile radius. What could be more thrilling? Xian Yangzi was visibly excited. He observed the area repeatedly, confirming his findings and recording them in a jade slip, giving it a perfect score in his mind. It's time to send this jade slip back. The master will be pleased, Xian Yangzi smiled. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, shooting towards the rear like lightning. Humph, I thought it was an illusion, but someone is indeed following me. Xian Yangzi vanished from his spot and instantly appeared atop a mountain peak. The place seemed ordinary, but he noticed a half-drawn formation etched into the ground. Trying to hide, are we? Xian Yangzi snorted coldly, stomping his foot. A scream of ouch came from within the mountain, and the ground exploded, sending a black dog flying and landing on the ground. Oh, a mangy dog? Where's your master? Xian Yangzi raised his hand, activating the gravity technique, lifting the black dog into the air. The black dog merely grinned at him. Boom. Suddenly, the black dog's body exploded into pieces. An illusion formation. Xian Yangzi's expression changed. He immediately realized he had stepped into an illusion formation, causing various hallucinations. The half-drawn formation was likely part of the illusion. His divine sense was sealed, unable to detect any fluctuations, confirming it was an illusion formation. However, he reacted decisively, throwing the jade slip towards the horizon. The jade slip soared at an incredible speed, flying far away. His mission as a clone was to survey the terrain and gather information. Dying was inconsequential. The opponent's illusion formation was so convincing that even he couldn't tell it was fake, indicating a formidable adversary. Do you really think what just happened was an illusion? Suddenly, a cold voice whispered in his ear. Xianyang's eyes narrowed. The black dog that had exploded into pieces suddenly reformed, holding a black gold scale. /n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. A flash of cold light, and Xianyang's head flew off, his eyes still filled with shock. The black dog's explosion had been real. It wasn't an illusion. He Huang's lips curled into a triumphant smile. However, the next second, Xianyang's headless body suddenly moved, raising an arm to grab He Huang by the neck, lifting him up and holding him tightly. He Huang's face changed drastically as he looked at the severed head on the ground, which was staring at him with a sinister smile. I'm just a wooden puppet clone. Losing my head doesn't matter. I'm not dead. Your trick only earns you 6 points, barely passing. Xianyang's head sneered, with no blood at the severed neck, only wooden carvings. It was a wooden puppet clone, unaffected by losing its head. // At that moment, Xianyang's smile froze. Several black gold scales flew out of nowhere, slicing his head in half, his arms into 4 pieces, his legs into 3, and his body into countless fragments, turning into pieces of wood scattered on the ground. Fireball technique. Su He appeared, spitting a fireball that engulfed the wooden fragments, causing them to emit agonized screams as traces of divine sense were burned. After a long while, the divine sense was completely incinerated, reduced to nothingness. He Huang fell to the ground, panting heavily, his face pale. He cursed, miscalculation. It was a wooden puppet clone. Such a valuable thing used for scouting, what a waste. Su He ignored him, casting another fireball to burn the charred wood into black ash. Fireball technique. Su He spat another fireball, melting the ground into magma, leaving nothing behind. Stop, it's already dead. He Huang cursed. Su He finally stopped. He retrieved the scales he had shot out, swallowing them one by one, then looked at He Huang. This is the 80% chance you mentioned? How could it be so weak? He Huang snorted. To weaken his power, I used a costly formation to seal his divine sense. Otherwise, how could you ambush him? I even kept the jade slip. Besides, even if you didn't act, I could have easily dealt with him. He Huang stubbornly defended himself, rattling off a list of reasons. Su He didn't argue, instead looking towards the horizon. The jade slip that had flown out seemed to hit an invisible wall, unable to escape. He Huang waved his hand, retrieving the jade slip. It recorded everything encountered along the way, including their confrontation. If it were sent back, it would cause great trouble. Su He scanned the jade slip with his divine sense, then destroyed it, burning it to ashes. Is it safe now? Su He asked, still uneasy. Not yet. Although the message didn't get through, the fact that someone at the core formation stage died here means they'll come to investigate, He Huang said. Before he finished speaking, Su He had already vanished. He Huang. Myriad Serpent Valley, within an underground serpent cave. Su He stared at the storage bag in front of him, noticing a strong divine sense imprint on it that he couldn't erase no matter what he tried. After several attempts, Su He had 2 options, either use the black gold scales to forcefully break it open, which might damage the contents inside, or swallow it into the demon god cauldron and refine it with the cauldron. Either way, there was a risk of damaging the items inside. He Huang appeared beside him, took the storage bag, and glanced at it. It's just a divine sense. I can handle it easily. He weighed the storage bag in his hand. Are you sure? Su He asked, not entirely convinced. Leave it to me. 3 days, tops, He Huang said, patting his chest confidently. Su He nodded. In this matter, he still trusted the old dog. Afterward, Su He went outside Myriad Serpent Valley and bid a hasty farewell to the little white snake and the wolf king. Before leaving, He Huang raised his hand and sent 2 strands of divine sense into their minds. What is this? Su He asked, puzzled. Some memory inheritance to help them gain wisdom. This is my unique secret technique. You won't find another like it in the world, He Huang said proudly. At this moment, the eyes of the little white snake and the wolf king flashed with a human-like intelligence. Then, He Huang cast 2 golden light spells, leaving them on the little white snake and the wolf king to protect them in life and death situations. Let's go. The memory inheritance can't be digested in a short time. It will take at least 10 days to half a month. How far they can go depends on their fate, He Huang said. Su He sighed and turned to leave. He had only met these 2 creatures by chance and didn't know when he would see them again. He Huang glanced at the terrain of Myriad Serpent Valley and sighed, what a blessed land. It's a pity it will benefit others. He could naturally see the unique structure of Myriad Serpent Valley, which could automatically absorb spiritual chi from the heavens and earth into the valley, forming a natural gathering spirit array. Over time, it would even give birth to spirit medicines. Such a terrain was quite rare among blessed lands. After Su He left, he remained silent along the way. He Huang could see his mood and didn't try to persuade him. This was a path every powerful cultivator had to walk. The weak could only bow their heads and run when facing the strong, or else they would die. Su He understood this and didn't let his hot-bloodedness lead him to a pointless death, which made He Huang very pleased. Su He felt the same way. Far away, in the southern region of Chu Kingdom, within a sect's cave dwelling, a middle-aged scholar meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them, a strange light flashing in his gaze. The wooden puppet clone is dead. Even the recording jade slip was left behind, and the divine sense on the storage bag was erased. Who could have done this? Xianyangzi knew that his clone's strength was average, but its aura and divine sense were extremely strong, genuinely at the core formation stage. To see through the clone's nature and dare to attack it, the opponent was either a brainless fool or extremely powerful, not fearing him at all. I didn't expect Myriad Serpent Valley to attract competitors. I'm getting more and more interested. Xianyangzi closed his eyes again, lightly tapping the ground with his finger, entering a state of calculation. In the southern region of Chu Kingdom, no one dared to oppose the snake catcher's sect, so it could only be an opponent from another country or perhaps a provoked great demon. Sabei, Xianyangzi called out in a low voice. Moments later, a young man in a yellow robe appeared and respectfully bowed. Greetings, Master. Take 5 inner disciples and go to the vicinity of Myriad Serpent Valley to investigate the person who attacked my clone, Xianyangzi ordered. Yes. The young man in the yellow robe flashed and disappeared from sight. In the days that followed, the snake and the dog traveled south, crossing mountains and rivers. Besides avoiding forest fires, they also had to evade the strong members of the snake catcher's sect. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they occasionally encountered powerful demonic beasts, even once encountering a Foundation establishment great demon. But with the old dog's keen nose, they could always avoid danger in advance. During this time, Su He didn't idle. He tempered his physical body and honed his foundation every day. Earth escape technique. Su He's body sank, drilling into the ground. He wanted to use the pressure of the earth to temper his body. This was the simplest yet most effective method. Previously, he could only dive up to 100 meters. This time, Su He descended 200 meters, 300 meters, and kept going. Take it easy. If you can't get back up, I won't save you, the old dog's voice echoed from afar. At this moment, Su He had descended from the soil layer to the sand layer. Here, the soil was no longer soft but mixed with a lot of sand and gravel, greatly increasing the pressure. Even with the earth escape technique, it was difficult to move here. Although Su He feared death, he was no coward. He was like a venomous snake, hiding in the dark, cultivating diligently, waiting to deliver a fatal blow when the opponent was off guard. If humans lose their true chi, they become weak and vulnerable. I am a demonic beast, I cannot be as fragile as humans. I must become stronger. Su He's resolve was firm. Under the immense pressure, his muscles and bones creaked, the heavy force squeezing his flesh, making it hard to breathe or move. But Su He's eyes were bright, his willpower unprecedentedly strong, as if he had found his path to cultivation. The demon god cauldron trembled violently, emitting vast and heavy waves, merging with his body to resist the earth's pressure. Suddenly, the black gold scales on his tail began to regrow. 1, 2, 3. Soon, the scales covered his tail, and their number continued to increase, surpassing the previous limit. Unknowingly, the number of scales on Su He's tail exceeded 20. Sure enough, the number of scales is linked to the strength of my physical body. The stronger my body, the more scales I have, Su He thought to himself. His cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-spiritual awareness stage, but his physical body had not, leaving much room for improvement. When Su He reached his limit, he returned to the surface, collapsing from exhaustion. A week passed in such days. Su He traveled a long distance, not knowing how far he had gone. According to He Huang, they were no longer in Chu Kingdom's territory. If they continued forward and crossed a great river, they would reach another country, the Qin Kingdom. Finally, the old dog erased the divine sense on the storage bag. Damn, I can finally open it. That divine sense was tough to crack. He Huang lay on the ground, panting heavily. It had taken him a whole week to erase the core formation cultivator's divine sense. Open it and see. Su He hurried over. If there wasn't a substantial reward for taking such a risk, it wouldn't be worth it. You open it. I'm out of strength. He Huang, out of breath, didn't even have the strength to get up and tossed the storage bag over. Su He took it suspiciously, scanning it with his divine sense, and his expression turned strange. The storage bag did contain treasures, but far fewer than he had imagined, mostly common items he had seen before. Pills, talismans, herbs, low-level magical treasures, spell jade slips, but not a single spirit stone. This was far from what he expected from a core formation cultivator's storage bag. Could it be that the old dog pocketed some of it? Su He considered the possibility. Spending 7 days to open a storage bag was already suspicious, but seeing the old dog panting heavily, it didn't seem like he was faking it. Why are you staring at me? He Huang asked, sitting up immediately. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He grabbed the storage bag, glanced inside, and exclaimed, damn. Such bad luck, not a single spirit stone. All that effort for nothing. These treasures are useless to me, so I'll give them to you. He Huang tossed the storage bag to Su He. Su He didn't take it, staring intently at him. According to our agreement, you should get half of these things, Su He said coldly. He Huang was taken aback, then forced a laugh. Haha, there's no need for that. I don't need these. Feeling uneasy under Su Hei's gaze, he turned to leave. Whoosh! Suddenly, Su Hei lunged at him with his mouth wide open. Stop, let's talk this out. He Huang screamed repeatedly, using both hands and feet to hold Su Hei's jaws apart. You old dog, hand over the spirit stones. Stop. Hand them over. After a fierce struggle, He Huang finally spat out 10 spirit stones, giving half to Su Hei. Su Hei saw through this old dog. Damn it, too greedy, even scams his own people. He wasn't even sure if these 10 spirit stones were all of them. Su Hei, I'm doing this for your own good. You're still young. Why do you need so many spirit stones? I'm saving them for you to use in critical moments, He Huang said earnestly. Su Hei couldn't be bothered to argue. He took out a large pile of jade slips and began to probe them with his divine sense. These human knowledge records were what he craved the most. After a short while, Su Hei schemed through them and took out one jade slip, placing it in front of him. Wooden puppet clone. This jade slip recorded the method to refine a wooden puppet clone. The old dog had mentioned before that clones were divided into different levels. The weakest paper puppet clone only had the strength of the chi refining stage and would burn away easily. The wooden puppet clone was also weak, only slightly stronger than the paper puppet clone, but it had the advantage of being able to perfectly imitate the original, in terms of aura and divine sense. Unless one had extraordinary vision, it was hard to tell the difference. Above that, there were stone puppet clones, flesh and blood clones, and the strongest, the external incarnation. He Huang glanced at the jade slip and mocked, what's the use of this wooden puppet clone? It's just for scaring people. Don't cultivate this. I recommend a type of clone that, if practiced well, can be even stronger than the original. What? Su Hei quickly asked. Puppets. He Huang's eyes gleamed as he spoke. Puppet techniques are one of the 6 arts of cultivation. The Heavenly Puppet Sect, the #1 sect in the Qin Kingdom, are experts in this. It's said that their puppets are stronger than their masters, feel no pain, have physical bodies comparable to demonic beasts, and come in large numbers, releasing 100 or 80 at once, who can compete with them in the same realm. Listening to He Huang's boasting, Su Hei's mind was filled with vivid images. In a battle, without hesitation, releasing 100 or 80 puppets to gang up on the opponent, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Su Hei swallowed and muttered to himself, then in the future, if I see people from the Heavenly Puppet Sect, I should avoid them. He Huang? Isn't the normal thought process to join if you can't beat them? Su Hei, this coward, his first thought is to run away. He was speechless. Su Hei, ahead at the border of the Qin Kingdom, there's a small frontier town. Let's go there to buy some body-tempering herbs and some nourishing demonic beast meat, He Huang suggested. Su Hei didn't think much and nodded. Body tempering consumed a lot, requiring large amounts of meat daily. Hunting alone could no longer suffice. The two demons traversed mountains and rivers, continuing forward for 50 miles. Gradually, a misty scene appeared ahead, revealing a large river running north to south. Yanluo River, its waters swift and turbulent, even wild geese couldn't cross it. Low-level cultivators couldn't fly over it either, relying only on ferries. On the other side of Yanluo River was the Qin Kingdom. He Huang took out a black robe and a bamboo hat, covering himself tightly, and walked upright to the dock. The ferryman at the dock glanced at He Huang, puzzled, but said nothing. However, a piercing voice came from the boat. Hey, where did this little dwarf come from? This height, barely a meter tall, right? Ha ha ha, maybe the strong wind on the river will blow him away. The crowd on the boat burst into laughter. These people were shirtless, their bodies covered with tattoos of fierce beasts, large knives at their waists, and ferocious faces. They were likely from a nearby gang or bandits. Other passers-by also looked at He Huang, guessing what kind of body was under the black robe. Probably a dwarf? He Huang just snorted coldly and waved his hand. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and the bandits who had insulted He Huang were immediately blown off the boat, flailing in the river. The rest were shocked. My heavens, an immortal. This dwarf is actually an immortal. The crowd on the boat turned pale. This unremarkable dwarf was actually a cultivator, which was no small matter. No one dared to provoke him. The ferryman became courteous, quickly inviting He Huang onto the boat. He Huang stood proudly and boarded. Su Hei also hid under the black robe, observing the boat's environment. The boat was medium-sized, with 2 levels, capable of holding over 100 people. The first level was full of mortals, looking at He Huang with awe. The second level had only 2 people, a man and a woman, both with extraordinary temperaments, never glancing below. The woman, however, frowned slightly, glanced at He Huang, then looked away. Su Hei felt that the woman looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. The woman, dressed in purple, seemed about 16, with an ethereal and refined aura. There was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power within her, indicating she was a cultivator. He Huang sat at the stern on the first level, motionless, waiting for the boat to depart. Gradually, more mortals boarded the boat. Finally, a white-bearded elder, holding a horsetail whisk, boarded the ferry. The man and woman on the second level immediately stepped forward to greet him. Junior Qinya greets Elder Zhou. Junior Chu Ling greets Elder Zhou. The two bowed, and the white-bearded elder quickly returned the gesture, and the three went up to the second level together. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. At this moment, He Huang and Su He on the first level were stunned, their eyes wide open. That old man is. Su He's pupils contracted. SHH. You didn't see wrong, it's that old man who raises chickens. He Huang gritted his teeth. Su He's heart was in turmoil. Why was Elder Zhou from the carefree sect, who raised spirit-tail chickens, here in the Qin kingdom, and on the same boat, no less? What the hell? Su He instinctively wanted to leave, but He Huang held him back. Don't be impulsive. If you leave now, won't you be discovered? He Huang said. Su He cursed. Isn't your dog's nose supposed to be sharp? How could you not notice when he's so close? Damn it! Who the hell remembers that old man's sour smell all day? I forgot. He Huang retorted. At this moment, Elder Zhou on the second level hadn't noticed anything unusual, sitting with the two young people, eyes closed, resting. He Huang couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was this elder from the carefree sect in Chu Kingdom doing in the Qin Kingdom, sitting with someone who seemed like a royal prince? He didn't want to care, as long as they didn't notice him. If they did, he would have no choice but to kill them all. A fierce light flashed in He Huang's eyes. Just then, the bandits who had been blown off the boat earlier climbed back from the shore. They knelt by the river, kowtowing to the fairy, Immortal. Please forgive us. We didn't mean it. We deserve to die. As they spoke, they slapped themselves. Get lost. He Huang's low growl sent the crowd scattering in panic. The white-bearded elder upstairs opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Elder Zhou, what's wrong? Qin Ye, who was beside him, asked. Nothing. Zhou shook his head. He felt that the short cultivator looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Among the people he knew, none were that short. He had important matters to attend to here and didn't want any unnecessary complications, so he didn't dwell on it. Before long, the ferry set off. The boatman hoisted the sail and steered towards the center of Yanluo River. The boatman was also a cultivator, though only at the first level of the qi refining stage. However, he had been steering boats for many years and was experienced, following a fixed route that ensured the boat's safe arrival at the opposite shore. Even the mortals on the boat were strong and vigorous, most having practiced martial arts. Otherwise, those with weaker constitutions might have been blown away by the wind. The closer they got to the center, the more turbulent the river became, with stronger winds and waves causing the boat to rock. Su He, feeling the rushing water, suddenly had an idea. Could he find the most turbulent spot in the water to temper his physical body? He had tried tempering his body in the earth before, so perhaps doing it in water was also feasible. After eating some demonic beast meat, he could give it a try. Just then, he noticed He Huang's paw scratching something on the ground, carving out spiritual power patterns that faintly outlined a miniature formation. Su He felt uneasy. What was the old dog up to now? Su He, how about we pull off a big heist and split the loot 50-50? The familiar voice made Su He's eyes widen. It's one thing if no one noticed you, but you actually want to stir up trouble? Can't you just stay quiet? How confident are you? 30%. Then I'll eat you first. Heh, just kidding, don't take it seriously. He Huang chuckled and erased the formation marks under his paw. Su He breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, everyone safely reached the opposite shore without incident. Su He seriously suspected that the old dog had boarded the boat with the intention of killing and robbing, but fortunately, a Foundation establishment cultivator had boarded midway, making him hesitate. Otherwise, he would have definitely made a move. This old dog's thoughts are too dangerous. I need to be careful not to get dragged into his schemes, Su He thought warily. After disembarking, everyone went their separate ways without any further incidents. The white-bearded elder hesitated for a moment after getting ashore and then said to He Huang, fellow deist, have we met before? He Huang smiled and replied, I saw you at an auction once. Didn't expect you to remember. Zhou was taken aback. Auction? What nonsense. Thinking back, he did attend an auction 6 years ago. There were too many people and it was too long ago for him to remember clearly. I see. I have important matters to attend to. Farewell. Zhou cupped his hands and turned to leave. The young man named Qin gave He Huang a deep look but said nothing, following Zhou as they left. The group gradually disappeared from sight. Su He was surprised. That's it. What else? You want to fight him? Just say the word, and I'll go after him. He Huang rolled up his sleeves, ready to chase after them. Stop. Pretend I didn't say anything. Su He quickly pulled him back. In the afternoon, the group followed the road and arrived at the riverside city, Linjiang City. Linjiang City, located on the border of the Qin Kingdom, was far from the emperor's reach, with chaotic order and a mix of good and bad people. Many fugitives and wanted criminals hid here, keeping a low profile. Therefore, He Huang's appearance didn't attract much attention. On the streets of Linjiang City, people hurried by with wary expressions, keeping a considerable distance from each other. Even the beggars had sharp eyes, clearly not to be trifled with. He Huang found a tavern and walked in. I want a top-notch private room and serve all your most expensive dishes, especially the demonic beast meat. Lots of it, He Huang shouted. The innkeeper, with a sharp face and pale complexion, looked like he had practiced some evil arts and was clearly not someone to mess with. He sized up He Huang, nodded slightly, and immediately ordered someone to make arrangements. Before long, He Huang was led into a private room, and plates of delicious food were brought in. Su He eagerly crawled out and devoured the food. He Huang grabbed a wine jar, took a big gulp, and then spat it out, cursing, "What garbage wine, even dogs wouldn't drink this." He then started eating the dishes. Su He could tell at a glance that the wine was drugged, likely with some kind of sedative. The two demons had enormous appetites, eating one round after another. After several rounds, He Huang was still not satisfied and shouted, "Not enough, not enough, bring everything again." Outside the private room, the waiter grimaced and whispered to the innkeeper, "Boss, this guy has already eaten nearly 1,000 taels of silver's worth of food, including 2 demonic beasts. Should we keep serving him?" The innkeeper, sitting in his chair, coldly replied, "Keep serving until he's satisfied. Double the dose of the soft fragrance powder." 2 hours later, Su He was completely stuffed, bloated like a ball, unable to eat another bite. He Huang, not only full, had also sneaked into the kitchen and packed some demonic beast meat. "Let's go." He took out a talisman and activated it, making both of them invisible and blending into the surroundings. Just like that. Su He was incredulous. "Of course? This place is obviously a shady establishment. Be glad they didn't serve you human flesh. Were you planning to pay?" He Huang scolded. "I meant, aren't you going to kill and rob them, splitting the loot 50-50? Su He asked in surprise. He Huang was speechless. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open. The innkeeper, with a grim face, said, "Even emptied the kitchen. You have quite the appetite, aren't you afraid of bursting?" He entered the room, looking around, but saw no one. Furious, he smashed the table with a single palm. "Search the place? Daring to dine and dash at my Blood Wolf Tavern, even if you're a cultivator, I'll kill you myself," the innkeeper roared. "Yes, sir." The waiter and a group of people rushed out of the tavern. Meanwhile, He Huang and Su He quietly left, found another place, and checked into an inn. The inn was a bit more normal. Seeing that He Huang was a cultivator, they dismissed any ill intentions and arranged a top-notch room for them. Su He climbed onto the bed, seizing the time to refine the demonic beast meat he had just eaten. This time, his physical strength should increase significantly. Su He had grown accustomed to the constant trouble and enemies, as it was always the old dog's doing and had nothing to do with him. "You refine slowly. I have some business to attend to. I'll be back soon." He Huang put on a raincoat and jumped out the window. Su He opened his eyes and looked outside. "JNN. He left me here and went out alone." Su He frowned, feeling uneasy. "No, I have to follow him. If the old dog is up to no good again, I won't even know if I get dragged into it." Immediately, Su He took out a talisman and activated it. The talisman turned into a beam of light, hitting Su He. Su He's body quickly became transparent, his aura disappearing. Ever since he saw He Huang's invisibility talisman that day, he had asked for 2, keeping them for emergencies. This thing was excellent for both life-saving and tracking, undetectable even by a great golden immortal. Su He's figure flashed as he slipped out the window, quietly following He Huang to see what he was up to. He Huang weaved through a series of alleyways, with Su He following closely behind, relentless in his pursuit. Moments later, He Huang arrived at the city center, in a large marketplace. This place had few mortals, it was teeming with cultivators, with various shops buying and selling treasures. He Huang stopped in front of an artifact refining shop, taking out a snake-shaped longsword, a curved blade, and a snake bone, and handed them over. 8 spirit stones in total. Deal or no deal? He Huang asked in a low voice. The shopkeeper took the items, pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Deal." After pocketing the spirit stones, He Huang continued onward, winding through the streets until he reached a shop that bought and sold medicinal herbs. He took out a pile of herbs and asked, 15 spirit stones in total. Deal or no deal? After some haggling, he received 13 spirit stones. Next, he visited a pill shop, a demonic beast material shop, and various other shops, selling off numerous treasures in exchange for spirit stones. Su He followed closely behind, watching in astonishment. So, this old dog is out here fencing stolen goods. Damn it! He's pocketed so many treasures. Su He cursed inwardly. He could clearly see that the old dog had swiped a large number of treasures from the storage bag and was secretly selling them off. No wonder the storage bag from that Foundation establishment avatar had no valuable treasures left, they had already been pilfered. Su He resisted the urge to rush out and bite someone, quietly following behind, watching to see how many spirit stones the old dog could sell, planning to make him cough them all up later. 2 cultivators in cloud-patterned white robes sped over from a distance, landing in the marketplace. Upon seeing their robes, many stall owners showed expressions of reverence and quickly stood up to greet them. These were disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. The Heavenly Puppet Sect, the #1 sect in the Qin Kingdom, was the overlord of the kingdom, governing every city. Damn it, being assigned to this godforsaken place, I have to stay here for 3 years before I can return. How did I get so unlucky? One of the cultivators with a horse-like face said with a gloomy expression. No choice, we haven't been able to reach Foundation establishment, so we have to follow orders. Although Linjiang City is chaotic, if handled well, there are still some benefits to be had. The other, a handsome young man, said calmly. Both of them were outer disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, assigned to guard Linjiang City due to their lack of talent. If it were any other city, it might be fine, but Linjiang City was the place all disciples least wanted to go, remote, chaotic, impoverished, and occasionally plagued by rogue cultivators. Just thinking about it gave them headaches. The two first walked around the marketplace, collecting stall fees. Then, they headed towards the Myriad Treasure Pavilion.n/o/vel/b/n.c/c/om. The horse-faced youth squinted his eyes, grabbing his companion and pointing at a short masked man ahead. Did you notice that guy just now? Yes, he probably committed murder and robbery and came here to fence the goods. The handsome youth said calmly. Such things were too common in Linjiang City for him to bother with. The horse-faced youth said nothing, his figure flashed, and he disappeared. Myriad Treasure Pavilion. This was the largest chain business in the Qin Kingdom, accessible only to cultivators. He Huang walked into the hall, waved a spirit stone, and said, "Get your manager here, I want to sell some things." The receptionist immediately realized a distinguished guest had arrived and quickly called the manager to the hall. "Take a look, how much is this worth in total?" He Huang threw out a storage bag. The manager took it, scanned it with his divine sense, and immediately widened his eyes. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Fellow deist, why don't we discuss this inside?" He Huang nodded and walked into the reception room. Su He did not follow him in, waiting outside the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, He Huang came out. He walked out of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, looked around, and headed into an alley. What is he up to now? Su He wondered. Just as he was about to follow, a horse-faced youth rushed into the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, quickly asking the manager, what did that short man in black come here for? Beside the horse-faced youth was the handsome young man, both wearing the same cloud-patterned robes. Seeing they were from the Heavenly Puppet Sect, the manager trembled in fear and quickly cupped his fists. He sold many jade slips and magical treasures from the Snake Catcher's sect, exchanging them for a large number of body-tempering pills and late-stage demonic beast meat. The manager did not hide anything, recounting everything truthfully. How much were those treasures worth? The horse-faced youth asked again. About 100 spirit stones. The manager answered honestly. The horse-faced youth's eyes flashed, and he immediately chased after He Huang in the direction he had disappeared. Brother you, wait. Suddenly, the handsome young man stepped forward, saying seriously, we just arrived, we should be cautious before figuring out the other party's background. That person is openly fencing stolen goods and leaving without hiding his identity, which means he's not afraid of being targeted. Yu Qiang sneered, I just find his actions suspicious and want to question him, not do anything to him. The handsome youth frowned slightly. Question him? In Linjiang City, who could withstand questioning? Questioning was equivalent to a fight to the death, to kill and rob. He shook his head and sighed, I'll go with you. The two chased after He Huang into the alley. Su He stood nearby, witnessing the entire scene, his mind racing. To attract the attention of Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples, this damned dog is really unlucky. Su He didn't want to get involved, but He Huang seemed to have exchanged for many body-tempering pills and demonic beast meat. This meant He Huang hadn't completely pocketed everything and had bought some things for him. He didn't care if the old dog died, but he didn't want his pills to be ruined. Let's follow and see. Su He suddenly sped up and followed. He vaguely felt that the old dog's blatant fencing might be a trap. Catching small fry was one thing, but these were Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples, big sharks. Wasn't he afraid of being swallowed? What a hassle. Su He cursed inwardly, cursing the old dog's entire family 1,000 times. He Huang was in front, the two Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples in the middle, and Su He at the back. Unknowingly, this group chased all the way to the east of the city, the most desolate area. The houses here were dilapidated, 9 out of 10 were empty, and almost no one was in sight. This place used to be a gang stronghold, later wiped out by enemies, with several streets slaughtered clean, left abandoned ever since. Now, it had become the residence of vagrants and stray dogs. Where is he? Yu Qiang saw He Huang rush into a broken house, but when he walked over, he found no one, only a big black dog peeing in the corner. Yu Qiang spread his divine sense, but he still couldn't locate the opponent's figure. However, the opponent's presence hadn't vanished, it was right nearby. Another handsome young man frowned, a sense of extreme vigilance rising in his heart. The opponent had clearly discovered they were being followed and deliberately lured them here. This secluded place was perfect for murder and corpse disposal. He cupped his fists towards the front and said, Fellow deist, we are outer disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, here to manage the order of Linjiang City. We mean no harm. Please show yourself n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. No response. Yu Qiang sneered, Senior Brother Zhao, your words are too formal. They might not understand. Let me try. He stepped forward and shouted towards the house in front, Shorty, you have 3 breaths to come out and accept questioning, or you'll end up like this dog. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a sharp light struck the black dog that had just urinated. Woo-woo. The black dog let out a miserable cry, its body split in 2, blood flowing everywhere. 1 breath. Yu Qiang said coldly. The black dog's body twitched, then lay motionless, lifeless. A flash of surprise crossed Yu Qiang's eyes. He took 2 steps forward and said, 2 breaths. Suddenly, the front half of the black dog's corpse flew out, its mouth wide open, biting towards Yu Qiang. Yu Qiang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Did you think I wouldn't know it was you? He patted his storage bag, and a large number of lizard puppets flew out, spitting fireballs towards the black dog's body while he swiftly retreated. He had suspected the dwarf's height during the chase. The sudden disappearance and the appearance of a big black dog made it clear. There was no doubt, he immediately guessed that the black dog was the dwarf cultivator. It seemed like he was venting his anger on the black dog, but he was actually testing it. The only surprise was that the dog didn't dodge and was directly split in half. Now it made sense, the dog wasn't dead at all. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs spat by the lizards exploded near the old black dog, creating a large burst of blood. The house collapsed, smoke and dust rose, and pieces of flesh and bone, mixed with blood, flew everywhere. Strangely, the pieces of the corpse didn't die but instead flew towards Yu Qiang. What an evil technique. Yu Qiang squinted his eyes. Su He, hiding in the shadows, watched the scattered pieces of the corpse in the sky and thought to himself, so that's what a rogue cultivator means. Plop, plop, plop. Some pieces of flesh splattered onto the lizard puppets, causing all of them to stop moving and lose their luster. These lizards were unique secret techniques of the heavenly puppet sect, mechanical puppet beasts. Almost every disciple of the sect had at least 100 of them. At this moment, any puppet that was stained with He Wang's blood became ineffective. Seeing this, the horse-faced youth Yu Qiang's eyes were full of seriousness. He took out a giant frog puppet, which swallowed the flying pieces of flesh in one gulp. But in the next second, the giant frog puppet lost its luster and disintegrated into powder, with the flesh inside shooting out towards him. What? Yu Qiang was horrified. This giant frog puppet was one of his trump cards, invincible below foundation establishment, yet it was defeated in one breath. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, but the street ahead turned into a sea of blood mist, extremely viscous, like a bloodthirsty maw, sealing his escape route. I am a disciple of the heavenly puppet sect. Do you dare to kill me? Yu Qiang shouted angrily. The handsome young man Zhao Yuduo came to Yu Qiang's side, holding a wind sail. With a vigorous shake, a strong wind blew away a large part of the blood mist. Junior brother Yu, no need to waste words with him. Let's join forces and kill this thief. Zhao Yuduo shouted. All right. Yu Qiang gritted his teeth, took out a large number of puppets, and threw them out. Zhao Yuduo also cast spells, engaging in a fierce battle. As time passed, more and more blood mist appeared. The two of them gradually got injured, their true chi chaotic. Defeat was only a matter of time. Su He glanced at the situation, sighed, and turned to leave. The outcome was decided. These two were doomed, with no chance of victory. This old dog has become so powerful, silently and insidiously. Damn it. Su He gritted his teeth. He Wang's strength gave him a sense of urgency. He couldn't fall behind, he had to become even stronger than the old dog. The time limit for the invisibility talisman was up. Su He exited invisibility and left the East City Street, planning to return and wait. After crossing 2 streets, he was about to leave the East District. Suddenly, Su He stopped in his tracks. His gaze fixed on a figure in the corner ahead, motionless. It was a beggar, disheveled and dirty, with an indistinguishable appearance, seemingly ordinary. However, the beggar's fingers were twitching. Like playing a zither, his hands moved rhythmically, as if plucking invisible strings in the air. Su He crept closer, but the beggar remained motionless, completely unaware of Su He's approach. This person is, no, something's wrong. Su He didn't rashly extend his divine sense, just quietly observed. The beggar's attention was entirely focused, oblivious to the surroundings, as if his mind was elsewhere. A sudden flash of insight hit Su He's mind, bringing up the image of the handsome young man. Initially, when the horse-faced youth wanted to pursue, the handsome young man had advised against it, clearly not a reckless person. And finally, when the horse-faced youth was defeated and tried to retreat, using the heavenly puppet sect's name to threaten, the handsome young man instead urged him to fight to the death, which was somewhat illogical. This only indicated one thing, the handsome young man was confident. Why was he so confident? Su He's mind buzzed, thinking of a possibility. Could that handsome young man be a fake? It's said that the puppet techniques of the heavenly puppet sect can create puppets identical to humans, indistinguishable from the real thing. If so, it made sense. This beggar in front of him was the real body? What if this beggar is also a fake? Su He didn't act rashly, to avoid alerting the real mastermind. He immediately took action, spreading his divine sense to search the surroundings. The real body and the puppet couldn't be too far apart. After searching, Su He confirmed there were no other suspicious individuals nearby, only this beggar. This person might have life-saving means. When I strike, it must be fatal, leaving no chance of survival. Su He immediately moved, painfully plucking 3 of his scales to set up traps around. At the same time, he arranged all the offensive talismans he had obtained earlier: Fire Explosion Talisman, Wind Blade Talisman, Thunder Strike Talisman. Still feeling unsafe, he took out 2 magical treasures, the Thunder Seal and the Beast Control Ring. Finally, he climbed to the wall behind the person, his throat swelling, true chi rapidly compressing in his mouth. This was his strongest attack, the ultimate deluxe version of the fireball technique. The fireball, condensed to its extreme, had turned into a deep black color, its heat distorting the air and melting the ground. Suhei didn't care how many defensive measures this person had, this strike would turn him to ashes? Die. Suhei spat out a mouthful of black flames, which swept forward and shot towards the wall. At the same time, he activated the gravity technique from a distance, firmly locking the opponent in place, preventing any movement. The beggar behind the wall immediately widened his eyes. As soon as he realized an attack was coming, his body was bound by an invisible force. This was the basic spell, gravity technique. With his late-stage chi refining cultivation, he could easily break free from this level of gravity technique, but it still slowed him down slightly. Ha! With a low shout, the beggar stepped forward. The fireball exploded behind him, striking his back. A series of light circles lit up on his back. This was the protective light of a magical treasure. However, the power of the fireball was truly beyond imagination. The protective light quickly filled with cracks. The jade pendant on his chest shattered, forming a water sphere that enveloped him, preventing the flames from touching him. Just as the beggar was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the ground beside him exploded. A large number of talismans activated simultaneously, bombarding him like a torrential storm. What the hell is this? The beggar's face changed dramatically. As lightning, fire, and wind blades shot towards him, he almost instinctively placed a copper bell in front of him. But it was instantly slashed apart by 3 black gold scales. No. The beggar let out a miserable scream as various attacks descended, completely engulfing his figure. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook, and the entire street's buildings collapsed as if the sky had fallen. All of this, though seemingly slow, happened in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yuduo couldn't understand until his death why a mid-stage spirit communion demonic beast would launch such an outrageous attack. His original plan was to sacrifice a puppet clone and join forces with Yu Qiang to kill that black dog. Even if they failed, he could use the opportunity to get rid of Yu Qiang and escape this burden. But he never expected his true body to be caught. Fireball technique. Fireball technique. Thunder seal. Suhei continued to bombard the ruins in front of him relentlessly. His divine sense could still detect a faint trace of the opponent's aura, though it was very weak. Thunder. Suhei activated the thunder seal, sending bolts of lightning towards the source of the aura, lifting the ground layer by layer, as if the sky was collapsing. The terrifying vibrations could be clearly heard even outside the East District. Although Linjiang City often experienced bloody battles, such commotion was rare, causing nearby residents to flee in panic to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Which gang is fighting? This noise, it must be at least 20 late-stage chi refining cultivators clashing. The distant crowd looked towards the east, their hearts trembling. It took a full stick of incense's time for the chaos to subside. Suhei took a deep breath, exhausted and drained. The faint aura finally dissipated under his continuous bombardment. Even after it dissipated, he continued to attack for a long time before sticking on an invisibility talisman and crawling forward to the massive crater. The entire street's buildings were gone, and the crater looked like it had been bombarded countless times, full of pits and darkness. The person's body was completely gone, not even ashes remained, and the storage bag was blown to bits. However, a few items remained intact. There was a broken copper bell, a set of silver inner armor, a black jade stone, and a pile of unknown metal materials. And Suhei's 3 scales. Suhei stuck on an invisibility talisman, collected the treasures, swallowed the scales, and quickly left. These treasures didn't break after such a long attack, they must be extraordinary, Suhei thought excitedly. He was almost certain that the beggar was the true body of that handsome young man, and the young man was just a puppet. This person's life-saving treasures were indeed numerous. Fortunately, Suhei had prepared in advance, otherwise, if he hadn't killed him in one strike, he would have escaped. This guy is really afraid of death, using a puppet to deceive people. Haha, but I do admire this tactic. Suhei chuckled to himself. At this moment, Hei Wang's dog paws were groping the heads of 2 people. Damn, it's a fake. He threw Zhao Yuduo's body aside, cursing. However, he did find something in Yu Qiang's mind. After all this effort, I only got the first layer of puppet techniques. The heavenly puppet sect is really stingy, not even teaching the full technique. Hei Wang's mouth twitched. Since he had obtained a dog's body, he couldn't move around the human world as a dog, he needed a human identity. In the short term, he couldn't perform body snatching, so he had to resort to puppet techniques to create a human-shaped puppet. That's why he targeted the disciples of the heavenly puppet sect. Killing and soul-searching was the most convenient method. However, he only found the first layer of puppet techniques, which could only create some mechanical beasts, not human puppets. There was some commotion over there just now, probably caused by that brat Suhei. After destroying the evidence, Hei Huang donned a black robe and mask and swiftly left. Inside an inn, members of the Blood Wolf gang crowded into Suhei's guest room, with shadows of people inside and outside, laying ambushes in layers. The leader, with a pale face and cold eyes filled with killing intent, was none other than the innkeeper, Blood Wolf. Boss, that short cultivator is back? He's on his way. A black-clad subordinate ran over and reported respectfully. Blood Wolf immediately stood up, sneering, good. Daring to dine and dash, I've finally caught you. Today, I'll make you vomit everything you ate and kneel before me, begging for mercy. A stick of incense later. Blood Wolf, covered in blood, knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing and begging for mercy. As for Suhei, he hung from the beam, not even glancing at them. Senior, please spare me. I was blind and offended you. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I'll do anything you ask. Blood Wolf kowtowed and slapped himself, his intestines turning green with regret for provoking these two fiends. They had dined and dashed, and he thought they were weak, but they turned out to be so fierce. If you want to live, give me a reason, He Huang said coldly. Blood Wolf trembled all over, taking out a piece of paper and a token. This is the deed to the inn, and this is the token of the Blood Wolf gang, and a censor for contacting the Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples. Blood Wolf took out various items from his storage bag, introducing them one by one. Not bad. I won't kill you, you can leave. He Huang nodded slightly. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Blood Wolf, as if granted amnesty, scrambled towards the door. Su He suddenly spat out a fire, setting Blood Wolf ablaze. He fell to the ground, screaming. He said he wouldn't kill you. I didn't say that, Su He said. Moments later, Blood Wolf was burned to ashes. Su He went up and picked up the miscellaneous items. He Huang hesitated for a moment and said, Did you take care of Zhao Yu Duo's true body? Su He was stunned. Who's Zhao Yu Duo? The disciple of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. What are you talking about? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Su He pretended to be confused. Seeing that the other party wouldn't admit it, He Huang had no choice but to come clean, explaining what had happened. He also admitted his mistake, saying he had kept some treasures for himself but had helped Su He exchange them for pills to make up for it. Enough with the nonsense. You killed 2 Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples, shouldn't you be running? I'm leaving first, Su He said. A snake and a dog quickly left the inn and Linjiang City, arriving at a secluded spot by the river. Within a 10-mile radius, there wasn't a trace of human presence. Afterward, they happily divided their spoils, strictly adhering to their 50-50 plan. He Huang took out a large amount of pills and demonic beast meat, all beneficial for Su He's cultivation. Their value was over 100 spirit stones, enough to sustain Su He for half a year. He also promised never to hold back again. Su He didn't believe a word of it. This old dog suddenly became so powerful, who knows how many good things he's hiding. However, Su He still took out the 3 treasures from Zhao Yu Duo. A broken copper bell, a set of silver soft armor, and a pile of metal materials for making puppets. These are the items Zhao Yu Duo dropped. I burned his storage bag, and only these were left, Su He said. He Huang picked up the copper bell. It had 3 scratches on it, almost cutting it in half, clearly caused by those scales. The silver soft armor was Zhao Yu Duo's personal inner armor, an inferior grade spiritual treasure. What a good find. He Huang exclaimed in surprise as he picked up the armor. A spiritual treasure is a magical treasure used by Foundation Establishment cultivators. An inferior grade spiritual treasure means this armor can defend against early Foundation Establishment attacks. However, Zhao Yu Duo's insufficient cultivation meant the armor couldn't cover his entire body, and Su He's relentless attacks burned it to ashes. Su He thought for a moment and asked, Can you modify it so I can wear it? He Huang glanced at Su He and laughed. When you reach great perfection in the spirit communion stage, you might barely be able to use it. For now, forget it. As he spoke, he put the armor on himself. The silver inner armor flashed and fit him perfectly. Damn it. Su He almost couldn't resist the urge to bite him. He Huang quickly took out a large pile of puppet mechanism beasts and said, I'll give you all these puppets. Is that enough? Su He glanced at them. The mechanism beasts included lizards, toads, and birds, all used by Yu Qiang. As for their effectiveness, he would have to find out for himself. I'll also use this black gold stone to make you an ultimate puppet and strengthen all your puppets as compensation. Is that enough? He Huang pointed at the pile of metal materials. Su He gritted his teeth and reluctantly nodded in agreement. He Huang also took out the collected treasures. After some haggling, Su He decided to convert everything into spirit stones, receiving 46 in total. The division of spoils was successfully completed. In fact, Su He had kept one thing to himself, a black jade stone the size of a fingernail. Su He felt this was probably the most valuable item on Zhao Yu Duo and wanted to study it himself. This old dog is so cunning, he must be hiding something. Damn it, I need to learn from him and not be too honest, Su He thought to himself. On their way back, with Zhao Yu Duo's sail, they didn't need a boat. They could make a bamboo raft to return. The trip to Linjiang City had yielded enough resources to sustain their cultivation for more than half a year, enough for Su He to break through to the late spirit communion stage. At this moment, far beyond the Qin kingdom, in the distant center of the continent, a middle-aged man, looking ordinary and like a mortal, sat in front of a grass hut. His appearance was strikingly similar to Zhao Yu Duo, though slightly older. Suddenly, his eyes flickered with a strange light. My external incarnation, out training, has fallen again. The middle-aged man lowered his head, calculated with his fingers, and scenes flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. These scenes were what his incarnation had seen before its death. Losing an incarnation was nothing new, but he always summarized the lessons from each death to be more cautious next time and avoid the same mistakes. Didn't even see the killer's face. How peculiar N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The middle-aged man frowned. In his view, his incarnation's actions had no flaws, yet it still died. Moreover, after its death, the opponent's attacks continued until the lingering divine sense completely dissipated. Being a cautious person himself, he created numerous incarnations to train and summarize the lessons from each death. Today, he found someone even more cautious than himself, and he couldn't help but admire this hidden killer. He felt a sense of camaraderie. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he saw 3 strange black gold scales in the scenes. These scales had pierced through the seemingly indestructible defenses of the Foundation establishment stage. What is this? The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly contracted. A day later, He Huang found a suitable place for long-term cultivation in the forest on the northern bank of Yanluo River. It was an abandoned spirit mine, depleted 500 years ago and untouched for centuries. I've checked. This is the place with the densest spiritual qi within a 50-mile radius. We'll cultivate here for now. He Huang dug a hole with his paws, creating a small cave dwelling. Su He entered the cave dwelling and spread out his divine sense. Deep underground, he vaguely found some remnants from the past, almost disintegrated mine carts, near fossilized human skeletons, and some mining tools. Although the spirit stones had been mined out, the spiritual qi here was still denser than elsewhere. Su He took out a large vat, filled it with clear water, and sprinkled in some red medicinal powder. Moments later, the water in the vat turned red, with faint signs of boiling. Xiaoyang powder, a top-grade pill for tempering the physical body and refining bones. It's an extremely rare body-tempering spirit medicine, worth 20 spirit stones for just a little bit. Su He took a deep breath and leaped into the vat. His skin immediately turned crimson, and his muscles ached intensely. The pain was far stronger than being hundreds of meters underground. For better effect, Su He used 10 times the amount a human would use. The first body tempering is the most effective. Don't pass out, He Huang said with a smile. Su He certainly wouldn't pass out. His willpower was 100 times stronger than the average person's. Before long, a layer of old snake skin shed from Su He's body, turning to ash in the medicinal water. He hadn't shed his skin during his last breakthrough, so this made up for it. Su He could clearly feel his physical strength increasing, matching his cultivation level and continuing to grow. Bones grew, meridians toughened, muscles expelled impurities, and every inch of flesh rapidly strengthened. This body tempering lasted a full week. A week later, the water in the vat had evaporated, leaving only a pile of black sludge, the impurities expelled from Su He's body. His body had changed, growing to about 3 meters long. Despite the increased length, Su He felt he could shrink at will. Shrink. With a thought, his bones crackled, and his body shrank by a third, returning to its original 2 meters. Keep going. Su He continued to shrink, reducing his length to 1 meter, his limit. He exhaled and returned to 3 meters. He crawled around the cave dwelling, moving swiftly, the sound of wind breaking constantly, stirring up dust. Controlling my physical body at will, my strength and speed have increased more than 3-fold. Su He thought, stopping his body. His cultivation level hadn't changed, still at the peak of the 6th layer of the spirit communion stage, but his strength was incomparable to before. The black gold scales on his tail had grown to 30, gradually spreading to his torso, no longer confined to his tail. Su He speculated that when his physical body reached great perfection in the spirit communion stage, the scales might cover his entire body. How would his strength change then? At the very least, anyone wanting to harm him would have to break through his scales first. Su He took out a piece of demonic beast meat and swallowed it. Looking around, he spread his divine sense but didn't find the old dog. His eyes flashed as he took out the black jade stone and examined it closely. The jade's deep color seemed to swallow light, casting a dim aura around it. This was Zhao Yuduo's relic, and Su He instinctively felt it was a valuable treasure. Su He extended his divine sense into it, and even his divine sense was absorbed. What is this? Su He was startled, stepping back a few meters, staring at the jade with some hesitation. After a moment, he gathered his courage and continued to probe with his divine sense. As his divine sense delved deeper, the jade seemed like a bottomless pit, infinitely extending, which amazed Su He. Finally, after his divine sense reached 100 meters, he encountered a barrier. He couldn't go any further. Su He's divine sense was only 100 meters long. Su He tried a different direction and found he could go up or down, not just forward. Could it be? Su He gasped, a bold guess forming in his mind. Is this a massive storage space, 100 meters in length, width, and height? This speculation was quickly confirmed. Su He's divine sense explored up, down, left, and right, touching the boundaries in all directions 100 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 100 meters high. This was a massive storage space, 1,000 times larger than a storage bag. And right in the center of this black jade space, Su He finally found Zhao Yuduo's relics, a mountain of spirit stones. This, Su He gasped. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 spirit stones. No wonder when he heard He Huang mention a treasure worth 100 spirit stones, he wasn't tempted at all. It turned out he had so many himself. What surprised Su He even more was that beside this small mountain of spirit stones, there were 5 fist-sized spirit stones, square and neatly cut, with a density of spiritual qi that was on a completely different level. Obviously, these square spirit stones were of a higher grade. How much demonic beast meat could I buy with this? How many pills? Su He's heart raced. Initially, he felt heartbroken that the storage bag he burned had destroyed the spirit stones inside. But on second thought, even if spirit stones were destroyed, they would leave some residue. It was impossible for them to vanish without a trace. It turned out they were all hidden here. Because the space was so large, Su-hei had to fully extend his divine sense to see the spirit stones. This storage space is so vast, it could fit a palace. Could it be that this jade itself is worth more than the spirit stones? Su-hei wondered. Zhao Yuduo, as an outer disciple of the heavenly puppet sect, was at the great perfection of the qi refining stage, yet he was wealthier than some foundation establishment cultivators. This person was exceptionally clever and kept a low profile. If he hadn't encountered Su-hei and He Huang, this black duo, he might have lived a long life. I'm rich, Su-hei was ecstatic. With a thought, he retrieved one of the square spirit stones. Su-hei then took out a regular spirit stone for comparison. The quality of the square spirit stone was 100 times better than the regular one. I can't let the old dog know about this, or it'll definitely be snatched away. Su-hei was cautious, planning to store the spirit stones safely. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The square spirit stone in front of him suddenly flew uncontrollably into Su-hei's mouth, heading straight for the demon god cauldron, and collided with its surface. To be precise, it hit the flood dragon statue on the surface of the demon god cauldron. Su-hei was dumbfounded as he watched the square spirit stone melt at a visible speed, being absorbed by the flood dragon statue. My spirit stone! Su-hei shouted. He watched helplessly as the square spirit stone was drained by the flood dragon statue, turning into waste. It didn't absorb regular spirit stones but insisted on the high-grade ones. What was this statue up to? However, Su-hei faintly felt that after absorbing the spirit stone, the flood dragon statue seemed to shine a bit more, especially its scales. After some thought, Su-hei took out another square spirit stone. Sure enough, it was attracted again, absorbed by the statue, and turned into waste. In just a moment, he had lost 2 spirit stones. This flood dragon statue seems to need these high-grade spirit stones. Should I continue? Su-hei hesitated for a moment, looked at the remaining 3 high-grade spirit stones, and decided against it. He didn't know how many spirit stones the flood dragon statue would need, and with only a few left, it would be a waste. He decided to wait until he had more to try again. Su-hei had a premonition that once the flood dragon statue had enough spirit stones, it would undergo a strange transformation. Nov.L.B//JNN. I'll ask He Huang where I can get more spirit stones. I wonder where the old dog has been these days, Su-hei thought to himself. Just as Su-hei was pondering. Ow, ow, ow. Suddenly, the miserable cries of a black dog came from outside. Su-hei, save me, save me. He Huang's voice echoed from underground, extremely shrill, which puzzled Su-hei. What had the old dog provoked this time to be so terrified? That old dog must have caused trouble again. Serves him right. Su-hei chuckled inwardly, feeling a bit schadenfreude. He extended his divine sense to see what trouble the old dog was in, but in an instant, his eyes widened, his scalp tingled, and he almost jumped out of his skin. Damn it! Su-hei's mind went blank. Without hesitation, he activated the earth escape technique and shot upwards at full speed. What did he see? Deep underground, there were countless white ants, frantically chasing after He Huang. They were densely packed, endless, and even billions couldn't describe their numbers. These ants not only burrowed into the mine but also into the soil, devouring everything in their path at an alarming speed. They even had wings and could fly. Su-hei didn't know what these creatures were, but just seeing their numbers made his skin crawl. Damn it! What kind of place did this stupid dog choose? Su-hei cursed loudly. Su-hei's speed had tripled compared to a week ago, allowing him to escape ahead. The old dog was chasing behind, screaming, Su-hei, don't leave me to die. Use your fireball technique. Screw you, you use it. Su-hei cursed back. These white ants could fly and burrow, moving as fast as lightning. Soon, a few caught up to the old dog's tail, biting off some fur, making the old dog howl in pain, its legs running so fast they seemed to smoke. Fortunately, these ants were only chasing He Huang and seemed uninterested in Su-hei, possibly because he was farther away. Before long, a snake and a dog escaped from the mine. He Huang summoned a wind sail and flew towards Yanluo River, while Su-hei fled in another direction. The swarm of ant-like creatures chased out of the mine but retracted their wings as soon as they were exposed to sunlight, retreating back into the cave. Su-hei watched from a distance, his heart pounding. The sheer number of them was beyond description. Any creature passing through would be devoured to the bone. It took a long time for the swarm to fully retreat, disappearing from his divine sense range. He Huang landed, still shaken, gasping for breath. How did you provoke those things? Su-hei asked. I was just curious about what was at the bottom of the mine, so I went to explore. Who knew I'd encounter those spirit-eating ants? He Huang complained. Nov.L.B//JNN. Spirit-eating ants. Su-hei had never heard of them, but the name alone sounded troublesome. Spirit-eating ants feed on spirit stones. They usually gather at the bottom of mines, in a dormant state. As soon as a spirit stone appears, they wake up and start biting anything with spiritual qi like mad, He Huang explained. Hearing this, Su-hei suddenly understood, his heart sinking. Earlier, he had taken out a spirit stone, not just any spirit stone, but a high-grade one. Su-hei took a deep breath and asked, how far can these spirit-eating ants sense a spirit stone? Ordinary spirit stones, about 100 meters. But if it's a rare high-grade spirit stone, they can sense it from thousands of meters away. And for top-grade spirit stones, the entire swarm would go berserk. Why are you asking? He Huang looked at Su He suspiciously. Nothing. Su He shook his head repeatedly, feeling a bit guilty. He wasn't sure if that square spirit stone was top grade or high grade, but it was very likely that he had caused the swarm to go berserk. So, did he end up screwing over He Huang? No, it couldn't be said that way. He Huang had chosen this place, he had brought this upon himself by exploring underground. I was wondering why this place was so rich in spiritual chi but had no demonic beasts. Turns out there were spirit-eating ants hidden below. He Huang muttered, shaking his head. Su He hesitated for a moment and asked, He Huang, I have a question. What is it? I had a friend who once saw a square spirit stone. What grade is that kind of spirit stone? Su He asked earnestly. He Huang squinted his eyes and looked at Su He for a few moments before laughing. That's a man-made cut, taken from a whole spirit vein. It's at least high grade. Where can you get high-grade spirit stones? Su He asked again. Killing a core formation stage cultivator might get you one. He Huang laughed. Su He's face turned grim. The flood dragon statue only consumed high-grade spirit stones, and he had to kill a core formation stage cultivator to feed it. Who knew when that would happen? So, he really had some dumb luck that Zhao Yu Duo had won. However, I suspect that deep beneath this abandoned mine, there might be a semi-abandoned spirit vein. You might be able to cut out 100 or so high-grade spirit stones, He Huang mused, looking at Su He. Is your friend interested? Su He chose to avoid the question. Southern Forest of Chu Kingdom. After 2 months of rampant wildfires, the forest finally welcomed the rainy season in September. The rain was torrential, with thunder rolling and dark clouds pressing down, pouring down like a long-restrained beast venting its fury. In just 3 days, the widespread wildfire was completely extinguished, leaving only scorched earth. Afterward, a large number of cultivators entered the mountains, searching for prey or fertile soil to plant spirit medicine. The areas burned by the fire were particularly fertile, ideal for cultivation. Most of the demonic beasts in the mountains were burned to death. Occasionally, cultivators found demonic beast corpses and dug out inner cores, or discovered rare spirit plant remnants, or found natural spirit springs, reaping great rewards. With no wild beasts or vegetation to obstruct them, everything was exposed, a windfall for the taking. Led by the Snake Catchers sect, smaller sects like the Carefree sect, Mountain Movers sect, and Purple Mist sect sent large numbers of disciples into the deep mountains to train and search for treasures. The Astrology Bureau also dispatched people to seize the opportunity to clear land and expand, building new cities for Chu Kingdom. It was a human celebration. Deep in the forest, a 2-meter-long white snake lay motionless in a mud puddle, not daring to make a sound. Her body was covered in wounds, her bones broken, utterly exhausted. Within a mile on either side, 2 human cultivators stood on large trees, scanning the area with their divine sense. Senior brother, I'm sure that white snake disappeared around here. She was hit by my bone-crushing hammer. She can't have gone far, said a burly man, carrying a giant hammer, with a fierce look on his face. He was Xuehu, a disciple of the Mountain Movers sect, at the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. This demon has devoured 5 of our Mountain Movers sect disciples. Today, we must skin her alive and let her die slowly, said the other, a shorter cultivator with a sinister expression, holding an iron hook and draped in chains. He was Zhu Ziyi, also a disciple of the Mountain Movers sect, at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. Recently, several Mountain Movers sect disciples had gone missing, all devoured by that snake demon. The sect had issued an order, whoever killed the snake demon would receive great merit. The two spread out, conducting a thorough search, their divine sense sweeping through the area. Gradually, they got closer to the white snake's hiding place. Under the mud, the white snake gritted her teeth, filled with endless grief and anger. These humans had invaded their home, slaughtered their kin, set the mountains on fire, and sought to exterminate her. Before, she had no concept of home, enemies, or friends. But since she gained sentience, she understood everything. For revenge, she had devoured one human cultivator after another, but her power was too insignificant, far from being able to compete with humans. In her final moments, a black figure appeared in her memory. It was a snake with pale golden pupils and special scales on its tail. In this life, she feared she would never see it again. Suddenly, a loud wolf howl echoed from afar. Then, several fireballs shot out from the bushes, targeting the approaching human cultivators. Damn it, it's that mangy wolf again. Xuehu cursed, dodging quickly. During his pursuit of the white snake, this mangy wolf had appeared from time to time, throwing fireballs and then running away, luring him into chasing it. If it weren't for this wolf's interference, he would have captured the white snake long ago. He had no choice but to call his senior brother for help. So this is the demonic wolf that knows the fireball technique? Interesting, Zhu Ziyi said, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fireballs landed nearby, burning down 2 large trees and crashing towards the 2 men. The Wolf King, having spat out the fireballs, turned and ran, taunting them to give chase. White snake, run. I'll lure them away, the Wolf King transmitted its voice from afar. All right. The white snake gathered her strength and slithered out of the mud, rushing forward. Zhu Ziyi glanced at the escaping white snake and then at the Wolf King, coldly saying, neither of you will escape. In the southern forest of the Chu Kingdom, a torrential downpour began. Another rainy season had arrived. Su He still remembered last year when he hid in the river to catch fish. Back then, he was alone with a snake, with no one to rely on, and a single misstep could mean death. Although things weren't much different now, at least he had a dog. This dog, if nothing else, had a keen nose and could always sense danger in advance. Over the past 2 months, more than half of the pills had been consumed, and the demonic beast meat was almost gone. It was only then that He Huang realized he had severely underestimated Su Hei's appetite. Originally, the food was expected to last 6 months, but at this rate, it would be gone in a week. As a result, Su Hei's strength had skyrocketed, becoming many times stronger than he was 2 months ago. His cultivation level was still at the 6th layer of the spirit communion stage, but Su Hei could feel that if he faced Zhao Yu Duo again, he could crush him with just the gravity technique. Gravity technique, I have mastered it. I can release it from 50 meters away, which isn't much different from Chen Daoling back then. Fireball technique, also mastered. This low-level spell is no longer suitable for me. Fortunately, I have cultivated the fire serpent technique as a replacement. Earth escape technique, I can travel 1,000 miles a day. In addition, I have also cultivated wind blade technique and thunder strike technique, both of which are more powerful than the fire serpent technique. Su Hei thought to himself. These advanced spells were originally meant to be cultivated in the later stages of qi refining, but Su Hei had already mastered them in the mid-stage, and each one was quite powerful. The strengthening of his physical body made Su Hei's foundation incredibly solid, and even his true qi had undergone a qualitative change, comparable to the later stages of qi refining. However, Su Hei's greatest strength was still the earth escape technique, possibly due to his exceptional earth spiritual root. Su Hei, the puppets I promised you are finally finished. He Huang threw a bunch of puppet beasts onto the ground. There were 100 small lizards, 10 medium lizards, 2 giant frogs, and several birds, all scavenged from Yu Qiang's storage bag. In addition, there was a large snake that particularly caught Su Hei's attention. This snake had pale golden eyes, a pitch-black body with distinct scales, and black gold scales on its tail, looking lifelike and identical to Su Hei. This puppet was crafted based on Su Hei. Su Hei quickly crawled closer, examining it carefully and growing more delighted the more he looked. How do I control it? Su Hei asked eagerly. He Huang tossed him a jade slip and said, this is the heavenly puppet sect's unique technique, puppet mechanism technique, but it only has the first layer. Make do with it. Su Hei's divine sense entered the jade slip, instantly acquiring the heavenly puppet sect's technique, the first layer of the puppet mechanism technique human puppet technique. The puppet mechanism technique had 5 layers, human puppet, earth puppet, heaven puppet, demon puppet, and divine puppet. The first layer, human puppet, corresponded to qi refining stage puppets. It was said that the heavenly puppet sect only mastered the first 3 layers. Su Hei stored the puppet beasts and began to practice. The puppet mechanism technique is controlled by divine sense. The stronger the divine sense, the better the control, especially when controlling multiple puppets. It requires multitasking and a high level of talent. At the entry level, you can control puppets 3 realms lower than yourself. When the number of controllable puppets exceeds 10, you can advance by 1 realm. Su Hei released a small lizard, a puppet 3 realms lower than him, at the 3rd layer of qi refining stage. Under his mental control, the small lizard moved left and right swiftly and freely, indicating that he could control it perfectly. Soon, Su Hei released another one, controlling 2 simultaneously. He closed his eyes, his divine sense attached to the lizards. Whatever the lizards saw, he could see as well. Gradually, Su Hei released more lizards, increasing their number quickly to 5, 10, 20. Su Hei had an astonishing talent in divine sense. 2 months ago, his divine sense range exceeded 100 meters. Now, it had reached 150 meters, surpassing even the great perfection of qi refining stage.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Su Hei's puppet technique progressed rapidly. In just 1 day, he could control 30 small lizards. The small lizards scattered, crawling all over the mountains and fields, each moving extremely nimbly. Su Hei could clearly see through each lizard's vision. This expansive view was something Su Hei had never experienced before. At this moment, a white snake darted out from the grass, biting one of the small lizards and attempting to swallow it. Su Hei controlled the lizard to twist lightly, escaping from the white snake's mouth and disappearing. I wonder how that little white snake is doing, Su Hei thought to himself. Looking at the white snake, Su Hei suddenly remembered the one that had bid him farewell in Myriad Serpent Valley. 2 months had passed, the rainy season had arrived, and the mountain fire should have subsided by now. Su Hei suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to go back and take a look. If he didn't, he would feel uneasy. Strange, why do I feel this way? Su Hei was puzzled. He had only met the white snake by chance, so why did he feel the same unease as when his territory was invaded? It was very odd. As a demon cultivator, Su Hei was very sensitive to such instincts. After thinking for a moment, he decided to put away all the small lizards. At this moment, He Huang suddenly appeared and said, those 2 little demons following you are in trouble. Su Hei stared at him intently. I left a golden light curse on them. It activates automatically in life-threatening situations, protecting them for an hour. It has already activated. Do what you must. He Huang said calmly, sending out a divine sense to mark the location of the golden light curse. In the next second, Su Hei vanished, fully activating his earth escape technique and moving forward at unprecedented speed. A rumbling sound came from underground, like an earth dragon tunneling through. Wild beasts scattered in fear, as if something terrifying was rushing past underground. He Huang followed, but soon realized in shock that he couldn't keep up. My heavens, how is he so fast? He Huang was dumbfounded. He activated the wind travel technique and wind sail, chasing at full speed, but still couldn't catch up with Su He. Flying couldn't keep up with tunneling. This was absurd. He could only watch as Su He got farther and farther away. Could he be a top-tier Earth spiritual root? He Huang speculated. At this moment, Su He had reached an unprecedented speed. His Earth escape technique was already perfected, and at his full speed, even Foundation establishment cultivators might not catch up. His cultivation level was low, but his foundation was incredibly solid. It was no exaggeration to say that if Su He wanted, he could step into the later stages of the Spirit Communion stage at any moment and continuously break through several layers. But he didn't do that. Su He didn't know why he felt uneasy, but since it was an instinctive reaction, he decided to follow it. Boom! The Earth Dragon tunneled through, causing the soil to lift. Su He got closer and closer to his destination. During this process, more black gold scales unknowingly appeared on his tail. 500 miles away, in a deep pit, the little white snake was crushed at the bottom. A giant hammer kept pounding down, causing a rumbling sound. She was already severely injured and couldn't move. A layer of hazy golden light surrounded her, blocking all attacks. But as time passed, the golden light gradually faded. This snake has so many secrets. It might be the old snake demon that was widely rumored before, Xuehu said excitedly. This mangy wolf is the same, with a layer of golden light protecting it. Another cultivator, Zhu Zi, threw out chains, wrapping the Wolf King layer by layer, making it immobile. The Wolf King's body was also protected by a layer of golden light, preventing the chains from touching it. But as time passed, the golden light on them gradually weakened. The two cultivators noticed this and their eyes gleamed with excitement. In less than an hour, this golden light will dissipate. Capturing such evil creatures will earn us great merit. Xuehu laughed. Zhu Zi squinted his eyes. He felt that the golden light seemed to be buying time, giving him a bad feeling. Although Zhu Zi was cruel, having killed countless demonic beasts by skinning them alive, he was naturally cautious and always kept an eye out. Is there a senior from our mountain movers sect nearby? Zhu Zi asked. Uncle Ye is at a camp 100 miles away. Why? Xuehu asked, puzzled. Uncle Ye's enough. Zhu Zi nodded, took out a communication jade slip, recorded a message, and sent it flying into the sky. What are you doing? Xuehu was filled with uncertainty. If they called a Foundation establishment stage uncle over, their credit would be at least halved. Uncle Ye will arrive in an hour. By then, we should have captured these two beasts. Our credit shouldn't be taken, Zhu Zi said calmly. He was also worried about losing credit, but to be safe, he still sent out the communication jade talisman. The golden light on these two beasts was highly unusual. He feared they had a backer, but with Uncle Ye's abilities, even if that backer showed up, it would be easily handled. Who knows, they might even earn more credit. Earth Prison Technique. Zhu Zi activated his spell, and in an instant, the ground rose, the earth churned, forming a mud prison that trapped the white snake and the Wolf King within. An hour passed. Su He sped forward, finally reaching his destination just as the time limit was about to expire. Along the way, to speed up, Su He had consumed several pills. Fortunately, he made it in time. Ahead was a low-lying area, filled with puddles after a heavy rain. Crocodiles often lurked in the muddy swamps, along with some shallow water creatures. L.B//JNN. Su He spread his divine sense out to 150 meters and immediately discovered two mounds emitting a faint golden light. It was the White Snake and the Wolf King. Both demonic beasts were severely injured, barely clinging to life, which made Su He breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not see any human cultivators. Earth Prison Technique? The opponent is quite cautious. Su He's eyes turned cold. He didn't rush to rescue them. Instead, he released small lizards to search the area thoroughly. The opponent was very cautious and must be hiding somewhere. Using divine sense recklessly would alert them. It was safer to use puppet beasts. These puppet beasts, after being reforged by He Huang, were indistinguishable from living creatures to most people. Su He didn't know the opponent's cultivation level, but they definitely hadn't reached Foundation establishment. Otherwise, the golden light curse wouldn't hold. Below Foundation establishment, he had nothing to fear. 100 meters away, on a large rock, there were two human-shaped impressions. These figures kept their eyes on the mounds, observing in secret. Looks like I was overthinking. These two beasts have no helpers, Zhu Zi thought to himself. He did this to be cautious. After all, there was no loss in being careful. Xuehu, however, felt disdain, secretly mocking. Senior brother has been cultivating for 30 years. His cultivation hasn't improved much, but his courage has shrunk. When Uncle Ye arrives, I wonder if there will be any credit left for me. At this moment, his eyes narrowed as he saw two lizards suddenly appear on the ground ahead, staring straight at him. At first, Xuehu didn't pay much attention, but after observing for a moment, he noticed that both lizards opened their mouths simultaneously, emitting a white light. Not only the lizards in front of him, but also in the bushes ahead and behind, white lights were shining, densely packed. Not good. Xuehu's pupils contracted. The next moment, the white lights shot out like beams, blasting towards his hiding spot. From the front, left, right, and behind, 50 beams of white light fired simultaneously, covering all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The large rock he was hiding behind shattered instantly, reduced to rubble. Xuehu spat blood, his robes burned to ashes, his body covered in countless bloody holes, charred and emitting a burnt smell. In just one exchange, he was severely injured. Zhu Ziyi fared slightly better. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the qi refining stage, already in the late stage. He was extremely cautious and activated the hardening technique the moment the white light appeared, simultaneously casting the earth shield, blocking 80% of the bombardment. Even so, he was in a sorry state, his clothes tattered, hair disheveled, and multiple black marks on his body. Heavenly Puppet Sect's puppet mechanism technique. Damn it! How could a cultivator from the Qin kingdom be here? Zhu Ziyi's heart trembled. His first thought was that a cultivator from the Heavenly Puppet Sect had arrived, a sect even stronger than the Snake Catcher's sect, the top sect in the Qin kingdom. The little white snake and the wolf king in the earth prison immediately woke up. They sensed a familiar aura. It's him. The white snake's voice trembled. Zhu Ziyi took a deep breath and calmed down. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't dare provoke the other party, but with Uncle Ye on the way, he felt more confident. He cupped his fists towards the front and said, "Fellow deist from the Heavenly Puppet Sect, is there some misunderstanding?" The response was another round of beams. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of bombardment. Zhu Ziyi couldn't dodge and summon 3 rotating shields around him, his skin turning to stone, enduring all the attacks. Apart from his clothes being blasted to pieces, he was unharmed. Su He shook his head secretly. These little lizards were still too weak, only able to injure mid-stage qi refining cultivators. They were powerless against late-stage cultivators skilled in defense. Zhu Ziyi's face darkened. Since the other party was unreasonable, he wouldn't hold back. So what if it was the Heavenly Puppet Sect? On Chu Kingdom's territory, they had to bow down. Since you won't speak properly, I'll come to you. Zhu Ziyi used the earth escape technique, diving into the ground and charging forward. Just now, he had sensed the opponent's position. Hiding underground was like being fully exposed to a mountain mover sect cultivator skilled in earth techniques. Piercing technique. Zhu Ziyi formed a spell in the air, and immediately, the underground rocks condensed into stone needles, shooting towards Su He. Wind blade technique. Su He spat out wind blades, spraying out a dense rain of wind blades, shattering all the stone needles and heading straight for Zhu Ziyi's face. This power. Zhu Ziyi's expression changed. He immediately condensed a thick earth armor, but it was like paper, easily split in two. Slash. One of his arms flew off, falling into the mud. In one exchange, he was killed. The opponent's true strength was far beyond that of the puppet beasts. "Spare me, senior," Zhu Ziyi instinctively shouted, but the next moment, a strong sense of danger made his hair stand on end. This was the danger of death. Zhu Ziyi hurriedly dove into the mud, retrieving his arm, and poked his head out of the ground, shouting, "Uncle Ye, save me." In the distance, a grey-robed cultivator rode a giant sword, flying with the wind, his gaze locked on the muddy swamp ahead, shouting, "Stop right there." Too late. Su He's eyes were fierce, his entire cultivation erupted at this moment. A bolt of lightning shot from his mouth, striking the mud. Lightning strike technique? Boom. A thunderbolt struck the swamp, sending up a 100-foot spray of water. Then, the electric light spread, covering the entire swamp. All the creatures in the water died instantly, including Zhu Ziyi, who was trying to escape. Lightning enveloped his entire body, inside and out, crackling and popping, electrocuting him completely. Zhu Ziyi convulsed, his head charred, collapsing in the swamp, his eyes wide open, dead in an instant, without any chance of survival. At the same time, the other escaping person, Xuehu, was also surrounded and blasted to death by a group of lizards, his head blown apart. Su He killed both simultaneously, effortlessly. The difference in strength was overwhelming, a complete and utter crush. After killing them, Su He didn't pause for a second, immediately rushing towards the two mounds. "Beasts, you seek death." A thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. Elder Yehaichuan of the Mountain Movers sect had never been this furious. His divine sense had locked onto Su He's figure from a kilometer away. It was a snake. A snake that spat wind blades, lightning, and controlled puppet beasts, killing his two disciples right under his nose. The scene before him had completely overturned his understanding. He had heard rumors before there was a snake demon and a dog demon in these mountains, creatures with intelligence comparable to humans. They had killed disciples of the snake catcher's sect, stolen spirit tail chickens from the carefree sect, and could fly and escape, even speaking human language. He had always dismissed it as mere hearsay, but witnessing it today with his own eyes was an eye-opener. It was even more exaggerated than the rumors. However, soon, Yehaichuan's eyes flashed with boundless coldness. "You killed my Mountain Movers sect disciples. Today, you won't leave here alive." Yehaichuan clenched his hand in midair. Instantly, the sky darkened, yellow sand filled the air, and countless grains of sand and stones flew up, forming vast, boundless storms that swept towards Su He with infinite ferocity. Earth element spell, sandstorm technique? This was the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. Without even getting close, he could cast such a large-scale spell from hundreds of meters away. This was on a completely different level from the chi refining stage, like heaven and earth. Thud, thud, thud. Su Hei's little lizards were caught in the sandstorm, each one being shredded into pieces mid-air, leaving not even a trace behind. In an instant, he lost more than half of them. Su Hei didn't have time to feel heartache. He split open the earth prison technique, letting the little lizards drag the white snake and the wolf king away swiftly. He himself fled in another direction. Go. Ye Haichuan's flying sword flashed out from under his feet. The sword was enormous, with a weighty, rock-like feel. Wherever it passed, gravity seemed to increase, like a mountain splitting the heavens, slashing towards Su Hei's back. Su Hei knew he couldn't dodge this strike. His tail swung high, meeting the giant sword head-on, smashing into it with all his might. Clang. A deafening sound echoed through the heavens and earth, causing a resonant hum. A shocking scene unfolded before Ye Haichuan. His flying sword was actually dented with a row of dense nicks and was knocked away. Su Hei didn't fare well either. His body shook violently, being flung dozens of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although his tail was protected by black gold scales and remained intact, the internal shock was severe, with bones showing signs of breaking. So this is Foundation establishment? The gap in cultivation is too vast. Su Hei gritted his teeth. His cultivation was only at the 6th level of the spirit communion stage. Su Hei prided himself on being nearly unbeatable below Foundation establishment. Even if he faced Chen Fan, who had forcefully elevated himself to Foundation establishment with pills, he would still be unafraid. But against a true Foundation establishment cultivator, Su Hei felt a sense of helplessness. This wasn't a half-baked cultivator like Chen Fan but a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator, whose divine sense, spells, perception, and combat experience far surpassed Chen Fan's. To Ye Haichuan, this scene was like a bolt from the blue. He, a dignified Foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't even kill a spirit communion stage snake demon with one strike. His gaze fixed on Su Hei, as if wanting to see through him. I'm getting more and more curious. What secrets do you hold? In a flash, he chased after Su Hei, his dented giant sword once again soaring towards Su Hei. Su Hei used the earth escape technique to burrow underground. Ye Haichuan cast a spell from a distance, causing the soil below to harden and solidify into rocky terrain. Such rocky areas were impassable with the earth escape technique, meant to trap the opponent. But to Ye Haichuan's shock, Su Hei was completely unaffected, his speed unchanged. How is this possible? Ye Haichuan exclaimed. Little did he know, Su Hei had often placed himself 800 meters underground during countless physical body tempering sessions, long accustomed to extremely solid underground environments. Even rock couldn't stop Su Hei. In just a moment, Su Hei had widened the distance between them again, reaching 500 meters. You can't escape. Ye Haichuan landed, pressing his palms to the ground, his gaze icy. With a thought, a sudden sense of danger surged from ahead. Su Hei reflexively veered slightly to the left. Almost simultaneously, a giant spike shot up from the ground, piercing through where Su Hei had just been. Boom! The spike shot up, reaching a height of 30 meters, piercing the sky. Su Hei broke out in a cold sweat. Had he not veered slightly, he would have been instantly impaled by that spike. You actually dodged it? Such keen senses. Ye Haichuan's heart chilled. Pressing his palms down again, he shouted in his mind, earth-piercing spike. The sense of danger surged from Su Hei's heart again. He quickly retreated dozens of meters. The next moment, another spike shot up from the ground, forming a cone that soared into the sky. Su Hei had just stopped, barely catching his breath, when he had to retreat again. Boom! Another spike shot up. One wave after another. Boom! 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 Spike after spike shot up from the ground in front of Su Hei, gradually forcing him back. He had no choice but to retreat. A moment's delay and he would be impaled. Damn it! The opponent doesn't want me to stay underground. Su Hei gritted his teeth and burst out of the ground, soaring into the air. He took out a swift wind talisman, stuck it to his abdomen, and rode the wind towards the horizon. Ha! Just in time. Sandstorm technique. Ye Haichuan pushed his hands forward, and endless sand and dust surged out again, forming a rolling sandstorm that swept forward. Trees were uprooted and shattered in midair, countless rocks were split into tiny grains of sand, merging into the storm. He knew the opponent was skilled in the earth escape technique. Forcing him out meant certain death. But at that moment, Ye Haichuan's eyes narrowed, staring at the sky ahead, his eyes wide open. Gone? Su Hei, who had just been flying, was gone. His pupils contracted, filled with disbelief, thinking he had seen wrong. How did he disappear? Ye Haichuan hurriedly flew forward, reaching the sandstorm's location. The area was empty. Just as the sandstorm was about to engulf Su Hei, he had suddenly vanished, disappearing into thin air. Because of the distance, Ye Haichuan didn't know how the opponent had disappeared. He spread his divine sense, scanning a radius of 500 meters, inch by inch, but found nothing, as if Su Hei had evaporated. It must be some kind of invisibility talisman or magical treasure. I don't believe you can hide forever. He took out a handful of black dust and scattered it into the sky. Then, with a push, a strong wind arose. The black dust spread forward, dispersing everywhere, covering the sky and ground. This dust, known as revealing dust, was the nemesis of all concealment techniques. No matter where one hid or what method was used, as long as they were touched by this dust, their silhouette would immediately be revealed. However, after observing for a while, Ye Haichuan saw no figure appearing ahead. There was only one possibility. Su He had doubled back. Nov, L, B / JNN. He actually dared to come back. Ye Haichuan immediately turned around, looking back. What he saw made his eyes turn red. Zhu Zi and Xuehu's storage bags were gone. Ye Haichuan instantly flew into a rage. That little beast hadn't run away but had turned back to take the storage bags. How audacious! Ye Haichuan felt like he was about to explode with anger. A mere spirit communion stage demon dared to provoke him. I swear, I'll dig 300 feet if I have to, but I'll find you. At this moment, Su He was hiding 800 meters underground, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed a pill, quickly recovering his true chi. Through several tests, he was certain he wasn't a match for this person. Even if he gave it his all, his chances of winning were less than 30%. Su He knew that human cultivators had weak physical bodies. If he could get close, even a Foundation establishment cultivator could be gravely injured or killed by him. But the opponent's attack range was too vast. He could kill from 500 meters away, and his spells were extremely powerful. Getting close was a pipe dream. Moreover, besides that giant flying sword, who knew what other tricks the opponent had? From start to finish, Su He had kept at least 500 meters away from the opponent, not daring to get closer. Otherwise, he might be dead before he even got close. The old dog was right. Fighting across levels is something only prodigies can do, but crossing realms is like defying the heavens, almost impossible. Su He sighed. In this battle, he suffered due to his cultivation and his spells. He practiced the 5 elements spells, which were numerous and varied but not refined. Su He was exceptionally talented, mastering each spell but unable to achieve extreme proficiency. Like this mountain mover's sect cultivator, who only practiced earth spells and only accepted disciples with earth spiritual roots, maximizing a particular trait. Su He was also skilled in earth spells, but he only knew the earth escape technique and hadn't learned any other earth spells, not even having a jade slip. It was truly a pity. Regardless, Su He gained a lot of experience and lessons from this battle. Fortunately, he had the old dog's invisibility talisman, which allowed him to fight without restraint. Su He didn't dare stay too long. After recovering some true chi, he planned to circle back. The delay was enough, the White Snake and the Wolf King should be safe. But at that moment, a sinister, sharp voice echoed in his ear. Haha, little beast, so you're hiding here.